Pokemon never really went away after Gen 3. After Red and Blue, Gamefreak was left scrambling to make spin-offs. Gen 2 just didn't have that many because things moved so fast. But Gen 3 had Mystery Dungeon, Coliseum, XD, Channel, Dash, Pinball Ruby and Sapphire, the Gen 1 remakes, and Emerald. And I remember the Gen 4 hype cycle. Lucario got a movie, Mystery Dungeon and Dash had Munchlax. I remember checking Serebii for CoroCoro leaks daily. Gen 4 felt like Pokemon's big comeback from not even being gone, if that makes any sense at all. Diamond and Pearl are Hoenn's Johto. Slower games, focused on history and lore, more grounded and realistic, with locations that are memorable for the people and Pokemon you meet. A return of online features from Crystal, a focus on new evolutions and babies of old Pokemon, a weirder level curve than is typically expected, and wacky new ways to find Pokemon. Diamond and Pearl also exists with some notoriety. For one, they're slower than hell, just a genuine slog in almost every aspect, and for another, they're substantially harder than the prior games, despite developer insistence otherwise. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl were kinda early DS games, releasing in 2006 in Japan and 2007 elsewhere, and as such, carry some of that console with them, with the touchscreen stuff mostly, but of course, would also have a life beyond their initial release. Let's just get it out of the way right away. Diamond and Pearl have one really major change to battles, and everything else is kinda the same as last time. The physical special split. Every move is now assigned on a case-by-case basis to either utilize and deal damage on the physical side or the special side. Flareon's wet dream finally came true. Fire moves can now be physical. I mean, they aren't, but they could be if someone felt like making one. Rock moves can now be special. You get the idea. Most types still largely fall in line with their past identities. Physical psychic moves, 2 of them now exist, but psychic is still hanging out on the special end for the most part. Not that absolutely every type is shaken out this way. Normal grass flying and a few other types have thoroughly been split up, but you kinda get the idea. The physical special split is kind of a huge turning point. The amount of design space the series had is blown wide open by this simple change. Gyarados can finally leverage its best stats for Water Stab. Flareon resembles a functional Pokemon. Mixed attackers like Blaziken can now excel by focusing on one side or the other, and of course the new generation of Pokemon play with this like crazy. A physical psychic fighting type, special fighting types that helped pivot that type from mediocre to incredible, a new level of min-maxing in general that redefined how Pokemon were created, and well, Gen 5 is the game that made the competitive scene good, in my opinion. There's an impressive level of ramping up occurring here that leads directly into that. There's also been some additions in the sphere of battles. Obviously, lots of new moves. Some really cool, and abilities too, of course. And with online battles and new focus on doubles for competitive, we started getting moves, abilities, and entire Pokemon focused on that. You know, like good ones. Sorry, Plusle and Minun. Items also began getting good this generation. Not that there weren't a couple that were really strong in the past, like the choice items and leftovers, but in part by getting more niche, the game becomes more interesting, with tools like Big Root, which enhances life drain moves, the Flame and Toxic Orbs, which respectively inflict burn or toxic poison on their holder, which makes for some awesome guts and trick plays, Light Clay to boost the duration of Light Screen and Reflect, Power Herb to skip recharge turns, Razor Fang to add a flinch chance to all moves, White Herb to undo stat reductions, and of course the all-encompassing Life Orb, which trades health with each attack for a massive boost in power, not to mention the plates, which act as slightly more accessible versions of the previously existing type boosting items like Soft Sand and Magnet, which open up lots of strategies for all sorts of Pokemon, at least during an in-game run. Although some of these, like the Herbs and Life Orb, have seen a lot of competitive play. As far as navigating the world go, we finally hit the HM overload. I may be a huge HM defender. I love the way they give your Pokemon utility outside of battles, make your Pokemon more integral to the world and your adventure. I love strength puzzles. In the past, the big issue was type diversity among these moves, and how many of them were also bad. Neither of those issues is fixed in this game, and there are now 8 of them. An entire third of your team's moves are meant to be dedicated to HMs, although obviously some of these come up more than others. Cut, Fly, Surf, Strength, Rock Smash, and Waterfall remain, all working pretty much as they had before, while Dive and Whirlpool are gone entirely. Flash is no longer an HM, but is a field move that can be used in exactly one cave in the game, although it's not tremendously necessary. Meanwhile, we have 3 new HMs. Defog, a terrible flying move that reduces your opponent's evasiveness, as if having to force your bird to have fly wasn't bad enough, but also clears out overworld fog that carries into battles and reduces accuracy on both sides to 3/5, which makes most battles an absolute slog, and technically harder. And Rock Climb, an okay normal move, 90 base power with a chance to inflict confusion, that would have been cooler as rock coverage move, which is used to climb bumpy spots on slopes to get to higher levels, like waterfall on land basically. Rock Climb at least has good distribution, but unlike Defog, which you never technically need, or Cut, which is mandatory like 2 times in the first hour and a half of the game, you need Rock Climb a whole lot when it becomes available, and given its overlap with the already very mandatory Strength, I can't blame people for largely burning out on HMs because of this. The next generation would heavily slash both the number and necessity of HMs as a device to get around, and each game after worked the list down further until they were gone altogether, which I think is a shame. It feels like we surely should have cut a few of these, like Cut, to clean up the list a little bit, and people wouldn't have burned out so hard. A few other overworld things to note. The bikes from Gen 3 have become the bike, but with the ability to shift gears, giving you the benefits of both versions. Low gear offers decent speed and great control, high gear gives you the speed to climb sandy slopes or go off of sick jumps. I mean, you'll use it a lot because it makes the game faster, but it's basically that simple. Although notably, this game seems to have some weird movement buffering. It takes an odd little beat to go from left to right or right to up, which makes precise movements with the bike a touch more difficult for the few secrets and areas that require it. This also seems to apply to the text input menus, which always feels really weird. Like when you press A, you have to wait a beat before you're allowed to select another letter. It feels a little icky. On a lighter note, the day and night cycle have returned, and have pros and cons. The game does become a lot more difficult to fill the decks in with the feature, as you often need to find the time to play at odd hours to find certain Pokemon. But on the upside, we have nighttime music now, and boy are nights comfier than hell. Also, the Dust Ball is crazy overpowered. It has an 8 times catch rate at night or when in a cave. Play at night as much as possible, it'll save you so much in-game money. The other thing worth mentioning about the overworld navigation is the underground, a kind of major facet of the game that you never really need to engage with. The underground serves as a multiplayer hub. When playing with people in a short radius from you, you can exist in the space together, lay traps for each other, play capture the flag with each other's bases, decorate the bases, and so on. Something I did a ton as a kid, but which is obviously more difficult to set up in 2026, and fairly simplistic for a grown adult man talking about Pokemon on the internet. The other notable part of the underground is the mining minigame, something you may actually do. Every day, a large amount of sparkling yellow spots appear on the walls, and interacting with them throws you into a touchscreen minigame where the goal is to find and dig out the 1 to 4 objects buried in it before you collapse the wall. The pick can be used to drill down and deals less damage to the wall, but only chips away at a few tiles at a time, even if it digs deeper slightly faster, while the hammer grants you the benefits of knowledge and radius, but doesn't dig as deeply and deals a lot more damage to the wall. There's a few good reasons to do this, most obviously money via rare bones and star pieces, but there are also revives, which are apparently a naturally occurring mineral, the type boosting plate held items, among other items like the light clay, evolution stones, fossils, with the fossils from previous games appearing after getting the national decks, and heart scales for the move relearner. Diamond and Pearl each have unique drop tables, with some items more common in one or the other, or outright excluded in the case of the new fossils, which still encourages trading with your friends, but also lets you grind if you're lonely, although it is a pretty hellish grind, believe me. One final gameplay thing to touch on, the Poketch, which I find a fascinating addition. Keep in mind, in 2007, and even more so in 2006, phones were still not that commonplace, especially not for kids. So sticking a notepad, a clock, an alarm, a timer, and all that other stuff onto the bottom screen, which was honestly a great collection of little apps for general use stuck into a game you probably had if you had a DS, is really convenient. Of course, the Poketch also had more game-specific stuff. Type matchup checkers, party status, always useful, a map for tracking roaming Pokemon and berry growth, a friendship checker, and plenty of other little niche apps which you unlock throughout the game by talking to random NPCs, which really encourages talking to everyone just in case they have a cool or useful new gadget for the bottom screen. I guess that brings us on to some of the encounter stuff. Diamond and Pearl have a frankly crazy amount of Pokemon in them, only missing the Gen 1, 2, and 3 starters, legendaries, and event Pokemon. The Gen 4 event Pokemon, which kind of includes Regigigas, Tangle and its evolution for reasons incomprehensible to man, as its evolution is new to Gen 4, and Tropius. I think they just forgot him, honestly. And even then, several of these Pokemon would be added in Platinum, and the grand total of Pokemon is still 440, although only a pitiful 150 of these are in the regional decks before the post-game. The regional decks of Sinnoh has proven to be controversial, to say the least. I mean, if you don't pick the Fire starter but want to use a Fire type, enjoy Ponyta, I guess. And other types don't fare much better. Ghost and Electric especially, but you can get as many normals and grass types as you please. We'll get into it later, but part of the reason the third version is so popular is its better regional decks, because holy shit, team building in Diamond and Pearl can be really rough. Anyway, that change meant a lot of stuff gets weird in counter methods after getting the national decks, although a few were around before. Honey trees are the most tedious by far. Put honey on a tree, wait 6 real life hours, but no more than 24, get 1 encounter. Most of them real shitmons, and like that's bad, but there are 21 trees, so once you have fly you can rush through most of the encounter table. However, 1 encounter is locked to special honey trees, 2 determined by your secret ID, which you can use to calculate the position of these trees with some online tools, and 2 by the secret ID, which requires cheating to find, and that 1 encounter has a 1% encounter rate even if you do know which trees to look at, if you ignore some shenanigans. Putting honey on a tree right after doing a battle on that same tree means that you'll be put in the same sub-pool 90% of the time, which means when you know your 2 to 4 trees, you then need to put honey on all of them, battle at all of them 6 hours later, then fly back to the start to re-honey them in order so you don't lock yourself on one side of the table. I can understand the daily events check-in type stuff, but this is all so much to micromanage and tedious as hell. That kinda extends into the post-game. There are a lot of dailies. Swarms take over a route with a Pokemon that was previously unavailable. Unlike Gen 3, these actually rotate properly day to day, but with 28 of them, it can be real awful to find the last one you're missing. Mr. Backlot's Trophy Garden also rotates daily, with 16 different Pokemon that can feed into his garden as 5% encounters, and the Great Marsh, the game's Safari Zone, rotates daily as well, with some incalculable chance for Pokemon to appear in any given sector, and god, the Great Marsh is a mess. I'll come back to that. On top of all of that, there's the Pokeradar, a fantastic addition which lets you create rustling grass patches that may contain new Pokemon. After each encounter with the Pokemon you previously fought from the radar, the grass rustles again, with the chance of seeing the same Pokemon you just fought getting higher the further you risk the grass to go get it. And with every link in the chain, your shiny odds go up and up slowly, although later games would improve this by also adding egg moves and rare abilities to the radar's benefits. Notably though, there are a few 1 or 2% encounters mixed into the radar pool on some routes, which is just mean, given you need to break your chain to seek a new Pokemon if you don't see it, and every time you want to use the radar you have to run 50 steps to charge it. There's also the GBA compatibility stuff. Stick a Game Boy Advance cartridge in the DS's second slot, and Pokemon from that game will show up as rare spawns throughout the game. Fire Red and Leaf Green mostly add random Kanto Pokemon, like sticking Caterpie and Weedle into the early game, while the Hoenn games mostly add, Hoenn Pokemon. You get the idea. It's neat and simple, although encounter rates are always 8%, which does feel kinda low. There's also direct transfer via Pal Park, which lets you send Pokemon up 6 at a time if you're lazy. Needless to say, the amount of shit you're juggling in the post-game is immense. Dailies, 180 different ways to generate Pokemon, probably still dealing with honey trees, and attempting to generate money so you can buy more honey for honey trees. Plus you gotta fuck around for fossils in the underground and evolution stones. If you're wondering why these games took so long, here you go. Are these encounter methods fun? Some of them. I love Swarm's radar and the GBA link thing, and honestly the backlot dailies aren't terrible. But fuck me, returning to the Great Marsh is just painful, and the trees get old real fast. There's also 2 roamers and some other unique encounter and evolution methods, but we'll be getting back to all that in due time. As for version exclusives, it's a surprising regression. Gen 3 loved its soft exclusives, but Gen 4's just decided they're not having that. That being said, I think they really struck a good balance here, with really solid Pokemon on both sides. First up, Diamond gets Seal and Dugong. They arguably line up with 2 different Pokemon, but I think their intended counterparts are Slowpoke, Slowbro, and Slowking. The little Slowking discrepancy is sorted out pretty quickly. Both of these are post-game Pokemon, sadly, but both are pretty cool. I mean, Slowbro and Slowking are much better than Dugong, but they have unique little benefits. Dugong has really good stabs, Slowbro and King are very hard to knock around, say the least, and can be great walls, but given where they're found, you'll be hard-pressed to add them in cleanly. Diamond gets Scyther in its evolution Scizor, while Pearl gets Pinsir, which sorts out the Slowking issue. Scizor is a fucking monster. The addition of Technician this gen, oh god. The only downside is that you need to trade to evolve it, even though a few of the other trade evolutions are in the wild this time around, which does kind of stifle its accessibility. But honestly, even in the brand new world of Stealth Rock, Scyther is pretty usable in this game. Same can't entirely be said for Pinsir. It's still got the flaws that made it struggle before, but it is much more usable thanks to some nice additions, like, you know, a stab move to use its massive attack effectively. Another pair, Murkrow and Mischievous in Diamond and Pearl respectively, come from Gold and Silver, but get new evolutions this gen, Honchkrow and Mismagius. Honchkrow is a crazy physical attacker, but struggles with its defense and speed, despite the cool type, although I love Murkrow, so I am a bit biased, while Mismagius just goes full tilt into glass cannon territory, just slightly faster than the 100 base speed line, and with good enough special attack to click buttons and cause damage, although its health and physical stats are so awful that it has a very visible flaw. Neither are fantastic Pokemon, neither are awful, they're both decent and interesting Pokemon that you get fairly early on, but I am slightly biased towards my crows. Each game also gets an old pseudo-legendary line. Larvitars in Diamond, Bagons in Pearl, both of these are absolute monsters for very obvious reasons. Tyranitar shits out a permanent Sandstorm and Pursuit Traps, but it does require at least a little bit of building around, and Salamence, I mean, it's Ubers in Diamond and Pearl, it clicks Dragon Dance and the game ends. You can give it any shit-ass physical move and it's already great speed and attack, take it even further. Both of these are 10 out of 10 Pokemon, only held back by being post-game exclusive, which is probably for the best. As for the dark dogs of each game, Diamond gets Poochyena and Mightyena, while Pearl gets Houndour and Houndoom. What do you want me to say? Houndoom is an actual functional Pokemon, while Mightyena still isn't, despite all the little buffs it got, like physical dark moves. It just doesn't come close by any metric. Houndoom is just really solid, although once again these are post-game for seemingly no reason, as if Mightyena would debalance the entire game. Each game also gets a 3-stage Hoenn line, the Aaron line in Diamond and the Spheal line in Pearl. Neither Aggron or Walrein would be game breakers had they not been post-game, but that's Diamond and Pearl, I guess. Aggron has comical defense but dies to a moderate special breeze and has a very exploitable type. Walrein is a bit more balanced, but the Ice Stab is a nice little bonus, and Water mostly offsets the bad parts of Ice, although neither is as bulky as they feel like they should be, nor as hard-hitting. They're both just okay. A bit of a wash, although Walrein is more broadly applicable. Both games also get weird single-stage normal types. Diamond gets Kecleon, Pearl gets Stantler. Both of these are not good Pokemon, obviously, but they would be really funny choices for the early game. Unfortunately, they're post-game, so moving on. Finally, there's some new guys, starting with the Gen 4 fossils, Cranidos and Rampardos in Diamond, and Shieldon and Bastiodon in Pearl. Both go comically hard in one and only one direction. Rampardos is the craziest physical attacker in the game, but dies to anything and is slow, and Bastiodon has comical defense, but doesn't do anything. In-game, you can get Rampardos fairly early, and it's honestly pretty solid for a good while. While Bastiodon is much harder to get a grasp on, so I guess that's a point for Diamond. Stunky and Skuntank in Diamond, and Glameon, Purugly, and Pearl are much more interesting for being wildly different. Skuntank's Poison Dark typing gives it a surprising lack of weakness, and it gets some unique coverage like Flamethrower for the sake of fart jokes, but it does feel kind of average in most ways. While Purugly is a very standard normal type beyond its pretty exceptional speed. Both go for very different things, and both fill solid little roles on an in-game team. I struggle to really place one over the other, but they're so vastly different, and they also make good bosses for the villains. That just leaves our box art legendaries Dialga and Palkia. You can guess who goes where. They're both incredible. Dialga's Steel Dragon typing makes it a pain to kill, and it hits like an absolute monster. Palkia's Water Dragon and ludicrous speed somehow make it even more dangerous. They're kind of the first climax of the game, so they come late, but honestly, at their power level, it hardly matters. You don't really have to train them to make them good. As for a winner, I hate to admit it as a Diamond kid, but Pearl kinda just has the goods. Even at its best, Scizor, Tyranitar, and Dialga, Diamond gets outclassed by Pearl's counterparts on 2 of those, and Diamond has some mega stinkers like Mightyena. Although given how much of this list is post-game exclusive Pokemon, it does bring into question how much it matters. Some of the most interesting changes to the Pokemon formula in Diamond and Pearl are visual. One of the most striking is that this is the first game in the series to be 3D, at least mostly. Nearly every location in this game is 3D. There's a real depth to the layers. As you move up and down a mountain or cliff, you feel yourself get closer. The buildings and trees are 3D, and you see slightly different sides of them as you pass. And, it was a first attempt. The texturing leaves something to be desired, not that it's all terrible. I think in general the man-made areas of the game can be a touch dry, but generally look good, especially some of the more unique landmarks like the church in Hearthome, and caves and other interiors tend to look pretty good too, but when it comes to the outside worlds, the neon green lava lamp colored grass looks real bad, as do patches of dirt, which look more like someone scribbled yellow crayon on the ground. It almost feels as if Gamefreak was unaware that the DS would be backlit and they oversaturated the games like crazy to compensate, which to be fair does make the Pokemon sprites look very good, but in other parts of the world it's questionable. I mean, compare this to the beautiful darker and earthier tones of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, which has gorgeous palettes end to end, looking so rich and comfy, it's night and day. On the upside, the sprite art has really never been better. As it turns out, the ability to make sprites even more detailed is a huge boon, whether that's overworld sprites that perfectly portray their characters in tiny form, or the many, many Pokemon, all of which look pretty much immaculate. Different from their official art, but perfectly capturing their appearance with unique poses, with my only minor nitpick being that back sprites still tend to be a little stiff. While Diamond and Pearl's soundtrack isn't my favorite, it definitely comes close. Part of its appeal is its variety. I mean, they were really just having fun with it, whether it's how bouncy and fun the rival battle theme is, or the frankly incredible battle music in general, especially for the major fights, or the constant use of the synthetic piano to set this kind of laid-back tone, especially when it comes to the slightly more low-key renditions for nighttime. The game loves to play around with its style, instrumentation, and tone. There's a tiny bit of a jazzy streak here. The music generally feels a bit more loose, playful, laid back. One of Diamond and Pearl's greatest assets is the world of Sinnoh, and the music undeniably factors into that. The lake music hints at the mysteries of the lakes and how they tie into the greater world with some light piano bits, while also playing around with what I think is a synthetic accordion playing this dreamy track. The early routes are very jazzy, as are the larger cities, giving this sense of an adventure where anything could happen, but one that isn't dangerous or intense. Not yet, anyway. While the smaller towns play with softer whistles and simpler tracks to really show off that laid-back feeling, much like Johto. Meanwhile, Sinnoh's frosty northern regions tend to lean back into that jazz, but with pinches of these droning melodies and sleigh bells that blend a certain comforting warmth into the colds. It's really fantastic stuff. Speaking of Sinnoh, it's probably my second favorite region after Johto. I think we get a really good blend of quiet and grounded, and modern but interesting, with only a few out there ideas that feel well earned for how sparingly they're used. Sinnoh is based on Hokkaido, the northernmost prefecture of Japan, a cold rural area that has slowly grown cities in a few key areas that more or less line up with Sinnoh, as rail lines have made it more connected to the rest of Japan. Plus the game has a little bit of Sakhalin, a Russian island that borders Japan and serves as the basis for the post-game area. Sinnoh's most striking feature is Mount Coronet, based on the Azo mountain range, a large mountain that splits the region in half and serves as the largest dungeon the series has ever had to this day, and likely the largest it ever will have. I don't know if that's still true after Mega Dimensions, that whole place is kind of a dungeon. The path taken through the game folds in on Coronet repeatedly. The northern entrance serves as a shortcut between the medium-sized city of Eterna and the lore-important tiny village of Celestic Town, plus gives access to the snowy northern regions, while the southern entrance connects the mining town Orberg and the bustling Hearthome, but also provides excellent access to the peak. Coronet itself isn't that special. I mean, it's mostly just a collection of caves with a few icy exteriors that are a nice mix-up, but the actual peak has some really cool stuff going on. Might keep that one close to the chest for a bit though. To zoom out a bit, I think there's lots of great towns and landmarks throughout Sinnoh that remain grounded while being interesting. Floaroma Town is a very simple town based around flowers that has implicit and later more explicit ties to one of the generation's event Pokemon, and has a gigantic field of multicolored flowers with paths weaving through them so that people can avoid stepping on them, but also neighbors Sinnoh's tiny wind power plant and its slightly larger metalworking plant, which itself is a huge maze of furnaces and machinery. Orberg is a mining town with vents along the streets to filter in clean air, small metal roofs line the city's buildings, and the machinery of the mine leads down into its lower sections, while also being next to a museum of coal mining. They're just really proud of their guys. There's also some more lore-dense areas. Celestic has an ancient shrine dedicated to Sinnoh's creators, murals depicting it. Canalave has a large library of books that go into more detail, and Hearthome has a whole Christian-style church dedicated to this topic. A bold decision, but brings up a lot of interesting things that have stuck with the series ever since. I'll be touching on the world a lot more as we go, but I must say, I love Sinnoh. I guess there is one last thing to address. Diamond and Pearl are miserably slow. It's probably the most infamous thing about it. Walking is slow, running is slow, biking isn't slow, but there's a weird turn delay when moving, some kind of buffer issue that makes it feel clunky. Menus have that same delay, especially text menus. Surfing goes at your walking speed instead of your running speed for no apparent reason, and the HP bar lowers incorrectly, which causes it to drag out forever. The game feels like it never received any polish after being finished for the simple reason that it takes so long to do anything and everything. You could probably trim a third off your playtime at least if the game ran correctly in every aspect, and it's absolutely maddening. I really can't even blame people who declined to play Diamond and Pearl since the third version fixed this huge issue entirely. Anyway, it's finally time to start. Lucas and Donna are protagonists, and while they're no more notable than before, whichever one you don't choose becomes a relatively important NPC, but not a rival, which is a neat little twist on Gen 3's take. Becoming Professor Rowan's assistant and sort of just hanging out with him throughout the game, giving light direction on progression and tutorials like the catching one. Twinleaf, our home, doesn't have a lot going on, pretty much just having our house and our rival's house. The first game not to have the professor's lab in the opening area, and it's quiet and peaceful. Barry is our rival, and while he does have a lot of personality, I'm not really sure how I feel about him. Unlike Blue, he isn't cocky, unlike Silver, he doesn't have much of an arc, and he lands somewhere closer to the Gen 3 rival. He's energetic, always rushing around and bumping into you, and wants to get stronger after some losses to the villains, but he's fairly friendly and has a very Gen 4 team. To be fair, you probably will too. The game opens on rumors of a red Gyarados, heavily implying this game takes place in the middle of the events of the Gen 2 remakes, 1999 or 2000, despite the advancements in Poke technology, and Barry drags you out to Lake Verity to look around for a Gyarados or the Lake Zone Guardian, happening to pass Professor Rowan and the other player characters they go, who have forgotten a briefcase in the grass where the pair get attacked by wild Pokemon and are forced to choose a starter to fend them off. Slight contrivance of the setup aside, the player and Barry get their starters here, with Barry taking the one that has a type advantage over the player, as is tradition. The starters are some of the most interesting yet in my opinion, and that's kind of a high bar given Swampert, Blaziken, Venusaur, Charizard. The grass starter is Turtwig, which evolves into Grotle at 18, and Torterra at 32, where it gains the ground typing. Torterra might be my favorite starter ever, design-wise anyway. Just a great execution of the Bonsai Island turtle concept, although it's undoubtedly the weakest of the trio. Its really solid defenses get offset by the grass ground typing, giving it few resists, a 4x weakness to ice, and a lot of neutrality, although it does hit pretty hard when it gets the chance, and its stab combo is pretty great. Torterra leans into its gimmick well. Curse lets it boost the stuff that matters, its attack and defense, at the non-existent cost of its already bad speed, while Rock Polish lets it go fast and bulky instead. And with some work and the help of leftovers, it can put in the hits it looks like it should, although it struggles a bit with its move pool, only getting rock coverage like Stone Edge and I guess Crunch. And physical grass is a bit rough as it needs the relearner to get Wood Hammer, a really great move that also has a recoil drawback to negate some of its upside. On the opposite end of the spectrum is the Fire Starter, one of the most ludicrously tuned Pokemon of this game and an absolute monster. Chimchar starts out simple, but gains the fighting type when it becomes Monferno at 14, and Infernape, which it becomes at 36, is just absurd. Yes, we are doing firefighting again, but now we're in the first era of min-maxing. Its attacking stats are still mixed, a little bit lower than Blaziken's, as is its bulk, very slightly, but in return it hits 108 base speed. This little glass cannon is faster than hell, it can go in any direction. A special attacker with Nasty Plot, which is a sword stance for special moves, Fire Blast, Focus Blast, a full-blown risky physical attacker that weakens itself with Flare Blitz in close combat, or something in between. It even gets a mountain of coverage with Thunder Punch and Platinum, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Poison Jab. Its only bad quality is that you need to figure out what 4 moves to cram on it, and, you know, it dies to everything, but if you outspeed in one shot, that doesn't really matter. Piplup is the water type, becomes Prinplup at 16, and the Water Steel Empoleon at 36. It's pretty good. Water types always kind of just do the water thing. They benefit off of getting Surf, get some ice coverage, and Empoleon specifically loves the existence of Flash Cannon as a special steel move, although pre-fairy that doesn't matter as much since it's not scared of rock types or ice. Empoleon is decently bulky and has good special attack, but the typing does a ton of heavy lifting. I mean, it resists 12 types and is immune to a 13th out of 18, although it does notably fear Infernape a little bit. It's just a real solid Pokemon that does the water thing extremely well. Also, this group all have the standard starter abilities, Overgrow, Blaze, and Torrent respectively, which is pretty relevant for bulkier guys like Torterra and Empoleon, although a lot less so for Infernape, even in an in-game run. Rowan is pretty chill about the theft of his special Pokemon, honestly. He kinda just shrugs it off and says, well, the Pokemon seem to like you, so I guess it's fine, and the other player character is hesitant, but whatever, boss's orders. By the time you return the 20 steps home, Barry is gone, and your mom says you should swing by the lab to talk to Rowan, and that's your setup, it's time to head out. Route 201 sure is Route 1, but horizontal this time. There are small patches of grass, ledges to skip it on the way back. They did the thing again. And in the same manner, we get our early route bird and mammal. Starly is normal flying, becomes Staravia at 14, then Staraptor at 34. Starly has the perfectly adequate ability Keen Eye, but its evolutions get Intimidate. They were aiming for this to be the first good early route bird, and they absolutely succeeded. Staraptor is another early example of min-maxing. Crazy attack, good speed, frailer than hell. It's a very simple Pokemon. You click Brave Bird or Close Combat. You rarely need anything else, maybe like Return or something for some normal stab. And it's damn good coverage for the first early route bird coverage move, threatening the ice and rock guys that would otherwise threaten it, and it also gets U-turn, which is a generally good move that lets you switch out after using it, but you also have to cram Fly and Defog on there somewhere, which is a bit unfortunate. Staraptor is one of the generic Sinnoh team bonds. Find any random playthrough on the internet and you'll almost certainly see it. Hell, I used it, as well as several other of the generic Sinnoh mons almost every team is comprised of, and it doesn't hurt that it's real good. We'll be talking about the last 4 pretty soon, don't worry. Bidoof is another of the generic Sinnoh team, a normal type that gains water when it becomes Bibarel at 15, although it's not really used for its attributes beyond learning every single HM except for Fly and Defog. Very frequently, you'll see this guy at the back of the party just stacked with Surf and Waterfall, Cut, Rock Climb, maybe Strength if something else can use Waterfall or Surf. It's kind of a shame. Despite its goofy appearance and mostly bad stats, it has some pretty cool attributes. Simple doubles its stat boosts in either direction, which lets it go crazy curse maxing, while Unaware instead lets it set up boosts in the face of something else trying to do the same by ignoring enemy stat changes. It gets superpowers, fighting coverage, a bunch of random electric moves, only the special ones though. It does the funny rollout stuff well enough. I'm not gonna say it's good or anything, it's visibly not, but they clearly tried to give it some redeeming qualities and it kinda comes together, and most people just use it to carry around Surf and Strength. Instead of heading to Rowan's lab directly, we can also head backwards to Verity Lakefront. That was fun. Lake Verity itself has the same 2 Pokemon, but there's a little guy who lives here that becomes important much later. Let's actually move on. Sandgem is a sleepy little town too, but with a bit of beach creeping up from the mostly inaccessible Route 219. Pretty standard outside of the professor's lab, where he kinda just gives you the quick rundown. I'm studying evolution, here's a Pokedex, see ya. He's a short-spoken and gruff, but soft-hearted guy, which doesn't give him a lot of personality unfortunately, but I do kinda like him despite that. Maybe it's just his design, he looks very respectable. The only other notable location here is the house of the opposite player character, Rowan's assistant. Their whole family works with Rowan, and their dad appears time to time to speak to you and gift you things. But also, Lucas, or Dawn's little sister, is important in the post-game, as she tells you where swarms are going on, so you don't have to mash through all the TV dialogue to find out. Route 202? I mean, it's kind of more 201, but with a catching tutorial, trainers, and a switchback design. Same ledge gimmick and all. We're starting off real slow, but things do start to pick up quickly. 202 has the same 2 Pokemon as before, but they're joined by 2 others. Kricketot is the new early route bug, Pure Bug this time, and becomes Kricketune at 10, where it trades the passable Shed Skin ability for Swarm, the bug-type variants of the starter abilities. Even compared to the others of its archetype, Butterfree, Beedrill, Ledian, Ariados, Beautifly, and Dustox, Kricketune is a giant shitmon, almost certainly the worst Pokemon of the generation. Kricketot only learns Growl and Bide, 2 moves that don't even work well together, and even after evolving, Kricketune has some pretty comical stats. A slow, frail physical attacker with worse attack than Empoleon, a special attacker, and a pretty bad type to boot. What am I meant to say? Cross Scissor is a good move, and about 40 Pokemon use it better. Its only coverage is Night Slash. It's kinda cute that it gets Sing and Perish Song, and it's got the best cry in the entire series, but it's so titanically unusable that it's kind of insane. Shinx, on the other hand, is yet another member of the generic Sinnoh team, a pure electric that becomes Luxio at 15 and Luxray at 30. One of its abilities is Rivalry, which is, not bad. A 25% boost against the same gender is pretty decent half the time, but the big thing is, it also has Intimidate. Luxray has one standout stat, its attack, which matches Staraptor's, although everything else is pretty mediocre. Luxray is decently good. Not overwhelming, but also kinda straightforward. Physical electric moves are still pretty rare. I mean, they still really don't exist at all, but you're pretty much just using Thunderfang and Crunch, and you can technically breed for the Fire and Ice Fangs, but those are late game at best. You're probably praying for Paralysis and then hitting Swagger to try to lock the opponent down and clicking the kill buttons while you wait. It's certainly not bad and pretty important coverage regardless of starter, but it's surprisingly flawed for how popular it is. Jubilife is the bustling center of Sinnoh. A very offset center. More modern than most areas of Sinnoh, with paved roads, cute little streetlights, and housing a number of locations. The global trade system is a bit plain, but serves as the hub for the online stuff. The trainer's school has some tips and tricks for new players and some surprisingly tough kids to gain experience against, plus you bump into Barry here, who quickly runs off again. There's the TV station, which doesn't have a lot to see in it, but it is kinda neat that they thought to include it, since the TV is a good way of catching up on the story after a break, and also reports on swarms, plus it looks pretty cool. And the Poketch Company headquarters. When you first arrive, you take part in a promotion by finding 3 clowns around the city who ask simple battle questions in exchange for tickets to get yourself a Poketch, and after each gym you can return for some new apps, which is a cute way to keep you coming back. Despite the size, Jubilife is kinda mellow too. There's a lot to see and do, but nothing all too pressing or crucial, and exploring it is just fun. Jubilife also branches in all 4 directions. To the west is 218. It's a water route, it's basically a dead end right now. Although a fisherman in the gate between it and Jubilife gives you an old rod. You know what that means. Magikarp evolves at 20 into Gyarados, where it goes from water to water flying. Our third Pokemon that can use Intimidate this early in the game, and of all the Pokemon happy about the physical special split, it sure is one of them. The existence of Waterfall is basically a dream for it. Its typing is great, it does the Ice Fang thing, the Dragon Dance to boost like crazy thing. It gets all the coverage, Outrage, Earthquake, Stone Edge. It has a flying move and bounce. It's like the best Pokemon in the game, and like in every gen so far, it's available 20 minutes in. 204 lies to the north, and you can travel a bit in this direction. It's a cute little route in 2 parts, one inaccessible, but the lower part has these nice little picket fences, giving it the vibe of sort of being a little section of nature, like a park or something, used to escape the hustle and bustle of Jubilife. At night, Zubat appears here, although if it's not night, you're going to be seeing a lot more Zubat soon anyway. It's not a huge deal if you miss it here. Zubat evolves at 22 into Golbat, then into Crobat by friendship after, and the whole line is poison flying. And I mean, we all know Crobat this many games in. Inner Focus is a touch situational, but not flinching is nice. It has incredible speed and everything else is decent, and Poison Flying is kind of an awkward type defensively, but not the worst by a long shot either. The nice thing about Crobat this gen is that it gets some nice physical moves. Cross Poison is a nice little addition to the Poison toolkit, even if Poison is kind of niche as an attacking type. Cross Scissor is fantastic. You can breed for Brave Bird, which is a fucking incredible move for this guy. I unironically would have loved to use it if I hadn't previously, but, you know, it's kind of hard to avoid Golbat in these games. Now for another member of generic Sinnoh, and a pretty big one in DP as a whole. I mean, this is a game with a lot of pre-evolutions and evolutions for old Pokemon, as inaccessible as they may be, and Budew is one of the few that's readily available. Why does Budew exist? I mean, I guess Roselia would have been a bit overpowered for pre-Gym 1, and honestly would have eaten that gym alive, so here it is. Budew itself is a baby. It's bad, but its grass poison typing is pretty nice for Infernape's sake especially, and honestly even for Empoleon's. Grass poison is just generally great. It evolves into Roselia via High Friendship, but only during the day, then again into Roserade via Shiny Stone. With pickup, you can maybe get this a bit earlier, although pickup options are limited at best, so you're more likely rolling with Roselia until around the 6th gym. Roserade retains its predecessor's abilities, Poison Point, which is an occasionally nice punishment for poking it in the form of Poison Chip, and Natural Cure, which gives it an out for the fairly constant threat status provides throughout the game, and honestly, it's a pretty great Pokemon. The typing helps a lot, and the lack of competition from others of the same type, unlike Gen 1, and at 125, its special attack is pretty nuts, and it has good speed at the very least, plus enough special bulk to survive a few hits. It's a fairly simple but effective teammate. It has some great stab moves in Energy Ball and Sludge Bomb, can set Toxic Spikes to wear down an enemy team, and can Leech Seed to further that. Simple, effective, great Pokemon for non-Torterra teams, and one that you will very frequently see on people's teams when they're playing through this game because it is easily accessible and also good. Route 204 is split in half by our first, I was going to call it a dungeon, but it's 10 steps on the main path, and the back areas with some cool items require Surf, although both paths are blocked by Rock Smash for now. Still, there are a couple of things to find here. At a 2% encounter rate is Psyduck. I kinda get it, it absolutely decimates the first gym, but like at this rate, in this little 8x8 space, it feels kinda pointless to even hunt for it when it's available immediately after the first gym at much higher rates. Psyduck is water and becomes Golduck at 33 and has some curious abilities. Damp is surprisingly relevant throughout the game, if only for the prevalence of Geodude and Graveler, who love exploding, especially as you get further and further on. And Cloud9 makes some of the game's routes a little more terrible, primarily up north with the Endless Hail, but there is a sandstorm area elsewhere. Golduck is serviceable as always. The fact that it's water and you kinda can't beat the game without water helps, but it's kinda average or subpar at everything, even if its little bonus psychic coverage isn't wholesale unique for water types, but it is very functional. Geodude is also in this cave, and pretty much every other cave in the game, as is Zubat, which makes them kind of exhausting as always. Geodude evolves at 25 into Graveler, but is, as always, a touch held back by Golem being a trait evolution, which limits how strong it gets in a vacuum. Ground Rock remains a type that's pretty flawed, just kinda weak to a lot of good types and resistant to a lot of non-offensive types. Neither ability inspires much confidence either. Rockhead gives Golem niche at best recoil prevention to takedown and double edge, and Sturdy still doesn't do anything. It just blocks the absurdly rare and not very good one-hit KO moves that I don't think a single opponent in the game uses. That said, Golem at least has the benefit of good defense, good attack, and good stabs, plus being a guy who can press the stealth rock button, the existence of which completely warped the game around entry hazards and are generally useful in game too for chipping most things enough to make a difference. Moving in the proper direction, Route 203 is another simple one. We're still in the simple Kanto-like beginnings, but I do like the way the paved road kind of peters out into a dirt trail, and also we get to fight Barry. Usually these first rival battles just consist of clicking tackle, scratch, or pound and hoping for the best, and to be fair, this fight isn't a ton more than that, but you have had a little bit of opportunity to catch some Pokemon, and you probably have a few levels on Barry. You're pretty likely to also be using his new party member against him as well, Starly, which is free experience now, but becomes one of his most threatening party members in time. Route 203's only addition is Abra, which is kind of a pain to actually catch currently. I guess you could try to outspeed or quick claw it, and use like Sing on Cricketune or maybe fish for a Shinx paralysis, but its usual strategy of teleporting away constantly means unless you're intending to use it, like immediately, you're better off going for the Abra trade in the next town, which also has the benefit of the bonus experience for traded Pokemon, or waiting for Great Balls, which makes the hunt a little less random. Anyways, Abra is Psychic, and evolves at 16 into Kadabra and into Alakazam by trade, and beyond the usual trade issue, really hasn't changed much. Synchronize is a decent way to punish status, Inner Focus is fine, it's a Psychic type special attacker with great special coverage, and some new methods of boosting like Nasty Plots. It does the same thing it's always done, clicking Psychic very well, and its biggest buff is probably Shadow Ball being a special move now. That is to say that it's a fantastic Pokemon, but we've seen Alakazam and Kadabra 100 times at this point. Now, Oreburgh Gate. This is a real oh. It's over. Thanks for the Rock Smash, HM, I guess. Oreburgh is an industrious little city, and one of the strongest themed in Sinnoh, I think. The mine in the bottom corner spills out into the city with blocky little trucks and conveyor belts moving minerals to a big factory. An NPC proudly tells you about the ventilation shafts for the mine, and the tin roofs give this whole thing a simple and industrious feel, despite the addition of a new apartment building. You can trade him a Chop for an Abra here, which is a nice way to save precious Pokeballs early on. The museum is also an interesting choice, mirroring Kanto heavily, but instead of cool stuff, there's a really big slab of coal. Sure is cool, my man. Enjoy your trip. Like Kanto, this museum also serves as the fossil restoration hub because this receptionist apparently moonlights as a mad scientist. I guess I moonlight as a guy who makes Pokemon videos once a year, so I guess anything's possible. Anyway, the gym leader isn't home, so let's look around a little. Up north is Route 207, a tiny square block of grass with a muddy hill blocking access to whatever's above. The only reason to stop here is Machop, which evolves at 28 into Machoke and then again by trade into Machamp, which like Golem does suffer from trait evolution syndrome. Machamp does nothing new. Fighting type moves have improved significantly ever since Gen 3, and it has a few nice new tools. Guts is way better with the existence of the Flame and Toxic Orbs, and No Guard is an interesting new ability, removing accuracy checks going both ways, which definitely opens up interesting stuff with like Dynamic Punch, which otherwise has a 50% accuracy, but Machamp kinda just does what it always did. Hits really fucking hard and happens to be an option for the first gym alongside Budu and I guess Psyduck if you're insane. Oreburgh Mine isn't much of a first dungeon, even comparatively to the rest of the series. It's essentially a small loop with a ledge blocking you off from an item if you go the wrong way, and a few trainers, namely the gym leader, who returns to the gym when spoken to. Onix can be found here and evolves by trade while holding Metal Coat into Steelix, although notably dodges the fate of Machamp and Alakazam because Steelix is just available in this game, although quite a bit later. Yep, they finally loosened the restrictions on trade evolutions, if only a tiny bit. Onix isn't really worth considering. It's a worse rock ground than even Graveler and has maybe the funniest looking stat distribution ever. But Steelix is pretty good. Steel Ground was always good, but now it's good and has usable steel moves. Did I ever point out that Onix has the same abilities as Geodude? What an odd little detail. Steelix isn't groundbreaking or anything. It is literally in like a lore sense, but most of its stats and its insane defense are still kinda bad, but it's really annoying to deal with a lot of time, and it has shockingly good coverage with the Elemental Fangs. It's a cool choice if you're still down to add to your team 6 badges in. I guess with that we can finally get to the first gym, and they went with Rock again, the old classic. You're going to learn about type advantages whether you want to or not. A large majority of the Pokemon you've met this far are basically useless against this, and 2 of the 3 starters decimate it without any issue whatsoever, while Chimchar has to grind a little extra to evolve first, or just decimate it with Budu and B-Barrel. They apparently weren't really feeling creative with the layout either. For the 3rd rock gym out of 4 generations, the layout is functionally the same as the previous 2. A straight line path that takes you past 2 trainers, and a switchback route around them, although this one immediately does show the layering of the 3D nicely with the bridge and stairs. Roark is probably the least interesting gym leader in Sinnoh, unfortunately. He's hardworking and nice, but he lacks a bit of the extra flavor most of Sinnoh's leaders have, although you can meet him in the underground the first time you go down there, which I think is a nice little detail. and he is very tough for a first fight. I mean, he's basically Super Brock, Geodude, Onix, and his new ace Pokemon, Cranidos, one of this gen's fossil Pokemon, and kind of a sick pick for it. Cranidos is actually pretty intimidating with its 125 attack, even if every other stat is non-existent. We'll get back into more detail with it later, but it's kind of a menacing first ace, especially given that Roark's TM and signature move are Stealth Rock, which is relatively low impact for now, but a crazy powerhouse of a move for the rest of the game. The rest of the series, really. Just a fantastic reward for beating him. The first arc of Diamond and Pearl is kinda weird. It really does feel like we're just running through the hits, with Jubilee crammed in there briefly. I don't even mean the starting on the simple grassy routes necessarily, but where Gen 3 was going way outside of the box with its early route mods, Gen 4 is kinda just doing good versions of old stuff. You know, Staraptor, B-Barrel, Shinx kinda, I guess, is like a functional Poochyena in a way. And with the general layout of Kanto and the samey rock gym, it really does feel like a pretty safe start, even if I like a lot of the Pokemon so far. It's worth noting that from here, new Pokemon kinda slow down. Sinnoh has a lot of dex problems, repetitive encounters consisting largely of things we saw in the first part, and their evolutions, bad type distribution, bad gimmicks to obtain Pokemon. Rock Smash opens up a little bit. You can go to Orberg Gate's lower level, which has Psyduck at a reasonable encounter rate and has a few good TMs, Brick Break, and one of the plates, although a lot of that is locked off by bike ramps and surf. More importantly, we can go slightly deeper into Ravage Path and therefore to Northern 204. I like the little gardens here. They're cute. Floroma serves as a tiny little pit stop. The color of the grass especially, I think, kind of undermines the cute little flower arrangements, but I appreciate that there's dedicated paths to reach the meadow without stepping on the flowers, and the meadow itself does the same, but isn't accessible without surf. The town's only notable landmark is the flower shop, which kind of serves as a hub for the berry growing and harvesting stuff, which is still around and useful for using as items and contests, I guess. The real interest here is the lore ties to one of the game's Mythicals, which was always implied to be the catalyst for the flowers in Floroma blooming, and which has its special item given out here in Platinum. Legends Arceus would outright confirm this event, but that's all for much later as well. The story also begins here. The grove is blocked off by two odd-looking guys, and the Valley Windworks nearby has been taken over by a mysterious group, although you do meet two of them before you come here, I just forgot to mention it. Valley Windworks is a simple little wind-based power plant. Between the river and Little Wooden Bridge, it's a very comfy little spot. I like how the fans just kind of mindlessly roll away, and there's this little river, cute little grass patch that leads up to it with a little fence. The door is locked, but there's a bit of grass outside, and it has a few new Pokemon. Pachirisu is this game's Pika clone, a single-stage electric squirrel, very cute, and also very questionable. As always, Runaway kinda does nothing. Most wild battles ain't that serious that you need to run away, but Pickup is nice. I mean, it gives it a lot of access to evolution stones and ways to make money, even if it'll never again be in the Ruby and Sapphire era of 100 rare candies by Gym 3 again. Pachirisu is really weird. It has good defenses, especially on the special end, good speed, and terrible fucking attack stats, just dreadful. It's also an electric, so it kinda just uses electric moves with absolutely no coverage. It survives decently well, but it's not a very fun Pokemon. And yes, I know it was at Worlds once. I saw the 800 full swipe gaming videos. That doesn't change my opinion here. It's not a very good Pokemon outside of that one niche case. Buizel is our first dedicated physical water. I mean, like, if you ignore Gyarados and stuff, but those Pokemon were designed that way to be worse. And it evolves into Floatzel at 26. Well frail, it has solid attack, great speed, and was a premier user of Aqua Jet, the water-type retrain of Quick Attack, which has proven to be inordinately powerful despite its low base power. Not to mention Waterfall, Ice Fang, Crunch, and with Swift Swim, it becomes even more menacing in Rain. It's already fast, but at that point it's just never getting hit again. This is another generic Sinnoh guy, really only not appearing on Empoleon teams, and it's a very solid partner, especially for Torterra where it counters Infernape well. Lastly, we have Shellos, the West Sea version. Gen 4 was the start of Form Mania. Forms became a huge part of the series, and they were just thrown around indiscriminately here. Shellos also has an East Sea variant. The difference? West is pink and East is blue, and West appears to the west of Coronet, and you get the idea. It is interesting that it implies an ecological divide along the central mountain range, and characters even bring this up directly, but it doesn't impact a lot. Both Shellos start as water types and gain ground when they become their respective Gastrodons, and yeah, we're doing the water ground thing again, it's a fucking great type. Gastrodon is an odd one. Sort of like Quagsire, outside of its HP, it's a fairly underwhelming Pokemon, but that HP and type help a ton. As for abilities, Sticky Hold prevents it from losing its item via Knockoff Thief or other niche ways, which is nice. Knockoff especially would continue to grow in relevance throughout the generations, but it rarely comes up in the story. Storm Drain, on the other hand, is a neat extra immunity and a fun doubles trick, redirecting water moves to Gastrodon, negating the damage, and boosting its special attack. It's Lightning Rod for water types. In singles, you kinda need to force it, but it can be pretty sick in doubles. Anyway, it's a big thick slug that gets to be the special ground guy, which is cool because special ground tends to counter rock and steel types very well, while it also does the typical water and ice stuff decently. It's a really cool Pokemon, even if it is just playing into like the bulky special attacker archetype. Anyway, we need to march over to the meadow to fight the weirdos and get the key, which incites our first battle with Team Galactic, who have this wacky kinda retro future spaceman thing going on and goofy blue bob cuts. We certainly aren't fighting random Yakuza goons anymore. There's not a ton to go off of yet, we don't really know the group's goals, but throughout the game they do have a set of Pokemon they tend to like. Glameow and Stunky especially, but also Zubat of course, and members of the Wurmple line. And later on, a couple others like Krogunk and Toxicroak. With the key, we can enter the Windworks, a sort of tiny interior dungeon full of galactic grunts, and one of their admins, Mars. The space theme obviously runs very deeply through Galactic. Mars outright admits the plan. Steal a bunch of electricity. Are you guys like charging a bunch of batteries or something? I know what this is being used for, which doesn't help much. I don't really know what they're using electricity for. Mars uses a Zubat, pretty typical for the villains, but her ace is Purugly. While mostly a standard normal type, it does kinda have the Persian thing going on despite how it looks. It's fast and it hits pretty hard, if only for being fully evolved against your party of first and maybe a couple second stages. And while normal has fallen off a lot from its peak in Gen 1, that neutrality becomes a huge threat here. We'll talk about Purugly much later, but the bosses in this game tend to have a really good level of challenge. Gyms, Galactics, the Elite Four. Part of it is limited Pokemon selection, but there is some genuinely great stuff here. After scaring off Galactic, to the joy of the station operator's daughter, Drifloon will return to the Windworks where it likes to hang out on Fridays. Like, real-life Fridays is a fixed encounter. Drifloon is Ghost Flying, a neat type, but one with bad synergy that gives it all the weaknesses of both, and becomes Drifblim at 28. While I did bring up the weakness issue, Drifblim has a pretty staggering HP stat, letting it glance off some of the damage it's going to be taking, and just has a kind of fascinating move pool for its decent special attack, joining the expected Shadow Ball and Psychic with a whole lot of electric moves. I guess it's like a weather balloon thing, Will-O-Wisp to spread burns, and Silver Wind, the bug-type ancient power, in case it needs to hit something that Ominous Wind, the ghost-type Silver Wind, can't. Plus, it's a choice for Fly and Defog in the event you're not on Staraptor. It also has two interesting aviation-related abilities. Aftermath causes it to explode when knocked out by a contact move, draining a fourth of the attacker's maximum HP, which isn't all that good when used by you, but tends to be really annoying when used against you, and you will be seeing Drifblim an awful lot. And Unburden doubles Drifblim's speed when it goes from holding an item to not, either by consuming a berry or a similar single-use item, or when hit by a move like Knock Off or Thief, which suddenly turns Drifblim into a fighter jet. Both are really cool for it, and Unburden especially offers it some unique little builds to turn it into a surprisingly scary sweeper. It's fun and cute and silly, and it works really well for its strange niche little application. Another reward for saving the Windworks is access to the Honey Salesman and the opening of Pandora's Box. Scattered around Sinnoh are 20 honey trees, 18 of which are fairly standard. You stick honey on them, wait 6 hours, a Pokemon probably appears, although there is a small dud chance, and if you don't return within 24 hours, you miss your shot. There's a very obvious tedium off the bat, flying all over Sinnoh to hunt down the Pokemon on the trees, most of whom are exclusive to them. Even then, it's not quite that simple. These trees have 2 pools chosen at random when slathering the honey, which each have slightly different encounter tables and rates. Also, putting honey on a tree that was the last tree you put honey on has a 90% chance to give you the same encounter table, which is a real obscure and weird mechanic to be mindful of. Then there's the special trees, 4 of them across Sinnoh, 2 determined by your trainer ID and therefore easily calculable, and 2 determined by your secret ID, which requires special tools to know. These special trees have a special table with 1 encounter on it, a straight 100%. However, that table has a 1% chance of appearing, and it is maddening, even knowing 2 of the trees. I had the good luck to get these 2 trees in the Floaroma area to be these special trees and pearls, and I would go back every time I had spare change to slam my head into tree hell. It's maybe the worst encounter in the whole series. Anyways, what do you actually get for the efforts? Let's start with the normal encounters. Firstly, Wurmple, or sometimes Silcoon and Diamond, or Cascoon and Pearl. Gen 3's early route bug. Wurmple is available elsewhere, but so common it's basically an inevitability from trees and evolves into Silcoon or Cascoon at level 7, functionally at random, where both of these then evolve at 10 into Beautifly and Dustox respectively. To do some quick tidying up, Wurmple is a bug type and a slightly better Caterpie. It even has Shield Dust. Silcoon and Cascoon are Metapod, they even have Shed Skin, so let's get to the big boys. Beautifly gains flying. We are now in the Stealth Rock era, and this typing has become even more brutal than it already was, beyond probably being the worst in the series already, but hey, it pretty much immediately gets swarm when you send it in against them. Saying that, Beautifly is slightly better than it once was. The existence of Bug Buzz is a huge boon as a special attacker and lets it properly menace basically exactly grass and dark types, but it's still neat. It has a lot of issues, mind you. It's slow and frail, but it might unironically push it to kind of usable as far as early route bugs go. Dustox, on the other hand, becomes a defensive bug poison. It has the unfortunate issue of not really doing anything, but also appreciates using its stabs specially. Its main role is apparently press the poison button and hope being a mediocre defender is good enough, and hey, at least you have shield dust to dodge getting burned from the fire punch that still knocks you out, and that's generally not good enough to actually be usable. I feel like Combee is kind of a bad design, a little clunky, but I find it oddly cute. Combee is a bug flying, which is not a great start, and also has an 8-to-1 male to female ratio, which is surprisingly relevant, as male Combee are genetic dead ends. While gender has functionally existed since Gen 1 with the Nidorans, it really only affected a few abilities and the infatuation status condition. Gen 4 gave a lot of Pokemon visual gender differences. The prototype that leaked a while back showed every Pokemon had them initially, but I'm sure someone pointed out the logistics issue of drawing every Pokemon twice, and it was cut down to have about half of all Pokemon with gender differences. Most are pretty subtle. Alakazam's whiskers are longer for males, some are more obvious. Female Wobbuffet wear lipstick, and some, like Combee, go a step further. Male Combee never evolves. It learns Sweet Scent, Gust, and Bug Bites, and its stats are terrible. Its only function is its signature ability Honey Gather, which generates you honey after 50% of battles, which is not a good way to make money, but can be used for healing in a pinch, but is more clearly meant to be an aid in tree farming. Female Combee, on the other hand, evolve at level 21 and become Vespiquen, an extremely unique and cool Pokemon that has become one of my Gen 4 favorites. A slow, bulky bug with pressure to wear down opponents' power points that has 3 signature moves. Attack Order, a shockingly strong bug move that has a boosted crit chance, sort of like a bug-type slash. Defend Order, which boosts both defenses, and Heal Order. This one is literally just a more flavorful variant of Recover. Vespiquen is a bad Pokemon, but it's mostly the fault of its typing, and honestly, it's just a really fun Pokemon. To be the queen commanding your little peons to rush down opponents, shield you with their bodies, or fill you with honey, just a great design and fun concept with a very unfortunate and massive typing issue. Burmy is pure bug and better resembles Caterpie than this gen's actual early route bug, although it gets Protect instead of String Shot, and Shed Skin remove status instead of trying to guard against it. Burmy has 3 interchangeable forms, though these are mostly aesthetic, always being encountered in its plant cloak, and changing into that form after being sent out in battle while outside in most areas, changing into its sandy cloak after battling in a cave or in a desert, and changing into its trash cloak when battling in a building. Definitely the most difficult one to obtain, although this game does have a building with wild encounters very shortly from here. Like Combee, Burmy's evolution is gender dependent. Its male evolution ignores its forms entirely, while its female evolution goes all in on it. To start with the female version, where Madam has the same 3 forms, but keeps them permanently depending on what form Burmy evolved in, and this is the first form to significantly change a Pokemon's gameplay. Plant Cloak Wormadam is Bug Grass, Sandy Cloak is Bug Ground, and Trash Cloak is Bug Steel. Guess which one is largely the best? All 3 share a lot of attributes. They all have Anticipation, a bad ability that warns you about super effective moves. They share most of the same moves as each other, but have different stats, and each gets a few unique moves. All 3 of them lean defensive, but Plant Cloak leans into its special stats. Too bad the type is really weakness-laden, especially when it comes to fire and flying. Its special moves are Razor Leaf and Leaf Storm, a crazy move with 140 base power that lowers your special attack twice after using it. That move makes it tempting, but this is like bad Parasect, right? It's really rough on the typing end, even though it's cool. I really like Sandy Cloak. Bug Ground only belonged to the uninvolved Nikita before this, and the type is hypothetically cool. This form leans physical and gets Rock Blast and Fissure. Rock Blast is really cool coverage as a multi-hit rock move, but I don't know, you can aim higher as far as something that clicks Earthquake goes. Most interestingly is Trash Cloak. Bug Steel is a hell of a type, 1 weakness, tons of resists, although making this the balanced one leaves its stats overall underwhelming, although Mirror Shot and Iron Head are both nice stabs for it when it learns them. The fact that it also gets Stealth Rocks is nice, allowing it to act as a really janky fortress in the absence of Pineco in the main game, which does make it perfectly usable if slightly awkward. On the other hand, Mothin blows off the form gimmick entirely to become Bug Flying with Swarm. It is categorically a very, very slightly better Beautifly. Same defense, slightly better special attack, way better attack, slightly better HP, exactly 1 point faster, an almost identical moveset. It's still a pretty bad Pokemon, but if you're going to use Beautifly, you may as well use Beautify Plus. Cherubi is pure grass with the pretty standard chlorophyll ability boosting its speed and sun. I bring this up because at 25, when it becomes Cherrim, it gets a weird little signature ability, Flower Gift, which boosts Cherrim and any double partner's attacking stats by 50% in the sun, and also changes Cherrim from its Overcast form to its Sunshine form, although it's a purely visual change. On paper, this sounds pretty sweet. A little bit double-centric, which doesn't come up much in the story, but a neat little way to promote synergy, especially on Sun teams. However, someone at Gamefreak was apparently terrified of the power Cherrim possessed, giving it mediocre stats across the board. Don't get me wrong, in Sun its special attack is very good, but it's also a sitting duck, a massive target for your opponent to double target into, and pretty slow, while also being very vulnerable to any type of weather disruption, the weather changing, or the weather simply timing out, which immediately turns it useless. It gets all the grass moves, it gets growth to go even crazier in Sun, but it's generally got such a huge target directly on its adorable little head that it becomes frustrating to jump through the hoops for a generally worse payoff than just running Roserade. Speaking of Roserade, Aipom is one of the few Pokemon in Diamond and Pearl that can evolve into its new evolution for this gen before beating the game. I really can't even imagine why they restricted them so heavily, but here Aipom is. Aipom itself is a normal type with Runaway and Pickup, and honestly, Pickup is kind of a nice little bonus, but you probably want a Runaway one. Aipom now evolves into Ambipom when leveled up while knowing Double Hit, so functionally at level 32. Why did they make Ambipom look like this? Why'd they give him this Michael Jackson nose? Aipom is adorable, but they gave him this and the dick fingers. This should have been such a slam dunk. I don't know what they were thinking. Ambipom replaces Runaway with Technician, which is a fantastic ability that applies 50% bonus damage to any move with 60 base power or less. Double Hit suddenly becomes Return, but it pierces through Focus Sash. Fake Out becomes even better. Some random coverage moves like Aerial Ace, Pursuit, although Pursuit only gets one boost or the other in this gen. Ambipom is fast as hell, has good attack, it's pretty frail and certainly not the most broken Pokemon ever, but it's a very respectable and fun option. Heracross is here again too. Heracross has not changed at all and just benefits from the nice little things that exist around it incidentally. Guts is way more reliable with Toxic and Flame Orb, which pushes out any usability Swarm hypothetically had. Better fighting moves exist with Superpower in close combat. Cross Scissor is a nice option even if Heracross still mostly uses Mega Horn. Its attack is still fantastic, its other stats are still fine. Its typing is great offensively. It's Heracross again. I guess that just leaves our little 1% monster. It's Munchlax. Pure Normal with Pickup and Thick Fat, it evolves into Snorlax by Friendship, where it drops Pickup for immunity, which prevents it from being poisoned, while Thick Fat effectively makes it resist Fire and Ice as a nice little bonus. My best guess is that before this, Snorlax had only been a fixed encounter and they wanted to preserve that unique quality, but also Snorlax is really good. It's really, really hard to take out on account of its giant health and defenses, and while it does need to set up curses to hit very hard, it can also just outlast anything and just mash Return and Earthquake and whatever else it wants. Having access to it before the second gym, potentially with a lot of grinding, would be crazy broken. So, I guess they turned it into a reward for the insane to limit its power, although that also makes it a nightmare for completionists like myself. Anyway, that's enough about trees, we can finally move on. Route 205 is a personal highlight for me. Simple as it is, it does kind of have the Route 1 layout. The left side is a nice little ridge bordering the river. There's a couple little elevation changes, a little bridge. It's pretty comfy and has a nice little cabin at the end to heal up in. There's also a shortcut to 205's north half, but it's blocked by cut, forcing you to journey through Eterna Forest at least once. Eterna Forest is the first proper dungeon and has obvious parallels to Viridian, Elix, Petalburg, but it does have a unique design. Just a simple but fairly long little maze, although it's weird that there's no lighting change or anything. Platinum would fix this and add some nice shading to give it a more foresty feel that I think is really nice. Eterna introduces the Buddy Trainer system. This sorta weird, infrequent gimmick pops up 5 times and briefly turns the dungeons they appear in into double battles. Well, the trainer is with you, and they heal you after every battle, at least your first time through the dungeon. While it is cool that the game becomes doubles focused, these buddies tend to just act weird. They'll ruthlessly hunt down a wild Pokemon that you're attempting to catch, and often need to be friendly fired if you're serious about getting a catch, but then just tend to pass turns against the trainer battles where they'd actually be useful. Cheryl uses Chansey, which on the upside is great at soaking up hits for you while you do all the work. We finally get the first of the version exclusives here. Murkrow and Diamond is a dark flying type and has a new evolution via the Dust Stone, Honchkrow. Murkrow and its Pearl counterpart are a bit unfortunate. The first Dust Stone in the game comes right after the 7th gym, so unless you're really grinding the pickup table, you're going to be a bit underpowered for a good while. Honchkrow is a funny guy, great attack, good special attack, but it can't take a hit at all. Combine that with its ability Super Luck, which increases its crit rate, and you have a great situational killer with a strong defensive typing. Insomnia is not a terrible ability either, but getting put to sleep is relatively rare. It's not like Honchkrow needs to do anything too weird. Sucker Punch gives it a functional priority that offsets its low defenses. Night Slash boosts its crit rate even further. It's an all-around really cool Pokemon. In Gen 2, Mischievous felt like it was meant to lean into the tricky playstyle that Agatha established for ghost types. Mismagius, which it evolves into by Duststone, kinda says fuck it and goes all in. Good special stats, good speed, nothing else. It does the exact kind of things you'd hope. Clicks Shadow Ball and any amount of its great coverage as all ghosts have, Dark Pulse, Psychic, Thunder, and it has a couple tricky moves thrown in there like Perish Song and Pain Split. Plus it has Levitate, which is a generally solid ability. It's a Pokemon with a simple but flexible game plan for people playing Pearl. Kinda interesting, but not new, Wurmple is available in both versions, however Diamond has Silcoon and even Beautifly as a rare spawn, while Pearl has Cascoon and Dustox, one of the very few little soft exclusive changes in this game. Baneri is a simple little normal type with Runaway and Klutz, a really weird ability that negates the effects of held items that essentially only comes up for niche item swapping plays. It starts at 0 friendship for some reason and evolves by friendship in a Lopunny, which has a design. Hard to say why they did this, but people sure are weird about it. Lopunny trades out Runaway for Cute Charm, and I suppose passing Infatuation when it's getting hit is probably usually better than Klutz. Lopunny is a fast defensive Pokemon. Its attack is passable, and like most normals, it has pretty broad coverage, Jump Kick especially, but Bounce is nice too. It's slightly more interesting than other generic normal types, but it's still, at its core, a pretty basic normal type that isn't going to make a team that much more interesting unless you're like one of those people. At the end of the forest, we part ways with Cheryl and end up on North 205. It's basically just a cute little lake with fishermen on its bridge, including the 6 Magikarp guy. Classic. Eterna City is small but dense. Its highlights are the giant Team Galactic base looming over the city at the northern end of the map, and a statue of, well, actually it's sort of a combination statue of both legendaries, very intentionally designed to resemble both so as to accommodate both versions, which is a clever little trick. When you first arrive, a mysterious man is admiring the statue, but rushes off. You also get to meet Cynthia, a woman who's investigating the myths and legends of Sinnoh, and leaves you with the HM for cuts. Before moving on, there's a trade in Eterna, a Buizel for a Chatot, normal flying with Keen Eye, preventing accuracy luring, and Tangled Feet, which boosts evasion when confused. They're pretty standard abilities for a bird. Chatot is a bit of a hipster pick compared to Staraptor, although being a decently fast special attacker certainly isn't a bad thing, even if its move pool's a little shallow. Like, basically Hyper Voice and Chatter. Chatter is Chatot's signature move and was a really cute idea that should have been immediately vetoed by someone, allowing the player to use the DS microphone to record a short audio clip, the volume of which improves the move's chances of inflicting confusion. Problem 1, parents will want you to die because their kid is screeching to make Chatot like 5% better. And problem 2, as it turns out, most people recorded inappropriate messages because it was very funny and they would play online and then your mom would hear the guy you were playing with Chatot say racial slurs and you get in trouble. The gimmick was immediately nixed after this generation, and it took Chatot from a funny meme to a kind of okay meme. Like, being a special attacking normal flying is pretty good, and Chatter is a pretty good move, and it could be worse, and it could be better. The Underground Man also lives in Eterna and happily gives you the Explorer kits. Nowadays, it's a really slow item farming daily, dropping underground to farm item shinies and hoping for the best. While there is some okay money to be made and the Gen 1 evolution stones at different rates, the primary reason to stop down here currently is the version exclusive fossils, which you could run all the way back to Orberg for, but you'll be passing by it again soon, so it's probably not worth going all the way back. Diamond gets Roark's signature Pokemon, the Pure Rock Cranidos, which becomes Rampardos at 30 and has the ability Mold Breaker, which ignores the effects of most abilities in regards to how they affect a move being used against them. Basically, it lets you Earthquake Levitators. Rampardos is min-maxing taken too far. 165 base attack means it kills everything, but you need to clear a runway to do so. Its HP is fine and everything else is real bad. It's outpaced in speed and defensively by a lot of first stage Pokemon. Is it fun? Yes. They gave it a 150 base power move called Head Smash. It's a rock type physical move. It does recoil, but it's not like Rampardos is surviving a hit anyway. It dies to any counterplay, but it's kind of the king of one-trick ponies. Like, anything that you can actually land a hit on with Rampardos dies. It's not surviving. Shieldon is exclusive to Pearl and evolves into Bastiodon at 30. The duality makes a sort of unbreakable shield versus unbreakable sword duality. While Rock Steel has some questionable weaknesses, it does have a lot of things that don't kill it immediately, I guess. And both the Bastiodon's defenses are absolutely insane, while every other stat is awful. Too bad Sturdy doesn't do anything yet, it'd be a lot better if it did. The problem is, what do you actually do? The answer is probably click Metal Burst, which is Bastiodon's signature move, and it's like a steel type counter that counters both physical and special moves so you don't have to think. And maybe on the first turn you Stealth Rock. Then your opponent ignores any attempts to counter them and switches in a ground or fighting type that mulches Bastiodon anyway, and you cry. Against the AI you may have some very boring successes with it, but it was just a bad idea all around. Returning to the above ground, there's a few side areas to talk about before we tackle the gym. East of Eterna is the west half of 211. I really like the big canyon feel to it. The layering is used in a great way to give the illusion that you're really high up and you can follow a little path all the way down to the riverside. It's really unique and cute, and I'm glad they're making the most out of the transition to 3D. And what's this? Behold, a fire type. Literally the only one before the post game if you didn't pick Chimchar. Ponyta, which becomes Rapidash at 40. As always, Runaway is mediocre, but Flash Fire does provide a hypothetical extra immunity to fire, and a hypothetical fire type attack boost. Although given the state of the fire type in Sinnoh, chances to bait this are rare. Rapidash actually kinda is better than ever now. It was always a weird fire type that was fast but leaned physical, and now it's that, but it has Flare Blitz, a very powerful move with recoil. Does it feel great? Not really, but not a lot of choices. And they did do their best to add in some cute coverage with Poison Jab, Mega Horn, and Bounce. It's a bit mediocre, but certainly not the worst thing ever. If Chatot was the hipster's normal flying choice, Hoodoo is the maniac's. At level 20 it becomes Noctowl and has the fairly niche Insomnia and Keen Eye abilities. Noctowl is bulky, and not much else. It's a worse special attacking bird than Chatot, but does benefit from some odds and ends of psychic coverage and hypnosis, which means it potentially has some utility for catching, I suppose, although even then, Chatot has Sing, which is only slightly worse. Noctowl's just a little awkward and outclassed. Maybe you should have gotten an evolution or something. If you squint a little, Meditite looks cool. It and its evolution Medicham, which it becomes at 37, are fighting Psychic and have Pure Power, which doubles their actual attack, including IVs, EVs, and boosts, which makes it some weird number that isn't 120 base stat, but is usually slightly bigger. But as punishment, we're kinda made mediocre everywhere else. Kinda like Rampardos with a wacky type, maybe not as extreme. The thing is, in an in-game run where you have EVs and your opponents don't, and you may outlevel them, Medicham actually kind of becomes the monster it looks like it is. Between High Jump Kick, the Elemental Punches, Poison Jab, Rock Slide, and some cool ways to boost like Meditate, Medicham actually is kinda just sick. Not mega sick, but like pretty great. Chingling is another new Gen 4 baby, evolving by friendship at night into Chimecho, a psychic with Levitate. With Munchlax, I got it. Snorlax is really good. Even with Rosalia, I got it. But I can't lie, they could have just put Chimecho here and it would have been fine. Even its special attack is just fine and everything else is way worse than that. I love Chimecho to death. It's so cute and silly. But it is just worse Kadabra. Not even Alakazam, Kadabra. And its only niche use is being like the 15th best Pokemon at using Heal Bell to cure your party of status. And probably like the 60th at using Wish to heal them. We can also make our first venture into Mount Coronet, all 15 steps of this side of Coronets. Cleffa is available here, still a normal type, and evolves into Clefairy by friendship, then Clefable by Moonstone. And Clefable is just kind of continuing its slow fall upwards. No longer does Clefable just have Cute Charm, it has gained Magic Guard, full immunity to all incidental damage, Burn, Poison, Stealth Rock, Spike, Sandstorm, Hail, Leech Seed, the recoil damage from Life Orb. While its stats are kind of a jumbled mess of decent to passable, Magic Guard and Soft Boiled kind of just make it impossible to kill. And from there it can set hazards and press whatever its best hitting special coverage move is. It's a good and fun Pokemon if you can tolerate the TM investment it takes, but it's one that just keeps getting better every game after this. With that, let's finally face the Eterna Gym. The puzzle leaves a little bit to be desired, and was the first of several to be overhauled in the third version of the game. The gym is a tiny little maze, and you need to chase down all the trainers before Gardenia will fight you. I find Gardenia charming. Part of it is the gym decoration. The painted clouds on the walls are a very cute touch, but after beating her, you can also find her outside of the haunted old chateau in Eterna Forest, where she'll essentially try to talk you out of going in there because she's scared of ghosts. Gardenia is actually a huge choke point, I think. Even though her ace is only level 22, that's pretty damn high for this point in this game. And I mean, her ace is a fully evolved Roserade, which is a crazy special attacker at a time where your answers are limited. Not to mention her Cherubi loves to spam Leech Seed to sap health, her Turtwig loves to wall up with Withdraw and Reflect to benefit even more from Leech Seed potentially, and her Roserade has Stun Spore and Poison Powder to spread crippling status. Prinplup especially obviously struggles a lot, but even Grotle has a hard time doing enough to finish the job before being worn down. It's an extremely impressive showcase of Roserade and this game's willingness to be a challenge, and it's, you know, maybe a little too challenging for a second gym, but I have a lot of fun with it. After defeating Gardenia, Cut opens up two small areas. One is the old chateau in Eterna Forest. It's a haunted mansion, I love it. The place is run down and abandoned. The floor tiles are broken in places, dirt underneath. The tiles themselves are a gaudy pinkish and green that I don't think is used elsewhere. And if you're looking closely, you can notice some ghosts wandering the halls. Like in the kitchen, there's this guy who wanders off and just disappears, and there's another one in the bedroom that does the same. It's so cool. The only Pokemon in the old chateau, currently anyways, is Ghastly, which evolves at 25 into Haunter and into Gengar by trade, although Gengar is available here in the post-game, which is a pretty neat bonus for completionists. Gengar is better than ever. It was kind of pre-designed min-maxed. Ghost Poison, Levitate, Fast, amazing special attack. It has the same great coverage as always, but now its stabs are no longer physical. Shadow Ball and Sludge Bomb have made it that much better, not to mention powerful moves like Focus Blast, which is a fighting type Fire Blast, and Dark Pulse. It's a top tier Pokemon beyond that you need to trade to use it or wait until the post game. Also, I got a shiny Ghastly and Pearl, that was pretty cool. Cut also opens up Team Galactic's weird little building. The Diamond and Pearl layout leaves a lot to be desired. The third version would turn this into a proper mini-dungeon, but this is just a series of basic rooms connected by stairs, and at the top is Jupiter, the second admin. She uses Zubat of course, but joins it with Skuntank, who like Roserade and Purugly is shockingly bulky and hard-hitting on account of being fully evolved. The set isn't too mean yet, although Night Slash is just a fantastic move that hits most things neutrally, especially when compounded with Screech and Poison Gas. I'll talk more about Skuntank on the next route, but this is somehow even scarier than Purugly, although maybe slightly less so than Roserade. Defeating Jupiter happens to save the bike shop owner's Baneri, and as a gift he gives you a free bike. Just what we needed to go down Route 206 on the cycling path. What a snazzy path. The guys at the Sinnoh Infrastructure Department were working overtime when they designed this bridge. Anyway, it's a bike path. You roll down it, you fight some trainers, but it does connect to 207, and now you can go up and down the little mudslide into Orberg, which is convenient for actually exploring 206. 206 is a nice little route. Most of the stuff of interest is on either side, but the bike route above serves as a big divider, hiding little paths back and forth. In Diamond, Stunky finally shows up here and evolves into Skuntank at 34, sporting the very defensive Poison Dark type. Only being weak to ground is pretty good, even if it is a pretty bad weakness to have, and it has some decent resists, if a bit narrow. As penance for getting a great type though, Skuntank is kinda just okay at everything. It's decently bulky, hits decently hard, and is decently fast, but not overwhelmingly so for any of these. While it gets good poison and dark moves, the real twist is that it gets a bunch of random moves as fart jokes. Flamethrower, Explosion, Poison Gas. Real mature, guys. Although honestly, those are all really good moves for it. Anyway, Skuntank is pretty cool, but somehow this gen has 2 Poison Darks and the other one is one of my favorite Pokemon ever. Bronzor is maybe the most infamous Pokemon in Sinnoh. It's not even particularly good. I mean, it's good, but it's not like a legendary, but it's almost Zubat tier common in caves, has Metagross's tremendous Steel Psychic typing, which leaves it weak to only fire and ground, and was the first Levitate Pokemon to have a secondary ability in its signature Heat Proof, which halves the damage from fire moves, essentially giving it a coin flip's chance to have only one weakness or the other. It's pretty cool, but it does suck to send in your Earthquaker and have it just float on over it. Bronzor evolves into Bronzong at 33, and I mean, it's obviously not Metagross, but its defenses are great, which adds to the annoyance factor, but its attacks are a little mediocre and its speed is dreadful, although seemingly intentionally so, as one of its primary strategies seems to be using Gyro Ball, which gets stronger the slower you are in comparison to the opponent, and it absorbs hits very well. Plus under Trick Room, which makes slow Pokemon move first, it can be quite the menace. Trick Room always has some weirdness. It's a very good move in doubles, but has never seen much use in singles since it requires so much effort to set up, and games go on too long. Still, in-game, it could function decently well with some work. Other than that, it's a psychic type, it gets tons of coverage, it gets hypnosis, it's a nice big wall that takes hits well, and is really annoying to counterplay effectively. North of 206 is Wayward Cave, one of Sinnoh's oddest spots. The only place in Sinnoh with darkness. Flash is a TM that you get shortly before this, but you can use it here to light the path. Why did this mechanic hold over, only in this one spot? I have no idea. Wayward is a titanic maze, not one with any gimmicks or anything, it's just real big and has a ton of dead ends. There's really just some miscellaneous items in here and a new buddy trainer Mira, who helps you through the double battles with trainers using her Kadabra. It's a weird spot, I don't really get the point, but I appreciate how disorienting and huge it is. Wayward also has a secret hidden entrance under the bridge with something very cool in it, but a boulder blocks that path for now, so we'll come back to it. 207's upper part has some of those air vents from Orberg, great attention to detail, love it. This passes into the southern part of Cornet, which for now is just a short bypass, although you bump into the mystery man from the statue again who rambles on about his plans for a new universe, ultimate control, you know. Nothing that concerning about him. See you later, Cyrus. Route 208 has an interesting little series of bridges over a lake being fed by a waterfall. It's just a neat spot. A tiny bit unique and interesting. Comfy. While the Pokemon here aren't new, you can get the odd Keystone. More on that in a minute. Hearthome is Sinnoh's densest city. While Jubilife is more city-like, Hearthome is sprawling and packed with things to do. First off, another fight with Barry. Remember what I said about his team probably matching yours? Well, in addition to his starter, now in its middle form, and his Starly, he now has 2 of the 3, whichever 2 don't match his starter. Rosalia, Weasel, or Ponyta. You can't really make this up, but I guess what other fire type would he have? Well, his Starly remains, Starly, His starters have all steeply improved. Monferno is using both of its stabs with Mach Punch and Flame Wheel and has Stealth Rocks, which would be really scary if he didn't almost always send it out last. Prinplup has Grass Knot for coverage, which is kinda cool, I guess. And Grotle goes for Curse to try to become annoying while spamming Razor Leafs and also Stealth Rocks. They all have Stealth Rocks. The other three aren't really much to write home about yet. Ponyta and Buizel are slow starters, they just don't get a lot of good moves until later. And Rosalia is probably the most interesting with Leech Seed and Stun Spore plus growth to boost its magical leaves. I can't say any of his teammates are bad, they're very diverse, but I think at the moment the Monferno team is probably the most potentially difficult, and it's nice to see Barry again. The city is also kind of just packed with people to talk to, some of my favorite NPCs in this game. This lady pushing her stroller around and talking about how she feels uncomfortable with all the bumps and cracks in the road. The little apartment building with a huge family living in it, just cute little frivolous details. On the west side of the city there's a church, which has always been tremendously weird to me. The people inside kind of vaguely reference their creator and the joys of life with Pokemon, and the mural at the back depicts a great light on top of cornets. It feels like it kind of walks the line of what Nintendo would allow to have religious imagery in the game, but even weirder, all these people are 100% correct. They read the lore documents and they know the truth. They're right about everything. God is real. He's up on top of Mount Coronet. We'll get there. What else do we have? You can meet Bebe, the administrator of Sinnoh's PCs, and there's a Pokemon fan club, plus a shop where you can make Poffins. Oh, yeah, suppose it's about that time. Poffins are the new version of Pokeblocks. Feed berries a new machine, play a minigame, raise contest stats. The minigame this time is Poffin spinning, meant to, I think, resemble making a crepe. This is a touch minigame, making circles on the pad at a regular speed to prevent the Poffin from spilling or burning. On a DS proper, it's not that bad. A little tedious, but doable. Emulated for footage for a big video on the topic, basically impossible. It's really difficult to keep that damn thing centered when you have to move your whole arm to do it. That also means, of course, that contests are back in a form with this lavish Coliseum-type contest hall. When you first enter, you meet, of all people, your mom, a former contest star herself, who gives you some advice and a new outfit. It took 4 games, but they finally made our mom a character. It's really cute. Hearthhome's gym leader is also a contest participant, but she's not here or at her gym, so instead this little tease is just a great motivator to return. As for contests themselves, they bungled it. In round 1, a Pokemon is graded on its contest stats before the weird and arbitrary 1.5 round, where you throw hats and toys and other stickers all over your Pokemon in hopes of reaching the mythical status of whatever vague adjective you're told to roll with. Sharp, flexible, intangible. Route 2 is a bizarre rhythm game where the leader picks the moves and the backup dancers attempt to follow. And round 3 is the usual, use moves that have the right contest stat and hope you don't get screwed over by whatever your opponents do. It is cool that a few notable trainers show up. Hearthhome's gym leader, your mom, Jasmine from Johto, one of the Pokemon Center ladies, but the contests are both too long and convoluted now and way too easy, especially on the first couple ranks. The game feels like it kind of just throws you a win for participating because there's no real motivation to actually do contests, it's kind of just a time waster. One last stop, Amity Square lies north of the city and is a park where you can walk around with your Pokemon. Well, 7 of them anyway. Mostly the ones that already had overworld sprites like Pikachu and Psyduck and Baneri. Platinum would add in the starters too, but it's very limited. Amity Park is kinda just a chill park. There's some TMs and other items to find, and your Pokemon can find accessories to use in super contests. Plus, it was neat to have your buddy follow you around before Heart Gold and Soul Silver went all the way with the idea. There's also these little carved houses in the cliffside that I would imagine belong to the ancient people of Sinnoh, which is a really odd detail, but an interesting one to look at. And they're also a secret teleporter maze in Platinum for some extra goodies, which is fun. I think that's about it in Hearthhome, but on your way out, a hiker saddles you with an egg that contains a Happiny. Chansey's pre-evolution, new to this game, which evolves when leveled up while holding an oval stone during the day, an otherwise useless item that resembles an egg and helps Happiny grow into its nurturing evolved form. Then Chansey evolves into Blissey via friendship. Blissey is the eternal enigma of in-game play. Its normal typing, titanic health, gigantic special defense, and decent defense make it mostly unkillable, and against a human it can drop Stealth Rocks, click Thunder Wave, and spam recover until the opponent goes for a switch, which you can capitalize on. Serene Grace also lets it fish for freeze, which is really funny, and natural cure wards off poison burns, and it's like the best Pokemon in the game, basically. in competitive. However, the AI never switches, and will just kinda stare down Blissey endlessly forever, which completely defeats the point. Its non-defensive stats are horrendous, so it never tends to accomplish much against a computer player, unless you're playing a real long game, like a struggle type long game. It's great in the battle tower too, but pretty excessive for normal gameplay. East of Hearthome is Route 209, a series of docks connecting a tiny little island with some fishermen doing their thing, while the other side moves into a series of craters. I don't really know what made them, but it's fun to ride down them and back up on the bike, and there's like a giant funeral tower that looks like an Egyptian obelisk. Is this a thing they have in Japan? Do these exist? Surely if they did this twice, it means something, like this is not the first funeral tower they've ever made. Chansey can be found in the grass here, not that it's new, but it does have a chance to have the Lucky Egg, which grants 1.5 times experience. That's always nice to have. Bonsly is one of the game's very few soft exclusives, being found here in Pearl, although Diamond players can get it later, and it's the new baby form of Sudowoodo, who definitely wouldn't have been too powerful to be here, which it evolves into by knowing Mimic, which it learns at 17. It's a very cute evolution method. Sudowoodo gets the generic rock abilities, Sturdy and Rockhead, and neither one helps it much yet. Good attack, good defense, bad everything else, especially speed. Sudowoodo is kinda just another rock guy. Worse than many of them, but not terribly worse than many of them. And at least it gets Woodhammer as coverage, a hugely powerful grass move with big recoil, which Rockhead can absorb, and it gives it some nice counterplay against the waters that would otherwise absolutely decimate it, assuming it somehow survives a hit from them first. It's a design I love, but it's categorically worse than most of the other rock types that are available so far, let alone the ones available later. Diamond's equivalent to Bonsly is Mime Jr., which itself is a pure psychic Pokemon that evolves into Mr. Mime by learning Mimic, which it does at 18, although it can also get the move by breeding, so you could get it at level 2, or breed it without an incense to have it at level 1, I guess. On top of Soundproof, which gave Mr. Mime some niche protection against Roar, Uproar, Chatter, it's also gotten a new signature ability, Filter, which reduces the damage of super effective moves by 1/4. As a single type, this effectively means Bug, Dark, and Ghost moves only do 1.5 damage pre other modifiers, which is pretty cool, especially as a specially defensive Pokemon whose main role is to set Light Screen and Reflect to further reduce damage. Outside of that, it's a Psychic type, an inverted Kadabra. Less powerful, much bulkier, which can be better for in-game runs at times, and its broad support moveset and coverage make it generally useful. Standing tall is the second most annoying Pokemon to get in the game. This route has a small pile of rocks in the corner known as the Hollowed Tower, into which the odd keystone can be slotted. Okay, cool. Where's the Pokemon? Well, you need to go into the underground, find someone else to play with, or open a second emulator window, don't tell Gamefreak about that one, and talk to someone in the underground 32 times. It can be the same person 32 times, for some reason, but you also have to leave between every talk, and you have to initiate the conversation. And every time you go underground in this game, it saves. And the game takes its sweet time when you save. It is like an hour-and-a-half process to go up and down and save and charge the keystone. And for your trouble, you get Spiritomb. Spiritomb is the most almost cool Pokemon ever. 108 souls trapped in a rock, in reference to the 108 temptations in Buddhism. The design is great, and it's the weakness-free Dark Ghost typing. Seems like a slam dunk. Unfortunately, Spiritomb is a weird stall Pokemon with 108 in both defenses, cute, 92 in both attacks, and almost no speed or HP to fall back on. Plus, despite the no weaknesses, it also has no resists, and Pressure, which doubles the PP usage of opponents, isn't a very fast win con. Spiritomb's attacking stats aren't bad enough that it can't just throw out Sucker Punches and Shadow Balls and a little bit of coverage, but it's clearly meant to be a tricky ghost type with moves like Curse, Confuse Ray, Spite, and Hypnosis, and it does all of that fine enough, but it's just not very exciting. Some guy here also gives you the Good Rod, which opens up a small handful of new Pokemon. Goldeen is available here and evolves into Seaking at 33. It greatly appreciates the existence of physical water moves, however Floatzel and Gyarados do too. Seaking is largely mediocre. Its best stats aren't that great, it has worse coverage than either of the aforementioned. Floatzel also has Swift Swim like Seaking does and makes better use of it, and Water Veil preventing burns is incredibly niche. And like, it's essentially a challenge run Pokemon, like what if I use this bad Pokemon for laughs? And I've done the same. Finding Pokemon I haven't used keeps getting harder and harder every one of these videos, so I guess I'm not one to talk, but, you know. A few routes back, you can also get Barboach, a water ground Pokemon that becomes Wishcash at 30. It's worse Gastrodon now. Oblivious preventing infatuation and anticipation warning you about grass moves don't add a lot to it, and every stat it has beyond its HP is bad. It feels bad to say, but like Seaking, it's just directly outclassed by Gastrodon. Same idea, same type, just worse categorically in almost every way. Speaking of mediocre fish, Sinnoh's own Finneon, which becomes Lumineon at 31, and is frequently cited as the most forgettable Pokemon, which is ironically the most memorable thing about it. Lumineon isn't even like the worst Pokemon. I mean, it's close, but it's kind of just not min-max at all. Its stats are all kinda okay. Slightly bulky, kinda fast, it's pure water. It gets Swift Swim and Storm Drain, which are both good abilities, and it just does water stuff. I actually think the coverage is cool. Its butterfly design gives it bounce, Silver Wind for boosting, U-turn, which is a generally great move that lets it switch out after dealing some damage for momentum. Like, honestly, it's not awful to use, it's just kind of boring. The design's a little boring, the type's a little boring, it has a lot of competition. It just never really got a chance to shine. Anyway, the Lost Tower is a pretty basic dungeon full of creepy crawlies. Golbat, Ghastly, Murkrow, or Mischievous. The gravestones make little mazes, but it doesn't quite have the impact of Lavender's Tower. For some reason, it's decorated with this game's horrible neon green grass, which does kind of undercut the spooky theming, and nobody's really somber or mourning. It's really weird and feels kind of unfinished, but you need to come here for the strength HM, so I guess it is what it is. North of here is Salatian Town, Sinnoh's quietest town. The daycare is here, and the impression I get is that it's supposed to sort of be like a big ranch. Pokemon play just beyond the fence on the left side, and there's a lot of cowboy hat NPCs. It's comfy, it's quiet. Like Gen 3, they put a lot of thought into the daycare's placement, giving you a nice, extraordinarily long, straight path to wait for eggs to appear and to hatch them, so that's cool. Off to the east, Salacion has a bunch of ledges that kind of act as a little maze to get some items, but more importantly, lead to the Salacion Runes, our dedicated unknown hub. The puzzle is pretty simple. The unknowns spell out the directions through a very samey looking maze, but the choices of paths are so shallow that it's brute forceable, and there are some rare items at the bottom. Also, the runes are filled with all 28 unknowns. The ones for the word friend are quarantined off to special rooms, as are exclamation point and question mark, which require getting the other 26 based on the alphabet, while the remaining 20 are all in the general population. It could be worse, I guess. They were a lot more of a pain in the ass in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Unknown has not improved. Psychic with Levitate, their stats are awful, but it doesn't matter because they only learn Hidden Power. They're just a collectible. I actually got a shiny Unknown Z in Platinum. Believe me, I strongly molded over, but even I wasn't crazy enough to use that. Anyway, after Salacion, we get a nice little break from new Pokemon. Only half of 210 is accessible due to a herd of Psyduck having a mass headache, but it's a cute little route. The long grass cuts off the bike, and there are little paths through it to reach trainers and items. Nothing special, but it's a fun little route. And it has the Moo Moo Milk Cafe up top, a small little cafe with some trainers where you can buy milk for healing. It's nice and comfy. I really like the ranchy feel of this area. To the east is 215, which is constantly rainy, and it's a tiny little maze of bridges going up and down small hills and ridges, which is fun, although a little routine at this point. Why are you jogging out here, dude? You're gonna get sick. Veilstone is Sinnoh's entertainment sector. By that I mean it has the series' last game corner. After this, Europe banned slots. Cowards. You can also get a massage like Hobson, visit the department store, which has useful TMs for almost any situation, and also Team Galactic's giant headquarters and warehouses here. Nothing evil looking about these giant satellites, no sir. Also, as a weird side note, the right side of Veilstone has been struck by some meteors, which serve to change Deoxys' forms now that they're no longer tied to what game Deoxys is in. This is really contrived and weird, and this would become an increasingly common sight in these games as more and more weird form-changing mechanics were added, but it does kind of fit the Team Galactic space theme, I guess. We finally made it to the third gym, the fighting gym, and we have a pretty cool layout. Trainers in the gym stand in tiny sandboxes. I think it's some kind of martial arts thing, although I'm no expert in combat sports training. And to get around, you need to push gates back and forth on tracks, which requires sometimes blocking other paths to move further back to later ones. It's a really nice little puzzle leading up to Maylene. Despite only appearing briefly, she leaves a good impression. She's a bit unsure about her place as a gym leader, seemingly being new to it, and her dad can be found at the game corner talking about how cool she is. In Platinum, you even bump into her up north training in the cold. She's endearing and her team is cool. I mean, her signature move is Drain Punch, allowing any of her Pokemon to heal off of dealing damage. Her Meditite is a bit underwhelming, but her Machoke is pretty tough, and her Ace Lucario is a lot to deal with. The Steel typing alone makes it a lot more difficult than most Pokemon so far, and the addition of Bone Rush for ground coverage lets it deal with Monferno, who would otherwise cook it. It's also fast and generally hits quite hard, although at only level 30 you'll probably be catching up to it at this point. It's that sort of inevitable failing of difficulty as the game goes on and your Pokemon gets stronger and stronger. I think this is a good time for a checkup. The thing is, Diamond and Pearl are strong games, but it does feel pretty safe early on. There's a lot of early parallels to Kanto. I mean, we're in a city with a department store and a gambling hall. We started with a rock leader and went through a forest dungeon, a bike path. There's interesting diversions like the underground and honey trees regardless of execution, but it all feels fairly familiar. Familiar isn't bad. I love the challenge in Diamond and Pearl. This sort of feels like they were attempting to make a definitive version of Pokemon. And the mechanical changes, especially the physical special split, are just massive for playability. And the few new evolutions available to us are nice, even if I wish the rest weren't post-game only for whatever reason they are. From here, the game takes an interesting change. New Pokemon slow down a lot, but the game begins to break free of old ideas and get weirder up until the post-game. After defeating Maylene, the other player character, Rowan's assistant, comes to you because some galactic grunts stole their Pokedex, resulting in a double battle where they use a third starter, which is a really cute little detail. It's nice that the third starter finally gets a home too, instead of just rotting in the professor's lab. The primary reason for doing this is to get Fly, which Maylene enables, not necessary as always, but a nice little speed boost for a few upcoming hops around the region that we've snaked so far to the east of, and very convenient for honey trees, assuming you aren't just advancing your system clock on your PC. Not that I would support that, Gamefreak, no sir, I would never ever emulate. Just south of Veilstone is 214, a route in two parts. A sort of mountain ridge that dips into tall grass, although for some reason it has the same encounters as the normal grass, so I don't get what the point is. And a cute little picket fence maze full of trainers on the east side. I like this dude just spinning. He's having a ball. Fun fact, there's actually nothing stopping you from skipping Maylene to do Gym 4 first. I don't know why you would, but you absolutely could do that if you wanted to. 214 also has Girafarig, normal psychic with inner focus and early bird, which causes it to wake up from sleep earlier. Perfectly serviceable abilities for an underwhelming Pokemon with a cool type. Psychic Normal has nice synergy, no more fighting weakness, no more ghost weakness, but its moveset basically looks like any other psychics but with mediocre stats across the board. It's another one of those weird ones. In-game, it's a perfectly adequate option for challenge runs that kinda does what a dozen cooler Pokemon do. Jumping off of the west to 214 on the cliffside is Maniac Tunnel. It's some dude trying to burrow his way into Salacion ruins from the far side. I don't know why you'd do that, but Godspeed, you crazy bastard. The tunnel actually changes the more unknown you catch. It starts out fairly small from 0 to 10 letters, then expands from 10 to 25 and finishes at 26, where the Rune Maniac breaks through to the secret question mark and exclamation point room to catch those two. But the tunnel also shifts its encounters as it goes, starting largely with Geodude with Hippopotas as a rare spawn and eventually tipping the scales some. Hippopotas is really cool, if you ignore Tyranitar's existence. It's a pure ground type with Sandstream, which whips up a permanent Sandstorm for the rest of the battle when sent out, and evolves in Hippowdon at 34. Both of these also have very dramatic gender differences, which shows off that little mechanic well. Hippowdon is exactly what you'd expect and hope. Huge bulky man with good attack, a great type. It's basically unkillable by Tyranitar. It has Stab Earthquake, it has Stone Edge, it has Fire Ice and Thunderfang. It gets cursed by breeding. It does everything it needs to do and a little more. And beyond that, it's a really nice build around. I mean, you can start assembling a sand team basically from the start of the game and have it completed at this point. It's a great Pokemon, especially if you're leaning into a Sandstream sort of strategy. Route 214 leads into Valor Lakefront, and while the lakefront itself is grass, at its southern end is a giant resort. It's a really cool little spot. The entire resort has fancy tiling, these little, I'm not sure if any real world buildings look like this, but they're cozy, and a tiny little pool. Inside one of the suites, you can find the classic Gamefreak cameo. They're here on vacation. Maybe you guys should have put off the break until the surfing speed was fixed, but, you know, enjoy yourselves. The highlight here is a fancy restaurant full of double battles. They're a rarity, so it's hard to justify building for them, but it's a fun little diversion that lets you get some extra experience by carrying another guy with one of your better guys. Finally, we leave the grasslands. Route 213 is a huge beach. That's about it, but it's still nice. We haven't had that in about an entire generation at this point. The eastern version of Shellos can be found here, as can Wingull, Hoenn's lovable little early route bird, water flying, which becomes Pelipper at 25, both with Keen Eye. Pelipper's bulk is actually pretty nice, especially since it only has one weakness. It can actually be a kinda okay U-turner that eats hits to let better stuff switch in. I don't know if that justifies its spot on a team, but it can also do Surf, Fly, and Defog, and hits not great, but kinda okay-ish in a pinch. Remoraid can also be fished up off the coast, pure water. It has Hustle, which boosts its attack when using physical moves, but also lowers its accuracy. And new this gen, Sniper, which boosts critical hit damage from 2 times to 3 times. And thankfully, when it becomes Octillery at 25, it trades Hustle for Suction Cups. A very good situational ability that prevents it from being forcibly switched out by Roar and Whirlwind and the like. While Octillery is squishy and slow, it has good attacking stats and some of the coolest coverage a water type can have, especially ones not named Starmie. It learns every stupid beam and cannon move: Gunk Shot, Rock Slide, Signal Beam, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Energy Ball, Charge Beam, Flash Cannon. It requires some work to put into good positions or give it boost via Baton Pass, but with some work, Octillery can pretty much do anything and everything you could ever dream of. Anyway, that leads us to Pastoria, a quaint little city. While supposed to be marshy, it doesn't quite look like it. The neon grass really isn't helping. Just offshore, it has 3 cruise ships parked side by side. I don't think that's really how you use those, but I guess maybe it's a popular spot to crash your boat. Pastoria is of course built as a gateway to the Great Marsh. They have a funny little face hole standee out front, and this rocket grunt forgot to take his lithium. He's just tweaking over here. Anyway, the Great Marsh is a strong contender for the worst safari zone, and that's a hell of a low bar to crawl under. Its only upside over Heart Gold and Soul Silver is that it doesn't have a 6-month daily tied to it. Neon green grass aside, the Great Marsh is a series of huge mud pits with mud grass in them. Every few steps you sink in, and the only way out is to do a little spin, like a spin in real life. You gotta twirl your thumb all over to get out. It makes the simple act of running back and forth tedious, and while it could be cute in a short section of a route, and is later, it's a huge slog in a safari setting where Pokemon constantly run away and you're constantly running through grass to find them again. Most of the Pokemon here are always here, and if they all were, at least you could guarantee you were getting closer to the end, but the marsh also rotates daily, with 3 Pokemon only available via rotation before the post-game and an additional 6 after. Even this wouldn't be so bad if you knew what they were, but the only way to find out what's rotated in and out is to use the binoculars in the lobby. Paying 50 Pokédollars each time lets you see 5 Pokemon at random. Maybe what you want shows, maybe it doesn't. You're best off trying like 10 times before you go just to see if it's there, and even then sometimes you just see Bidoof 50 times when you're trying. But okay, surely that's not so fast. When you do see something you want, you also need to quickly memorize its surroundings or take a picture with your smartphone to determine which of the 6 sub-areas it's appeared in. All I can say is thank God for smartphone cameras and Bulbapedia, because this whole place looks the fucking same. And it's not like you can just run a huge lap looking for them, since you're on a step count and the mud pits and oh god. Plus they're only 10% encounters, so you could just get unlucky and miss them. Every little element of the Great Marsh feels custom built to be moderately annoying in as many ways as possible. So is it worth it? I mean, honestly, yeah, it is. Both Azurill and Marill are found in the marsh. Azurill's a normal type that becomes Marill via friendship, where it switches over to being water. Then it evolves into Azumarill at 18, or like whatever level it is after you get it to high friendship, which is probably like the mid-30s. Or you could just catch a Marill and get it at 18. These cute little goobers always teeter on the brink of good. Thick fat makes them borderline immune to water and fire moves, although that's pretty low value compared to huge power, a retrain of pure power. If Azumarill's attack stat wasn't 50, we'd be fucking cooking. It's pretty bulky and that's it. Gen 2's Pokemon design was something else. You can breed Bellydrum onto it in the post-game, but it's just not Azumarill's time yet. 2 more generations, my friends, you're almost there. Both Wooper and Quagsire also exist throughout the park, Wooper becoming Quagsire at 20, and they are the 3rd of 4 total water-ground types. The 4th will not be attending this game, but clearly someone was proud of the typing. Tamp is as niche as ever, but Water Absorb, which converts water moves into healing, is a really nice extra immunity, and very funny in doubles when coupled with a partner using Surf. Quagsire is interesting, if only for kinda just being a physical version of Gastrodon, which leans special on all fronts. It doesn't hit as hard physically as Gastrodon does specially, but depending on the situation, it can be better or worse. It's an interesting little option, and also one of the cutest duos of Pokemon in the game. Plus, you know, in doubles, Earthquake is a lot better than Earth Power. Anyway, enough about old guys, let's get to some of the new ones, all rotating ones because life is horrible. Skorupi is Poison Bug, but upon evolving becomes one of my favorite Pokemon, Drapion, where it becomes the incredible Poison Dark type. Drapion does have Sniper, which is cool and all, but its big ability is Battle Armor, which prevents critical hits. On its face, Drapion looks pretty good. Great defense, good speed, good attack. You know, a serviceable guy with a good type. Cross Scissor, Cross Poison, Knockoff, the Elemental Fangs, it's all good stuff. And then there's Acupressure. It's a really stupid move. Press it once and get a random 2-stage boost to any stats, including accuracy and evasion, although you do lose one stage in another stats. With a bit of luck and battle armor to hedge that luck a little bit, Drapion quickly becomes unkillable when paired with leftovers and rests, and after a dozen turns just wins. It's over. It's dumb as hell, but it's so fun to pull off. Even without that though, Drapion is absolutely awesome. It just gets some of the coolest moves in the game and looks cooler than hell. Krogunk gets the coolest type award, Poison Fighting, absolutely badass. At 37 it becomes Toxicroak, which is honestly just even cooler. Anticipation does nothing, but Dry Skin is one of those always cool abilities that kinda sucks but has great flavor. Toxicroak heals when hit by water moves and slowly heals in the rain, but is also made weak to fire and takes chip damage in the sun. I don't know how often he's actually ended up on rain teams, but the flavor is really cool. So what's Toxicroak's deal? Well, it is frail, but it has decent speed and a lot of good resistances, fighting rock and bug, and not many weaknesses, although the psychic one's pretty brutal, and its attack is good. While primarily just using its badass stabs, it also gets a lot of dark coverage to ward off psychics a little bit. It's still 4 times weakness, and it gets some other cool coverage like Stone Edge and Earthquake. It's unfortunate it doesn't have a great way to boost, but it's a cool Pokemon with a straightforward game plan of smashing things, and sometimes that's all you need. Carnivine is pure grass with Levitate. I think this is supposed to symbolize it dangling from trees, which is cool, but every game after this seems to forget that and just portray it as hovering around all weird, so maybe I'm just stupid. Carnivine is a physical grass type, which immediately makes it kinda questionable, especially when it's also frail and slow. It does get Power Whip, a 120 base power physical grass move, although with only 85% accuracy, and Crunch? There's just not much going on here. It dies too easily to most threats and lacks options as a physical grass for now, and grass type competition's pretty rough this gen. We'll be back to the marsh later, but for now, let's battle. Before entering the gym, Barry reappears. Things haven't changed much. How do you still have a Starly, my man? The only notable improvement is Rosalia having toxic spikes, an entry hazard that causes poison when switched into, while everything else just has slightly better stats. Pistoria's gym gets an easy Best Puzzle of Sinnoh award, and best use of 3D really. The gym consists of 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower, and like the Ocarina times Water Temple, there are switches that raise the water level to each of these 3 levels, with log platforms floating in the water to open paths at the highest floors. While starting simple, the puzzle requires some nice foresight to put the water where you need it ahead of time, and has a really fun loop back on itself to throw you off. It's a really great brain teaser in a way this game hasn't had yet. Crasher Wake also just happens to be great. He's a big goofball, a luchador with a big heart who just wants to have fun. And in Platinum, he also becomes Barry's idol who begs Wake to train him, to which Wake is like, "What are you talking about, my man? You have stuff to do." It's adorable. Wake is, despite his design, the water guy. I absolutely love it. It would have been so easy to make him the fighting type. His Pokemon are at the same level as Melene's, as you could hypothetically come here first, but that's not really to underestimate him. He leads with Gyarados, I mean, that's already scary as hell. His Quagsire can be real hard to deal with, and Floatzel, while just a mini Gyarados, is a pretty great ace. The only unfortunate thing is that his signature move is Brine, a really good move that doubles its base power to 130 when its target is at half health or lower, but notably a special move that doesn't lean into the physical attack of all of his Pokemon, even if they have nice physical coverage moves like Bite, Mud Bomb, and Pursuit respectively. He's a really solid opponent, and it's kind of unfortunate the game holds his levels back for a niche choice to do him first, because honestly, for a monotype team, it's really cool and diverse. I mean, one of his Pokemon is neutral to grass, and the other is immune to electric. You can't even bowl him over effectively with one super effective Mon, and that's a pretty impressive feat for a gym leader in these games. After beating Wake, the schizo-galactic grunt decides he has to go. We follow him around back to Valor Lakefront, where he's talking about something big going down. But after beating him, he slips off in the lake. Probably nothing to worry about. Oh, thank God, Cynthia, there's this guy with a bomb and... Okay, yeah, I'll go give the potions to the Psyducks, never mind then. With Fly and Defog in this pocket, we could go see the Psyducks, but let's walk a bit and check out these little optional areas. Route 212 exists in two halves. Just west of Pastoria, the southern half is a swamp, keeping the deep mud from the marsh, however in a relatively short burst that doesn't make it nearly as exhausting. With nothing new to find, it goes from a constant annoyance to a silly little gimmick, especially as these little rail pathways can be biked over to pass it, and these appear in the river crossing later as a neat little way to reach items on islands in the bay. On the other hand, the northern half of the route is dominated by Mr. Backlot's mansion, a series of small hedge mazes patrolled by guards outside, while the upper class ladies gossip in the courtyard beyond the walls. The guards are some of my favorite trainers in the game. They only battle you at night because they get jump scared by you, but during the day they realize you're no threat. It's a really silly little detail. The mansion itself is cozy. Is this why people love Bridgerton or whatever? The brown and white palette is just really homey and nice. Mr. Backlot himself is more than happy to show off his garden, and this statue has its own personal guard who won't let you look at it. Apparently if you go from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. he'll be on break. What a weird little thing to do. I need to check that out and see what's so special about this statue. Behind the mansion is the trophy garden, a unique little area. Like the Safari Zone of Kanto, it's filled not with native Pokemon, but with the stuff that Backlot finds cute. He adds more in the post-game, but the big ones here are Pichu and Pikachu, the iconic mascots of the series. Not much needs to be said. The entire line is electric, Pichu becomes Pikachu by friendship, then Raichu by Thunderstone, and they all have static. Hit them and have a chance of getting paralyzed. Raichu is a bit lame, unfortunately. Fast, good attacks, but electric type always kind of just does the electric thing. It's not bad, it gets nasty plot, it presses thunder well, it even gets focus blast, but you know. Funny enough, the light ball, a special item that doubles the power of Pikachu's attacks, actually makes it a touch harder hitting than Raichu, although it is a tiny bit slower and a lot frailer. Not necessarily better, but kind of funny how much Gamefreak absolutely detests Raichu for no good reason. With the secret potion in hand, we can help the Psyduck, who let us travel up northern 210, a route with a lot of variety. A nice patch of long grass with ninja kids hiding in it who serve as little battles when you accidentally walk past them, a small little grove, and the foggy northernmost section. Fog is a bad mechanic, and needing to use defog to clear it is annoying, but what can you do? The actual northernmost part of the route is fantastic, so it's a shame it gets all fogged up. A mountainous river valley with waterfalls, bridges, and little bike rails crisscrossing on the cliff sides. The waterfalls can be climbed up later for a few items, trainers hang out here seemingly to train, there's a black belt, ninja, an old guy. It's unironically probably Sinnoh's coolest route, so atmospheric and moody in a simple way. Celestic is a cozy little mountain town, so cozy that it lacks a mart. Instead, there's a little mom and pop shop that sells unique items, including the ever valuable Dusk Ball and Quick Ball. The town is quiet and centered around Sinnoh's myths and legends, literally, with a large shrine in the center and an ancient cave behind it. Cynthia comes from here, and her family still lives here, and it seems to be the source of her interest in Sinnoh's history. Anyways, when we show up, some galactic grunt is trying to blow the place up. I earnestly do not know why he's doing this, it does not align with anything going on with Galactic, but I guess maybe it's just for funsie. As thanks, Cynthia's grandma just starts cramming lore down your throat. I say that jokingly, it's honestly all pretty interesting. The mural at the back shows the 3 guardians of the lake surrounding Sinnoh. They're the keepers that somehow keep Dialga or Palkia calm, as whichever one is on the box art of their respective game is said to have created the universe, and Galactic wants something with them. There's more lore stuff later, and it continues to expand in later games, but it's one of the most interesting elements of these games by far. The worship of these Pokemon as gods, their ancient history with the people of Sinnoh, and all the little stuff that comes from that. After all of that, we finally get to do the Hearthome Gym. After a lead up like that, you're really excited to get back, just like when you see the Viridian Gym as you pass through the first town in red and blue. Hearthome Gym has maybe the worst puzzle in the series, certainly to this point, although there are some competitors later on, Gen 9. But honestly, what the fuck is this? Ghost gyms have so much potential, look at that critique. Here we do simple math problems on wooden signs. If you want to fight all the trainers, you know, for valuable money and experience, you have to answer wrong and feel like a dipshit. Believe it or not, I know the answer is 15, but I also want that experience. It's such a bizarre, and we had 15 minutes to design this gym type design, but the final big room with the stained glass windows is pretty cool looking, and Fantina's really cool too. I mean, she's a contest star and gym leader, and she's a foreigner. In Japan and France, she speaks English. Everywhere else, she speaks French, so I guess she's either Unovian or Colosian, depending on where you're from. Her team is cool. I mean, it's a ghost team. Drifblim spams Minimize to boost its evasion and is already pretty defensive, and Aftermath can be a real hit on whatever deals with it. Gengar is a fantastic Pokemon generally, although they were playing nice by giving it Shadow Claw and Poison Jab, using its substantially worse attack stat. And our ace is Mismagius, this one actually using its special attack to spam Brutal Shadow Balls and Psybeams. I wish her Gengar was allowed to shine a little more, but all three of her Pokemon are fantastic ghosts, and ghosts are the best type. And just like that, we have Surf. Now, don't get too buzzed up, this ain't Hoenn, but there are a few cool things to find. Various water sources around Sinnoh have Tentacool. I mean, of course they do. At 30 it becomes Tentacruel, and both are water poison. Liquid Ooze is a cool ability, turning life-draining moves against the user, but it's usually not live. And they have Clear Body, which prevents stat drops outright, and is pretty good to say the least. Frankly, nothing has changed for Tentacruel. 7 resist, great special defense, great speed. Tentacruel is a fantastic wall that can throw out Toxic Spikes, Surf decently enough, Sludge Bomb decently enough. It's a rock-solid Pokemon that serves as a nice, bulky addition to any team that doesn't yet have a water type, even though you need Surf to get it. To the north of Floroma is the Floroma Meadow, a nice little space with some items to find, including the Leaf Stone and Fuego Ironworks. What looks like a simple warehouse, but inside is a giant metalworking factory that spirals towards a single large furnace. Seems very inefficient. You're really just coming here for a few items, the Flamethrower TM and Firestone primarily, but I really like this spot. I'm a big fan of the spinner puzzles, and this one is incredibly complicated, with an extremely dense selection of false paths and red herrings. And the rewards help out for some teams especially, although there obviously aren't a lot of Pokemon to use a Firestone on yet. The group of routes blocked off by 219 also opens up south of Sandgem. 219 quickly passes into 220, and 220 itself is a big old water route with a few tiny islands, and 221 is a big grassy route. The main reasons to come here are the level guy, who has to see Pokemon of specific levels and gives you some cool held items in return, the Focus Sash and Expert Belt mostly, and Pal Park. Here you can transfer Pokemon from the Game Boy Advance games 6 at a time and then catch them again. It's a slow method, but it's a nice way to keep the connectivity alive even if it's post-game only. That finally gets us back on track. Back in Jubilife, we can finally cross Route 218. I mean, it's just some docks, some water, and a patch of grass, but you know. Somehow, finally, 218 has Stunky's counterpart for Pearl, Glameow. Why did Glameow get pushed back this far when Stunky can be found so early? No idea. Glameow is a normal type, basically a mini Persian, even has Limber which prevents paralysis, and Own Tempo to ignore confusion, and at 38 it becomes Prugly. It loses Limber for Thick Fat. Truly Gamefreak are masters of lore. Despite being a big Chungus, Prugly is ridiculously fast, like fast. However, everything else is a bit disappointing. How does this fat fuck have no defenses? The thing is, the physical coverage it gets isn't all that impressive. Shadow Claw and U-Turn are very good moves, but other than that, it's just normal moves. It gets special coverage like all normals, but its special attack is even worse than its unimpressive physical attack. As a first boss for the game, it's absolutely terrifying, but by the time you can finally get it, Now Canalave, this is a town. Man, we've got these beautiful tiles, the city divided down the middle by this giant pier, the boats, the beautiful lift bridge. What a nice bridge. The big old library full of lore. The books are really interesting. Some are more direct, to reference to the original being who created 3 more, then another 3 to help them build. A story of a man hunting Pokemon who ends up abandoning that when he realizes Pokemon have lives too. An implication that human and Pokemon kind were nearly one species at some point in ancient history, and the origin of Pokemon working with humans. In a broad sense, it doesn't change a lot of the game, but it's very interesting that they were attempting to flesh out the origin of Pokemon as the series moved further and further from its very grounded beginnings. There's also some post-game stuff, but we'll get back to that. Oh, hi Barry, did you finally evolve Starly? Oh, yes you did, very sick. His team is really coming together now. Roselia is spamming Leech Seed and Toxic Spikes, Buizel has Aqua Jet, the starters are all still improving, and he now has a 4th Pokemon, Heracross. I made fun of his generic Sinnoh team, but props. Heracross is an absolutely sick pick, and a brutal Pokemon to go against in general. It doesn't even have its best moves yet, but Brick Break alone hits like a truck. Glad we got the catch-up berry. See you in a bit. Before we hit the gym, let's detour out to Iron Island, which we can speedboat over to from the pier. Iron Island isn't that exciting. I mean, it's a big old cave dungeon, but it does turn into a bit of a maze at the very end. The coolest thing here is Steelix. In the wild, no trade needed. It is a bit late into the game, but it's a huge step to be able to try this bad boy out without trading. Also, we get a new buddy, Riley, this guy in a snazzy hat who aids you with his Lucario. It's actually kind of just great in this dungeon. It's a great asset, it can destroy absolutely anything in one hit. At the end of the dungeon, he tries to pawn an egg off on you. Fucking dumbass. Okay, fly back to Canalave, go back to Iron Island, run through the whole dungeon again with only 5 Pokemon there. Okay, we have an egg. This egg gets us Riolu, the only one in the game. A pure fighting type that becomes Lucario by friendship during the day where it gains the steel type. What was their deal with giving Lucario anti-flinch abilities? Inner Focus, which prevents flinches, and Steadfast, which gives you a speed boost when you flinch, are both decent abilities, but why is that Lucario's thing, especially since it double resists dark moves, which are the primary ones causing flinches? Anyway, we saw Lucario before with Riley and Maylene. Great attacks in both directions, a little frail, but bolstered by a fantastic type, which also gives it great stab and good speed. Especially nice is its signature move, Aura Sphere, a really nice fighting move that bypasses accuracy checks and hits on the special side to crack rocks and steels, although Focus Blast hits even harder of course, and like Infernape, it can also lean into its physical side. It does get Swords Dance after all. It's just a fantastic and cool Pokemon in general, although it's unfortunately looked at a bit more negatively now as the first Shillmon. I mean, it got its own movie for no reason, and you know, it's early furry bait. They pushed it really, really hard, and that's kind of caused some backlash against it unfairly. Anyways, what's the deal with Canalave's gym? I like the gimmick, riding elevators up and down between the 4 floors to move through the decentralized maze. It's a little bit more straightforward than it looks, there's not a lot of fake outs or dead ends, but it's pretty solid. The leader Byron is Rorik's father. He's a little disappointed that his son lost, but also regrets babying him when you bump into him on Iron Island later. He's sweet if a little too hard on the kid. I would say he can't be using an unevolved Bronzor, but Levitate is a funny ass trick. And Steelix is a great Pokemon too. I love Ice Fang as some anti-earthquake tech to go with Levitate, although there's no earthquake as an anti-fire tech, so maybe not his best decision. Sandstorm's another fun move though, and his ace to match his son is Bastiodon. Honestly, kind of disappointing that he doesn't actually use Metal Burst, would have been a funny punishment, but Ancient Power and Rest, especially since Chestoberry wakes it up, are really funny ways to make it annoying to kill even if it's not at all threatening. Rowan has some business at the library after defeating Byron. He wants the player, Barry, and Don or Lucas to investigate the Lake Guardians. That grunt we chased to Valor earlier blows it the fuck up, which is a pretty good excuse to go. The first stop is Lake Valor, which is currently a crater full of flopping Magikarp. Poor little guys. The Guardian has already been captured, but we finally get to fight the final admin, Saturn. Honestly, he's got great stuff. Kadabra ain't Alakazam, but it's close, and Psychic hits hard. Bronzor is annoying as always, and Toxicroak is just really fucking cool. The set he has is pretty good too, a little basic, but I'm glad Toxicroak gets to be someone's ace because it's just so cool and unique. The situation is the same at Verity, but less explosive. The Guardian is gone, but we get to rematch Mars. Her Purugly certainly isn't the threat it used to be, but it honestly still hits kinda hard if you're using middle evolutions or general shitmons, and has Hypnosis. Her Golbat is fine, and of course she has Bronzor, the classic. Get ready for a lot more of that soon. Lastly is Lake Acuity, all the way up north, but there is one tiny pit stop to make before we get there thanks to Strength. Hidden under the bike path in a spot a hiker hints at is the second entrance to Wayward Cave. The layout is actually sick. Bike ramps are a weird mechanic that doesn't come up often. On the fast setting, the bike rockets off and launches you over walls, while the slow setting just drops you a little bit ahead, with the trick being to know what speed to use when, and finding ways to build up speed to navigate a whole maze of them, sometimes by having to do tight turns around corners to arrive to them with a little bit of speed. The reward for crossing the whole maze is Earthquake's TM, a genuinely fantastic move that works well on pretty much anything with a physical attack stat, and Gibble. Well, a late arrival, Gibble is the first stage of Sinnoh's pseudo-legendary line, Dragon Ground with Sand Veil boosting its evasion in Sandstorm, genuinely broken. It becomes Gobite at 24 and Garchomp at 48. Garchomp might have been a little oopsie on the game. Pre-Fairy, it basically goes uncontested except for niche priority Ice-type move abusers, and the stabs are great. Earthquake, Dragon Claw, and who the hell cares for the rest of its moves. It gets Swords Dance, which is cool and all, but at 130 attack and a very solid 102 speed. That notably crosses the good barrier, but is also somehow pretty bulky. I mean, 600 base stat total's a lot to work with. It's some crazy min-maxing. Garchomp is the only Uber in the Diamond and Pearl metagame that isn't a legendary except for Wobbuffet and Wynot, who get that status for cheese, and Salamence. Garchomp is crazy. Frankly, it's worth dedicating effort into grinding even this late in the game. It's just an immensely strong Pokemon and cooler than hell. I mean, I don't even really have to describe what makes it so broken. It's a ground dragon with Dragon Dance. Finally, we get to go up to the northern part of the game through Mount Coronet, the most obvious path of which is from Celestic, which also happens to let us see East 211. I like the little upper cliff area that skips the grass in favor of trainers, I suppose, but this is just kind of a half route. Strength opens up a lower level of Coronet, foggy, and most of it is covered in an underground lake, although the cliffs hide little items. It's home to the second worst encounter in the game right after Munchlax, and not losing by much. It's so bad that it has its own section on Bulbapedia's Mount Coronet page. This lake copies Route 119 from Ruby and Sapphire's homework, but makes it even worse. 528 tiles, 4 Feebas tiles, and they rotate at midnight. A lot of guides and other things suggest fishing every tile twice, which is really dumb. Feebas are a 50% encounter rate on their tiles, so hitting every tile once means you only have a 6% chance to never see Feebas. You're better off going for one and done instead of draining hours into it doing 2, especially because it resets every day. Even with the old rod, which has a very generous reel-in window, this is a hellishly tedious experience. Unlike Munchlax, you know it's there, waiting for you, somewhere, but you will be spending a few hours just fishing one tile at a time, made worse by random rocks that obscure what tiles can and can't be fished, and force you to realign yourself so you can continue on the same path. Feebas itself is essentially a Magikarp, rocking Swift Swim and no moves, and evolves into Milotic when leveled up with a high beauty contest stats. Better start making those boffins. Milotic is a special attacking Gyarados, pure water, with a signature ability Marvel Scale. It's guts, but it boosts defense when statused. It's pretty good. Milotic is naturally pretty bulky, and being status makes it way more so, and between leftovers and recover it can last a really long time, even if it can definitely be overtaken with some effort. Pair that with good but not great special attack, and it can play a bit of a long game, chipping away with the usual water and ice stuff. It sucks that it's been a pain to get twice in a row because it's such a genuinely cool Pokemon, but I guess that's what they thought made it cool. Finally, we've reached the snow. As a Minnesotan, I know snow sucks, but it's comfy when I'm not in it. I really like the snow trails you leave behind. I really like the deep snow that you slowly push through, even if this game didn't need to be even slower than it already is. The bridges are also really cool. They offer a nice cliffside route that dodges a lot of the deep snow and lead up to a little ski hill. The bad part is the persistent hail. Ice is a rare type, and so are the few abilities that dodge hail chip damage, which means every battle becomes a persistent countdown on your Pokemon's health. Sneasel is here, and our beloved little Dark Ice friend finally gets to use physical ice and dark moves, plus has a new evolution, Weavile, which it becomes by leveled up while holding the Razor Claw at night. A bit unfortunately, the first Razor Claw available in the game is in Victory Road, but you can use Weavile very slightly before the Elite Four. Weavile trades Inner Focus and Keen Eye, 2 OK abilities, for Pressure. Pressure can be good, like draining your opponent's PP always is, but it's a weird choice on a Pokemon that's a frail glass cannon. Weavile is a fantastic Pokemon, tied for the 7th fastest non-legendary and 13th counting legendaries. It also has fantastic attacks and loves to use its fantastic stabs. Pursuit, Night Slash, Ice Shard, Ice Punch, Low Kick to topple fatties. You don't need to color outside of the lines with Weavile. It's simple, straightforward, cooler than hell, and has a killer type that it can finally use well. Snover and its evolution Abomasnow feel a bit obligatory. Grass Ice, they have the signature ability Snow Warning, Hail's version of Drought, Drizzle, and Sandstream. Weather is still permanent in this game. To be fair, it's nice that it exists, but hail is the hardest weather to build around. You're limiting yourself to the scant pickings of good ice types and the even scanter picking of Pokemon with Magic Guard or Overcoat, and maybe Pokemon with very reliable recovery that can afford the chip damage, where Sand gives you 3 types to play with, all of which have fantastic elements, and Sun and Rain can be ignored in most cases if you need something that's not a fire or water type. The typing is also weird. 7 weaknesses, some to great types like Rock, Fighting, bug and fire, and only 4 resists, albeit pretty good ones, ground, water, electric, and its stats are kinda just passable to decent all around. It does benefit from its own hail to chip things, and that hail also makes Blizzard 100% accurate, but that does a lot of heavy lifting for it. It's not great or terrible, but its inherent friendly fire on most teams makes it unviable, unfortunately. Just north is Route 217, the Tundra, a thick shaded deep snow with a blizzard at all times. Honestly, maybe it's my kind of crap eyesight, but this shit is ass to navigate for items. On the cooler side, there's 2 cabins up here. One has a man looking for his lost rock climb HM, and if you bring it to him, he thanks you for your kindness but lets you keep it, and gives you the ice plate. While the northernmost cabin houses a ghost. They really love their ghosts this gen, although ghost Easter eggs are kind of a recurring motif in Pokemon, I guess. The icy rock is also here, but that's something for later. Finally, Acuity Lakefront. Grunts block the actual entry to lake, but it's just a simple little grassy area leading to Snowpoint. Snowpoint kicks ass. The snowy little village is shaped like a snowflake from above. Down south it has a shipyard for taking goods, complete with a little cargo crane. The houses have snow on the roofs. I really wish they applied that to the gym and mart at the center, but I do kinda get it. And up north is Snowpoint Temple, a looming presence we can't access yet, but which holds something really cool. An in-game trait that allows you to swap a Medicham for a hunter? That's so fucking cool. Oh, you fucking asshole, Everstone, really? Snowpoint's gym puzzle is great. A unique twist on the tried and true ice sliding puzzles. There are snowballs that block the path in various spots and can only be destroyed by gaining enough speed to slide downhill at them, which requires an additional layer of foresight to pose yourself at higher ground and get yourself in a position to smash them, made all the more satisfying by gaining enough speed to go uphill on the other side, which is normally impossible. Candace doesn't have a ton of personality. She's pretty basic, although I do like her design, but her team is pretty cool. She immediately leads with Snover, which sticks you in hail for the rest of the match. There's not a ton of great ways around a permanent weather ability when all the other weather setters are unavailable. I guess the problem is there aren't many good ice types. She also runs Abomasnow, which has good moves like Avalanche and Woodhammer, but has the obvious Abomasnow flaws. Sneasel's very solid, but they were scared of Weavile, so they just didn't do that, and that's both ice types, but she also has a Medicham. I love off-type synergies in gym teams, but Medicham does not have a synergy beyond just being a Pokemon that has Ice Punch. Like, it is kinda decent, it's not an awful Pokemon, but it's a very odd addition to the group. Defeating Candace lets you use Rock Climb to go up and down. While Rock Climb can be a touch redundant, it's land waterfall, I think it's integrated into the world really nicely. There aren't any new routes or caves tied to it beyond story progression, but a good chunk of routes in the game have some little section with a Rock Climb wall for goodies, a number of which are fairly important items like the plates, various strong held items, evolution stones and other evolution items, or just valuable sellers like nuggets. This happens to be the point where the game just starts cramming the plot down your throats. We've had a few skirmishes with Galactic so far, but we're just gonna have the whole build-up climax and wrap-up just crammed in here before the last gym. By the time you get to Acuity, Barry has been defeated by Jupiter, and the final Guardian of the Lake has been taken to the Galactic HQ in Veilstone. Galactic HQ is a large but kind of plain dungeon. I wish it had some puzzle element or maybe a neat gimmick. The game is very outdoor route focused, so we rarely get anything too crazy going on. There's a few teleporters that take you around, but most of these are simple 1 or 2 room diversions, and a lot of this dungeon is just wandering up and down stairs. There are a few cute things. The warehouse west of the headquarters has an underground connection, and after getting the key you need to switch over there to actually reach Cyrus. Why is there so much water down here? Do you guys have leaking pipes or something? We finally get to fight Cyrus, although it's sort of the preview of his team. Murkrow unevolved but with Drill Peck, which is a crazy move. Golbat, the classic, gotta have it, and Sneasel, a very good Pokemon we just fought 20 minutes ago with Candace. His plan is simple. He kidnapped the Lake Guardians to form the Red Chain, which he believes allows him to control God so he can recreate the world in his own image. Cyrus is a weird guy. You can meet his grandfather in the post-game of Platinum, which I guess means he's technically Russian. He was a smart kid, but found solace in machinery he could understand as opposed to Pokemon or people, and believes that human emotion is what drives conflict and suffering, essentially wishing to create an emotionless world without pain. It's hard to tiptoe around, but it's not entirely difficult to see why he's frequently given the, Aspergery, autism-y label by fans, as he certainly has that emotional disconnect typical of people with that condition, although obviously most people with that condition aren't, God complex supervillains. Despite his meticulous planning, he's actually kinda chill. He's the one to give you the Master Ball, reasoning that it isn't really a necessary component of his plan and allows you to free the Lake Guardians from the immensely evil-looking Galactic Lab, perhaps sheerly out of arrogance, perhaps as a mean of distracting you, but it's an interesting and instrumental slip-up to his failure. Before freeing the Lake Guardians, we have one final battle with Saturn. His team hasn't changed at all beyond some extra levels and giving Toxicroak Cross Scissor. After that, he huffs off for you to release the Guardians. Weirdly enough, in the post-game, Saturn steps up to be the new leader of Galactic, apparently completely unaware of Cyrus's plan to literally restart the universe, and wants to take it a new direction. Brother, did you not have any questions about the evil-looking energy-sucking machines you put the little fairies into? What did you think was gonna happen? With that done, it's time to tackle Mount Coronet, probably the largest dungeon in the game, although one that's relatively linear for the purposes of the endgame. I mean, North Coronet is off the table entirely. The route up South Coronet is grueling. It's a bit of a cave dungeon, but there's not a ton of puzzles beyond navigation. The primary challenge is in the encounters. Coronet is just really annoying. Machoke is powerful, Graveler explodes, and it's kinda hard to out if you're not leading like a special water type, so your switch-in often takes the brunt of its explosions. Medichamp's high jump kick poses a pretty constant risk of huge damage, and Bronzong is a bulky coin flip that loves slowing things down by inflicting confusion and sleep, while the exterior sections have all that and permanent hail. Enjoy your chip damage. On the upside, there is some cool stuff. The exterior part of Coronet, coated in snow, serves as a giant hub you enter and exit at different points, leading from the bottom into both halves of the water room, which itself is a neat little landmark, then returns outside for a tiny little maze before getting to the final climb. At the top of Coronet is Spear Pillar, the remains of an old temple on top of Coronet where Cyrus is attempting to summon Dialga or Palkia. Thankfully, you get some help from Barry to do a double battle with Mars and Jupiter. Their teams are comically similar, each using Bronzor and Golbat, but doing slightly different things with them. One Bronzor uses Light Screen and Confuse Ray to slow the game down, the other uses Reflect and Rock Slide. The Golbats, they're pretty similar. Meanwhile, Perugly backs up some basic damaging moves with Hypnosis, while Skuntank just does damage and hides behind Smokescreen. Surf does a lot of heavy lifting in this battle, but Barry does lead his new Munchlax, which does nothing but absorb damage for you. Feels kinda bad, but it is cute. Cyrus himself has crafted the Red Chain to summon and control that game's box legendary. Things seem really bad. This guy gets a seizure and becomes like all weird, like this. It looks weird. And then there's a very long cutscene showing the beginning of the collapse of the universe. Unfortunately, we don't get something cool with him using the legendary against you, they just hadn't thought that up yet. But the Lake Guardians pretty much immediately show up and destroy the Red Chain. A downfall of his own hubris, I guess, and Cyrus basically just fights you to let off some steam. You've already won. I mean, Cyrus is cool. He somehow power leveled his team since we last saw him 20 minutes ago, and got a new member. Very impressive. Honchkrow is a huge hitter with a great type. Gyarados, Intimidate, and some fantastic physical moves like Waterfall and Earthquake. Crobat is faster than hell and spams Cross Poison and Confused Ray, and his Ace Weavile is just undeniably crazy between Night Slash, Ice Punch, Brick Break, and Cross Scissor. His team is just comprised of fantastic Pokemon all around. There's not some clever theme here. I don't think Crobat is a part of some subtle storytelling or anything like it was for Silver. In fact, I don't even know how he'd make friendship with his Crobat, given he's like the emotionless robot man, but it's a cool and diverse group of solid Pokemon all around. That just leaves dealing with the big guys. Both pretty insane threats, both have ancient power for potential boosts and Dragon Claw for damage, and each has a unique move for their other stab and their signature move. And the legendary classic, Pressure has an ability to limit your options to weaken them, slightly. Both of these Pokemon are crazy. Dialga, Diamond's mascot, is Steel Dragon. 11 resists and immunity and only weak to ground and fighting, and, legendary stats. Fast, bulky, great attack, 150 special attack. Its weakest stat is its speed at 90. As a final boss, it also has Metal Claw and its signature move, Roar of Time. It's Dragon-type Hyper Beam, with the downsides that entails, but also with a power level so comical that it pretty much one-shots anything that it actually hits, and earnestly most of the rest of the game if you take it with you. Dialga is some kind of time god. Most Pokemon don't stand a chance, and eventually it gets Flash Cannon, Earth Power, and a ridiculous amount of special coverage from TMs, basically all the usual suspects, and you can kind of just pick whatever your team is missing and not really think about it. Even comparatively to other legendaries of the past, it's obviously very good. It even gets a unique item, the Adamant Orb, which boosts the power of its Steel and Dragon moves by another 20%, which is just fucking overkill at this point. It's already one shot and everything, it's crazy. Palkia is also on par with its brother, the god of space, despite looking particularly phallic. Water Dragon doesn't have nearly the resistance spread, but is only weak to Dragon. It has 100 speed, a fantastic base stat, the same special attack, and is just as bulky. Its moveset in the final battle includes Water Pulse and its own signature move, Spatial Rend, a Dragon-type variant of Lugia's Aeroblasts. 100 base power with a boosted crit rate. Not as outwardly powerful, but certainly good enough. Well, its type has more holes defensively, at least, considering the neutralities. Its stabs are absolutely nuts, and Lustrous Orb does the same thing as the Adamant Orb, and it gets basically the same coverage. Palkia is as fantastic as its already fantastic brother. They're both just ungodly good, godly good, I guess. Well, you can stick either of these on a team and the game is just ending. I don't think you're meant to actually use them because nothing else stands a chance. Except for maybe the final member of the Elite Four. Well, that's that. Dialga or Palkia is now your pet. Cyrus vows to try again eventually. Galactic scatters, Cynthia and Rowan say, hey, nice job. And the game kind of just keeps chugging along. With Sinnoh saved, the Lake Guardians return home, primed for the catching. The trio are all pretty similar, each is a pure psychic type with levitates, their movesets are largely similar, and they mostly deviate on their stats. The head of the trio, by nature of being located at Verity and having a semi-personal connection with the player, is Mesprit. It's a roamer. I guess it's the best version of roamers yet by nature of not having the roar stats glitch from Gen 3, but there are two of them, and Mesprit is not the optimal one for the Master Ball. Mesprit is the balanced Lake Guardian, good attacks and defenses, and a decent 80 speed and health, existing somewhere in between its two brothers, which gives it nice flexibility, able to set up stealth rocks and hit hard with Psychic and a variety of coverage moves that every Psychic has to fill the gaps. Especially as its good attack lets it use coverage from both sides of the spectrum, U-turn and other stuff. Uxie, found in Lake Acuity, is the defensive one, with great defenses in both directions and better speed than Mesprit, although its attacking stats are notably quite low, especially for a legendary, and because of that it tends to lean more into the support aspects, spreading status with Yawn and Thunderwave, setting stealth rocks, light screen, reflect. It's an undeniably great Pokemon, although it is a bit excessive for most in-game teams where the amount of setup is often less crucial, whereas its brothers are more immediately threatening. Azelf, found in Lake Valor, is the heavy hitter. Great attacking stats, great speed, but kinda middling for survivability. Not outright terrible, but not some kind of wall either. Azelf can kinda do whatever it wants. Competitively, it's the king of leads this generation, dropping Stealth Rock, maybe an attack or a Thunder Wave, and then exploding. But it's basically a Pokemon with the great coverage of Psychics that can run moves from both the physical and special side as needed, and is crazy fast. It can also just be a slightly bulkier, but a little bit slower Alakazam that can use physical moves like U-turn as well. All three of the Lake Guardians are good Pokemon, maybe a little bit too similar, but their stat differences let each one fill a unique gap in a team, and all three do their little roles very solidly. I mean, they're Psychics with Levitate, you don't need a lot more than that mostly. Way back at the resort, the power outage blocking the path to the east has finally been resolved, which lets us head to the end game. Route 222 is a simple route. After everything, it feels nice to be back, and makes it clear how nice the upcoming city is going to be. There's a paved road leading directly up to it while overlooking a beach with some small houses on it. The only truly notable thing on the route is the inclusion of Chatot as a wild encounter. If you're, for some reason, opposed to the trade from earlier on, this is your first chance to get it. Just east is Sunny Shore, the only city in the game that I think largely leaves the relatively grounded tone of the rest of Sinnoh. If only for its series of bridges coated in solar panels that connect the rocky mainland to its small little islands off the coast, which, even given the climate and lack of cars, is probably infeasible but not outright ridiculous. Like, you certainly could coat a bridge in solar panels, it just probably wouldn't be very efficient, would be very expensive to upkeep. The city is comfy. I wish the lighthouse had a bit more to it, but I like the stone off the coast that kind of resembles a Munchlax, which makes it feel like all those weird, like the Godzilla rock in Japan that looks vaguely like Godzilla and stuff. That's really cute and fun. And there's a decorative seals market that has this little kind of like castle design with the turrets. It's cute and funny. And the way the bridges connect makes the city fun to navigate. The gym leader Volkner's become disillusioned for lack of a challenge and considered quitting outright, but his friend Flint convinces him to give you one more chance to prove a worthy adversary and reignite his love for battle. Before we do that though, Sinnoh's weirdest Pokemon lurks in the waters around Sunyshore. Why does Mantike exist? I understand Budu. Roselia would be too good before Gym 1. I understand the same reasoning for Bonsly and Mine Jr., and while not immensely popular, their evolutions were memorable for their fixed encounter status and moderately important anime appearance respectively, but Mantike comes before the 8th gym at a point when Mantine wouldn't even be great, and you're walking into an electric gym with a water flying. The only interesting thing about Mantike is its unique evolution method. It evolves into Mantine when leveled up with Remoraid in the party. Both of them are water flying, a great type, and both have 2 great abilities, Swift Swim and Water Absorb. Unfortunately, Mantine hasn't changed. Its amazing special defense sort of preludes a difficulty doing much of anything. Its low attacks lower the impact of its retaliation after taking hits, its low defense gives it an avenue to bypass it, and its HP is pretty unimpressive. Swift Swim gets it up to a good speed and special attack, at least with water moves, but it doesn't even get good support moves or anything, which leave it as one of the weakest in the broad categories of water types that can otherwise do so much more. The Sunyshore Gym has a great, simple puzzle. 3 rooms of platforms on gears with buttons in the middle. Pressing them rotates all gears in the room 1 or 2 spaces, and we get to end on a real nice brain teaser. The limited 4 options per tile keep it from being overwhelming, but it does require just enough foreplanning to figure out where to position the gears and when to backtrack to get through the maze. Volkner is the electric leader. Given the state of the electric type in this game, some interesting concessions were on the table. Raichu spams Charge Beam to power up and backs it up with Light Screen, and his Ace Luxray has Thunderfang and Crunch. From there, he has a special attacking Ambipom, which can hypothetically baton pass Nasty Plot and Agility Boost to its teammates, and Octillery, a really cool pick that uses Charge Beam to power up its Octazooka and Aurora Beam to ward off the ground type that otherwise hose him. I think this one's a lot cooler than the special attacking Ambipom, but man, this team... Pachirisu didn't even make the cut over Ambipom? It's really funny. I appreciate going all out on the Octillery as a counteracting measure, but like, it's really embarrassing and speaks a lot to a lack of diversity in certain types across Sinnoh. You could have picked literally any other Pokemon in place of Ambipom and I would have thought it was cooler. And so, with Volkner's passion for battles reawakened, we move on to the final climb. As we head into 223, we bump into Jasmine from Johto, who gifts us Waterfall. I don't know why she's here, but it's a fun cameo. I guess she was doing contest stuff. 223 is a simple water route. No gimmicks, a few simple shallow sections, and a big waterfall that leads up to the halls of Sinnoh's Victory Road. Like Coronet, Sinnoh's Victory Road is huge and tough, featuring a diverse array of trainers specializing in a variety of types with good Pokemon, and appearances by Wild Graveler, who explode, Steelix, who are just really fucking hard to kill, and Metacham and Floatzel, who can hit really hard circumstantially. The layout of Victory Road is interesting, centered on a large hub of bridges that forces you to go up and down between layers in order to navigate around, while taking stops in other parts of the dungeon. The west side focuses on some small strength puzzles and a little bike ramp puzzle. Most of this is for extra items as bonuses, but especially the more complex parts of the puzzle, while the east side features a bunch of pools of water to surf about. Hope you didn't box your waterfall guy, cause you need it to get out of here. There's nothing too out of the box in Victory Road, but like a lot of the game, it's a really tough challenge with a good amount of variety leading into the final bosses. Before entering the Elite Four, Barry challenges you for the last time, although he can be rematched on weekends with the same team at higher levels. At this point, we've seen everything, but his team does have a lot of variety of solid Pokemon and movesets. His starters have all kind of been polished to perfection. Torterra uses Leaf Storm and Earthquake in conjunction with Synthesis to play into its bulk and strong stabs. Infernape is an all-out mixed attacker, Focus Blast being particularly nasty, but also Flamethrower, Shadow Claw, and Aerial Ace. And his Empoleon is actually the same with the latter 2 moves, but uses Metal Claw to farm boosts, and Brine to close out kills. All three of these are great Pokemon firing on all cylinders. As for his rotating cast, Roserade has leaned into her great special with Shadow Ball for coverage alongside Giga Drain. Rapidash has Bounce for a little bit of coverage and potential paralysis, plus Will-O-Wisp to burn, although it's definitely the most underwhelming. And Floatzel lays on the offensive presence thick with Aqua Jet, Ice Fang, Crunch, and Brick Break. While I think Rapidash is a bit underwhelming in general, even with its status spreading, the other two are both fantastic offensive threats on opposite ends of the spectrum, with great coverage that makes them constantly exciting to go up against. That just leaves the Fix 3, a surprisingly physically oriented bunch, which can be punished by physical walls. Staraptor does its thing as fantastically as always, especially as Intimidate is a great tool for a lead, and the U-turn gives it opportunities to reuse Intimidate and reset its stats after a close combat. Heracross remains an overwhelming physical force if it hits, although it lacks Mega Horn until the rematches, the only Pokemon to get a move change. And Snorlax, it's a really hard Pokemon to deal with, especially since it has Rest, and hits almost everything at least neutrally between Crunch, Earthquake, and Body Slam. It's a great finale for Barry, who sees us off on our journey to the top. Also, I must say, despite laughing at his very Sinnoh team, I love his use of 2 Honey Tree Pokemon. It's a very unique mechanic that's not very fun to do, but I think it's cool to see that Barry had been working on it the whole time. The first Elite Four member is Aaron, a Bug-type trainer. While Bug is a much better type this generation, they could have made him much more interesting with some stuff from outside of the Sinnoh decks. It's unfortunate that even the Elite Four don't use anything like that until the Platinum rematches. Dustox, Beautifly, and Vespiquen are just unfortunately kinda bad, even if he does wring everything he can out of them. Dustox plays into its strengths with Toxic, Light Screen, and Double Team. Beautifly gets some neat special coverage in addition to Bug Buzz with Psychic, Energy Ball, and Shadow Ball, and Vespiquen uses all 3 of its signature moves. It's pretty cool if you ignore the fact that 3 of his Pokemon get decimated by Rock Slide or Stone Edge, and the efficiency of Stealth Rocks against him. His Heracross, on the other hand, is a menace, fully playing into its strength, with Mega Horn in close combat effortlessly tearing through you if it manages to land a hit, while Stone Edge wipes out any potential counters like bugs and fire types. And his ace is a delightful surprise in Drapion, who counts because he evolves from a bug, I'm not taking questions on this, who notably brushes off the fire and rock moves that otherwise shred his team, while leaning very hard into dealing with everything between Cross Scissor, Cross Poison, and Ice Fang. For a first show of a bug trainer this late into the game, he's absolutely great, although it would be one more generation before Bug finally came into its own. While never outright stated, Bertha is strongly implied to be related to Agatha of Kanto via naming convention, especially in the Japanese version, and a cheeky nod in Legends Arceus, and specializes in ground types. If you pretend Sudowoodo is a ground, although he admittedly fits the team well with his penchant for blasting sandstorms and spamming Sucker Punch, and also I guess he's pretending to be a grass type, so him pretending to be a ground type's not that weird. Bertha is the scariest of the main 4, I think, as her team is great at wearing you down through bulk and sandstorm chip damage. Both Quagsire and Wishcash, while not superpowers or anything, have a single niche exploitable weakness that makes them hard to deal with efficiently, especially if Hippowdon has drenched the battle in endless sand. Quagsire especially for using Double Team and Protect, while Wishcash tries to be more proactive. And as exploitable as Golem may be with the surf needed to get here, it sure hits hard when it hits. Meanwhile, Hippowdon, depending when it comes out, sets sand that's very difficult to effectively maneuver around while leaning into its general bulkiness with Curse, which further makes Bertha a terrifying race against the clock as the battle drags on and the sand damage piles up, living up to the legacy of Agatha by leaning into that annoying playstyle. Comparatively, Flint is a breath of fresh air and one of the most comically off-type trainers in the series. He's a fire trainer. He runs both fires, trying to set up Sunny Day with Rapidash to facilitate solar beams to scare off waters, and otherwise flare blitzing and bouncing away, and having a terrifying Infernape as his ace, this one entirely physical with Mach Punch, Flare Blitz, Thunder Punch, again to dissuade waters, and Earthquake. And honestly, Infernape is so good that it basically carries him as a threat. Leaves 3 slots to fill. Steelix has no stab because it needed Fire Fang to fit in. The irony of it being weak to fire and setting Sunny Day is not lost on me. Drifblim, whose fire move is Will-O-Wisp, an admittedly crippling move, and otherwise tries to baton pass ominous wins and double teams to other Pokemon, and gets some free damage in off of Aftermath. And Lopunny has Fire Punch, but honestly, Flint's probably just using it because he finds it hot. Honestly, Flint's team isn't even bad. It's largely carried by the overwhelming strength Infernape offers, but it's really, really funny that Sinnoh has a Fire Elite Four member conceptually, since there are literally 2 fire types. Will is the psychic trainer, and as such benefits from coverage a ton, as well as a unique spread of weaknesses and resists. Ghosts get walled off by Girafarig and struggle with Bronzong. Bugs struggle against Medicham and Bronzong, and Dark struggle with, same as last group. His whole team is honestly just good. Mr. Mime is on the weaker end, but its ability to set screens for the rest of the members makes him even harder to crack. Girafarig shuts down Ghosts extremely hard with Shadow Ball. Medicham covers the physical end with Drain Punch and all 3 elemental punches, which gives it some answer for everything. Alakazam is generally fast and threatening with a strong suite of Psychic Energy Ball and Focus Blast with Recover just in case, and his Levitate Bronzong only fears Fire-type moves, while also warding off that type with Earthquake and boosting its special stats with Calm Mind. As with others, he's not as focused or annoying as Bertha, but he has a solid selection of answers for every situation, attached to a set of Pokemon that all have something unique to offer. That just leaves Cynthia, an infamously fantastic and difficult opponent who also benefits from a slight level jump from the actual Elite Four. Her theme is just good stuff that's annoying as hell. Although notably, she has 2 of the most difficult Pokemon to get in the game, one of which plays into her fascination with Sinnoh's history, and 2 of the most obscure to obtain. Her lead is Spiritomb. For as underwhelming as it can be, its lack of weaknesses and level lets it do its job very well. Soak up 2 or 3 hits and soften something up with Dark Pulse and Psychic, and if it's lucky get a boost off a Silver Wind, so that Cynthia's team of bangers can come mop up whatever tried to crack Spiritomb. It's also kinda interesting that it's tied to the whole odd Keystone lore, because she's a relic hunter, like a history buff, so I think that's kinda charming. Roserade is a killer special attacker and just leans into that entirely. Energy Ball, Sludge Bomb, Shadow Ball. It's really just a competitive set at this point. Gastrodon is another solid wall with 2 good stabs and some nice coverage. Lucario is a mixed attacker. Earthquake, Dragon Pulse, Aura Sphere, Psychic. It does its thing really well. It'd be nice if it had some kind of steel move, but what can you do? Milotic is absolutely brutal. It's already a frustrating Pokemon to punch through, punishes status by becoming even bulkier if you use it, and uses Aqua Ring to keep itself from fainting. It also has Mirror Coat to reflect damage, which is really funny. And of course her ace is Garchomp. It's one of the most nutso Pokemon in the game, sans legendaries. Even then, it has a pretty good matchup against the box legendaries. It's faster, it can spam Earthquake for Dialga, Dragon Rush for Palkia, Brick Break just in case. And at level 66, there's a good chance it outlevels your whole team. Like, it's one of the best Pokemon in the entire game, one of the best Pokemon in the franchise for a long time. It's absolutely fucking brutal to go against. Cynthia is a blunt instrument. She has 2 status moves mixed across her entire party. Spiritomb has Embargo, a niche move that turns off items, and Milotic has Aqua Ring. It doesn't even really matter though. Her team is composed of some of the best stuff the Sinnoh Dex has to offer, doing what it does best. Her infamy exists without cheap tricks, without silly strategies. She simply is a force of nature to end the game on, and she's one of the most memorable characters for it. And with that, the game ends. However, Diamond and Pearl don't go down that easily. I said it before, nearly every Pokemon is in this game. It's a mess. A huge mess. Dailies, new encounter mechanics, every route populated with new Pokemon gimmicks. It's frankly overwhelming. To unlock this new world, all you need is the National Dex, obtained by seeing every Pokemon once. Fighting every trainer gets you most of the way there. The only things that are really out of the way are the Lake Guardians, if you didn't go out of your way to encounter them after the Galactic storyline. The other box legend, which can be registered by reading a book in Cynthia's home in Celestic Town, and Manaphy, which can be registered from a book in Backlot's mansion. From there, a wide variety of new things open up in every direction. I'm hardly sure where to start, so I guess we'll work backwards. Victory Road opens up a new path, formerly blocked by some random guy, which offers a uniquely difficult dungeon. Well, not the largest, it's probably the densest. A new buddy trainer, Marley, assists you with an Arcanine through a series of double battles, a wall of strength puzzles, a genuine maze, this is just a maze built on the floor, and some pools of water that serve to bypass those challenges on a second pass, as you can't surf when you're walking with a buddy. Another reason to take a second pass is Lapras, which exists in the water here. Not a gift Pokemon or a fixed encounter, but existing in mass like every other Pokemon. Perhaps a sign of its recovery as a species after the early Pokedex entries mentioned that it was on the verge of extinction. The timeline doesn't add up, but let me have this. Lapras remains decent. Water Ice is a type that salvages ice some defensively and has 2 great stabs, but its Gen 1 stat spread has stopped keeping up. It has pretty good bulk and both water absorb and shell armor, which prevent crits, extend that longevity, but there are waters that do the things it does more efficiently, and it struggles to actually wall things that aren't exactly water or ice. This path through Victory Road exits on a Route 224. The inevitable wearing down to reach this route aside, it's a nice little peninsula, part grassy mounds, part beach, part giant rock with a big gray slab on the far side. That's for later. This is kind of where the mass of new Pokemon starts to come in. While largely routes still consist of familiar Sinnoh mons, they're joined by so much more. Gloom hangs out here, evolving from Oddish at 21 and into Vileplume by Leafstone. One can be found in Floriroma's meadow, while the rest need to be farmed in the underground, more commonly in Pearl. Diamond really gets screwed in the underground as far as stone collection goes. Vileplume is a grass poison type with chlorophyll, doubling its speed and sun. The typing is great, offering it resistance to several good types, but leaving it weak to other good types, and Vileplume is reasonably bulky and has good special attack, although it is slow without sun, and only hops up to good in it. Vileplume is unfortunately a little difficult to use. Neither type is great for its offensive properties, and Vileplume doesn't get much else, even if it uses the few things it has well. On the upside, it has some decent support potential between the powders, allowing it to spread status, while aromatherapy allows it to cure the status conditions of its party members, so it certainly can be a decent addition to a team. Gloom can also become blossomed by Sunstone, which can be found underground or stolen off of Soul Rock. For some reason, Blossom loses the poison type, and while it is still reasonably bulky, the typing is probably a little less good for that, and it's lost its secondary stab. It still has many of the good traits of Vileplume, but kinda lives in its shadow. Its counterpart Weepinbell also appears here, likewise evolving from its pre-evolution Bellsprout at 21 and into Victory Bell by Leafstone, sharing the grass poison typing and even chlorophyll, although being more offensively minded. Both of its attacking stats are honestly good, but its defenses are rough, and without sun it only has 70 speed, which means it often gets kicked around before it has a chance to do its thing. That said, on a dedicated Sun team, it immediately becomes a pretty damn good Pokemon that can spam its stabs, although it does beg the question why you'd play it over the more immediately threatening and faster without setup and investment Roserade. The Super Rod can be obtained in another post-game area, but we can just pretend we have it now for the sake of my sanity, so that we can get Love Disc, a pure water with Swift Swim, and likely the worst fully evolved Pokemon in the game. Every single stat is terrible, to a degree that most first stage Pokemon would be embarrassed, except for its pretty good speed. In Rain, it's functionally unoutspeedable. It is otherwise the most bland and generic water type ever made, even more so than Lumineon, with its best strategy being to, confuse the opponent with Sweet Kiss, I guess. It doesn't really do anything else. Natu is available in swarms on 224, Psychic Flying, and becomes Xatu at 25, with Synchronize, which passes on its status conditions to its opponent when it becomes inflicted with one, and Early Bird, which causes it to wake up slightly earlier from sleep as abilities, and is a speedy and decently hard-hitting special attacker with a nice type, although it's kinda held back by the eternal Gen 2 stat distribution curse. Despite that and a lot of weaknesses from good types, it's a fairly usable Pokemon with some nice support moves like Screens, fun coverage with a bunch of the more odd ghost moves like Ominous Wind, and some grass moves like Giga Drain, and really just needs a special flying move to really tie it all together, which it unfortunately doesn't have yet. When playing with Emerald in the second slot, this route also gains the lovable idiot Shuckle, Bug Rock, with the mostly useless Sturdy, and Gluttony, which lets it eat berries at half health instead of 1/4, which has some niche uses for other Pokemon, but not so much for Shuckle. Shuckle is as wonky as ever. Both of its defenses are ridiculously high, and its other stats ridiculously low. Min-maxed to a degree that's functionally a joke. Shuckle has one goofy trick up its sleeve, Power Trick, which changes its attack and defense stats, and makes it one of the most ludicrously hard-hitting Pokemon ever. Under Trick Room, it also becomes ludicrously fast. It's a really bad gimmick set, but a funny one if set up. It does die in one hit in that circumstance, but what can you do? Other than that, you're basically pressing Toxic and trying not to die by locking stuff down with Encore, I guess. I mean, it's not good. It's a really bad gimmick Pokemon, but it does something kind of. The Pokeradar provides access to both Duskull and Dusclops. Why is Duskull at 2% and Dusclops at 20%? I have no idea, but it's something they love doing with the radar. Duskull is pure Ghost with Levitate and evolves into Dusclops at 37, which then becomes Dusknoir when traded with the Reaper Cloth, both of which have pressure. The first of many Gen 4 evolutions locked to the post-game for no apparent reason. The Reaper Cloth itself can be found on the ground on Route 229, which we haven't gotten to yet. The pain of a trade evolution aside, Dusknoir is really weird. Dusclops was a defensive Pokemon that did nothing but stall and use like Will-O-Wisp and Curse to try to wear down opponents while just not dying to anything. And seeking to address its shortcomings, Dusknoir becomes very slightly bulkier but not significantly, and goes up to a good attack stat. That's basically it. Dusknoir tanks hits and then clicks Shadow Punch or one of its surprisingly broad suite of physical coverage moves like Earthquake, Rock Slide, or the Elemental Punches, and maybe tosses out a Will-O-Wisp to extend its defensiveness a little bit. It's certainly a solid Pokemon, just being pure Ghost type is kind of enough, but it does have some very obvious difficulty sustaining itself to get its big hits off. Let's escape the roots briefly for something a little different. In Canalave, the sailor who takes you to Iron Island requests your help. His son has fallen into a permanent sleep and suffers from nightmares. In order to cure it, he takes you to Full Moon Island, where Cresselia drops it before becoming the second roamer, and optimal Master Ball target, although it truthfully doesn't pose a ton of a threat as an opponent. Cresselia is a legendary duck of good dreams and has a counterpart that we'll get to way later. Like the Lake Guardians, it's pure psychic with Levitate, and it's pretty damn good in its own odd way. Ridiculously defensive, it plays as a Super Uxie, but also has Moonlight to keep itself topped off, and its signature move Lunar Dance, which causes it to sacrifice itself when its usefulness has come to an end, and in exchange, heals fully, cures the status conditions of, and restores the PP of its replacement, allowing powerful teammates a second wind, while also being fast enough to throw out some underwhelming but not useless psychics and other special coverage moves. It's a bit weird in-game, but it's a very strong ally in competitive matches or the Battle Tower, so it is pretty unique for that. For something else new, we can return to 214, which has now had a secret path open up on it. Spring Path, which leads to Send-Off Spring. I really like this little area aesthetically, as Sinnoh's fourth lake rests in a crater surrounded by flowers with a bridge to nothing leading over the water, and is thought to be a sort of portal to the afterlife. In the pit is Turnback Cave, Sinnoh's gimmickiest dungeon, full of ghosts and psychics. Exploring Turnback with Sapphire in the second slot adds Lunatone, a rock psychic with Levitate, and it's kinda just middling, housing a lot of weakness and not benefiting at all from the physical special split. It's kinda just lagged behind a number of other great psychics. That also happens to include its brother Solrock, which can be found with Ruby in the second slot. Same type, same ability, but leaning physical, which at the very least gives it access to Stone Edge and Will-O-Wisp by TM, even if it's also notably quite weak in comparison to other psychics. Turnback's gimmick is very odd. Each room is a mostly identical set of junctions with 4 exits and a 25% chance to reach a pillar room going through any door. If you somehow do not see all 3 pillars after going through 30 rooms, the game sends you back to the start. In essence, you're extremely likely to make it to the end regardless of what doors you choose. The big reward for making it through the dungeon is the third big legendary. Dialga and Palkia's brother, cast out of heaven and into the underworld. Despite the developer claims to the contrary, Giratina is Poke Satan, with a little pinch of dark matter to tie it to the space theme, and the connection becomes even more obvious when looking at the full picture later. Giratina is absolutely the odd man out in its group. Where its brothers were monstrous special attackers that could decimate anything in one hit, Giratina is the wall that stops them. Ghost Dragon with pressure. Its base HP of 150 ties it for 6th, but unlike Blissey, it not only has great defenses in both directions, but solid attack and speed to let it retaliate off of either fantastic stab. Ghost Dragon also just happens to be a nice defensive type. While it has some alarming weaknesses, its general bulk makes those a relative non-factor, and further bolsters its wide set of resists and immunities. Giratina's signature move is unfortunately not very good. Shadow Force is a 2-turn move with an invulnerability turn like Fly, and has a great base power, but being a ghost move and a predictable one at that, it's fairly easy to play around it by just switching to a normal type. Instead, Giratina primarily plays Control, bulky enough to survive a few turns of sleeping to rest, especially with Sleep Talk, and clicking any amount of the great moves it has, physical or special, between Shadow Ball, Dragon Pulse, Earthquake, Thunder, Dark Pulse. They don't hit as hard as its brother's attacks, but given its survivability, they don't really need to, and it's fascinating to see a legendary lean so absolutely into a defensive playstyle. I suppose from there we can return to our more typical crawl backwards. On 223, the Super Rod can fish up Wailmer and Wailord, the former becoming the latter at level 40. Wailord is one of the few Pokemon with HP higher than Giratina, although that's matched with bad defenses and only decent attacking stats. In most regards, it's a fairly standard mono water, with neither Water Veil or Oblivious being that relevant to it. The only cool trick it has is Water Spout, which is 150 base power when Wailord is at full health, which admittedly goes kinda crazy, but after a few hits, that base power starts to drop and it becomes yet another basic water, unfortunately. Moving into Sunny Shore, Staryu can be fished up off the coast with the Super Rod and goes from pure water to water psychic when it becomes Starmie by Waterstone. Illuminate as an ability increases the encounter rate while Starmie is in the front of the party. It's not very good, but natural Key is always nice. Starmie is pretty great, a fast special attacker usually is, and it at least has a little bulk on a type with a bunch of resists. From there, like most psychics, it does as much special stuff as it wants, but also gets stab on water moves. And unlike most water moves, it can also spam recover. It's a fantastic little Pokemon, but it always had a chance to shine before, so being post-game isn't too much of a shame. Finally, free of the water, Route 222 has a few things to find. One in the water via Super Rod, Sharpedo, a water dark that evolves from Carvanha at 30. Just one more gen to go, little buddy. Sharpedo has really gotten the Sneasel treatment now that water and dark moves can be physical, but it's just a teeny bit too slow to abuse its massive attack. And its miserable defenses means it has to be a little over-leveled to be good. Not a huge ask. When it hits hard, but also Rough Skin represents a 1/16 chip damage hit on death. One more gen and Sharpedo's gonna get a huge buff. Rough Skin is a good ability, but it's not a good ability on Sharpedo, who dies way too quickly. The swarm here is Skitty, pure normal, which becomes Delcatty by Moonstone. Last gen, Delcatty only had Cute Charm, which could sometimes be a nice passive bonus. You know, spreading infatuation usually is. But this time it has a wacky new signature ability too, Normalize, which makes every move Delcatty uses normal type. You can literally never hit a ghost again, but you can Thunder Wave a ground type. Is this good? I don't know, I mean, against non-ghosts, rocks, and steels, it's funny and not outright terrible, but unfortunately, Delcatty just got it rough stats-wise, with no stat above 70. It's just absolutely end-to-end cooked and embarrassingly underpowered. Where's her Mega Gamefreak? As for Pokeradar, Flaffy is a pure electric that evolves from Mareep at 15 and into Ampharos at 30, all with the generic electric ability Static. Ampharos is a perfectly serviceable electric. Its big special attack is nice and it's reasonably bulky but slow, although it's only extremely worried about ground. The big problem is the usual ground problem. Outside of Thunderbolt and Thunder, what is it really doing? I mean, it gets Power Gem, Focus Blast, and Signal Beam. It could be a hell of a lot worse, but it's kind of just another electric type at this point. Up north to Lake Acuity, no more fishing for a bit. The swarm here is Smoochum, which becomes Jinx at 30. As of this gen, it has gained Forewarn in addition to Oblivious, and has the really cool Ice Psychic typing. Jinx is really close to being good. Being an Ice type with great special attack and good speed is a nice start, but holy hell, she is weak to everything. Every Psychic type gets Ice Beam anyways. It's not like there's nothing cool about Jinx. Being a fast Ice type is always pretty good, and Sing is nice if a bit unreliable, but the typing is a little rough. The Pokeradar reveals Wobbuffet, who can be bred to get Wynot, which is functionally the same Pokemon with the same gimmick and evolves into Wobbuffet at 15. Psychic type, Shadow Tag, which prevents the opponent from switching out, Counter, and Mirror Coat. With Focus Sash, it's a really great 1-for-1 in most scenarios, and great and competitive, but does require a lot of healing and maintenance to keep healthy when using it in-game. It's a little awkward into the many mixed attackers of Gen 4, but genuinely insufferable to go against in 99% of scenarios. Ursaring appears with Emerald in the second slot and evolves from Teddiursa at 30. Between Guts and Quick Feet, which is Guts for the speed stat, Ursaring can be a surprisingly nasty hitter. Quick Feet still leaves it a touch slow, but Guts makes it an absolute monster in terms of sheer power, and it can definitely take a hit. It does the usual physical stuff and does it well, if usually taking a lot of damage back for it. Lake Valor also has Lickitung by Radar, which has the new evolution Lickilicky, which it evolves into by knowing Rollout, which it probably won't use, but which it learns at level 33. Lickilicky is pure normal with own tempo and oblivious, and solves very few of Lickitung's issues. It's bulkier and hits a little bit harder, but what does it do back? Maybe against weaker opponents it can set up a curse and wall some stuff out, but it's certainly no team-carrying masterpiece. And like Ambipom, they kind of wonked up its design. It's really like ugly and unappealing and weird bubblegum pink. I don't really like it. It's another pretty standard normal hitter. You know, Ursaring's here too and is much better. Iron Island is surprisingly untedious to hunt down its new Pokemon in. One is Quillfish, who floats around just off the shore and can be pulled up by Super Rod. Quillfish is the most Gen 2 Pokemon ever. Its okay attack is offset by everything else. A shame, really. Water Poison is a cool type with tons of resists, only a few weaknesses, but Gen 2 was a really rough time. That all said, in rain, Swift Swim can make it decently dangerous, but that's a bit on the niche end, and Poison Point does make it a bit annoying to deal with. It's okay, but not great. Sableye appears with Sapphire. Sableye is now just bad Spiritomb, which is pretty grim. The Dark Ghost typing is great, which is why they gave it to a bad Pokemon. In addition to Keen Eye, Sableye now has a signature ability Stall, which makes it move last in its priority bracket for some reason. I guess to boost the power of punishment at all times, but it's really bad. It's a really bad ability. Sableye doesn't even have the looking cool advantage over Spiritomb, although it is significantly less tedious to get, I guess. Ruby makes Mawile show up, it's pure steel, and it's unfortunately the counterpart to Sableye, with pitiful stats to match. Hyper Cutter, which prevents attack loss, and Intimidate are both good abilities, Intimidate more so, but Mawile is still a bit from her big upgrade that would make her anywhere close to decent. The stat spread is just too bad, even for a Pokemon with a type as great as Steel. Route 218 has Voltorb as a Swarm, which evolves into Electrode at 30, yet another pure electric with static, but also soundproof, which has some niche uses. Electrode is still the 5th fastest thing in the game, after 3 versions of Deoxys and Ninjask. Electrode has transitioned into a weird support Pokemon. Moves like Light Screen, Rain Dance for teams centered on that, Taunt, maybe even Toxic, then when it's threatened it explodes. It's fairly niche even as far as pure support Pokemon go, and the explosion thing makes it a pain to use in-game, but it's not the worst at what it does. Like, it can definitely be a decent little helper for better teammates. The radar reveals Ditto, pure normal, with Limber, and its only move is Transform. It's still nearly unusable for the same reasons as in past gens. It takes free damage during its Transform term, but Ditto, as always, is invaluable in breeding for its ability to breed with literally everything else in the game. That's the only reason you would really want it. Jumping over to 221, nearby the now open Pal Park, we can fish up Clamperl, a simple little water with shell armor and with 2 evolutions. Huntail, which it becomes when traded with the Deep Sea Tooth, which can be stolen off of Wild Carvanha and Sharpedo, and Gorbis, which evolves in the same way but with the Deep Sea Scale, which can be stolen from Chinchou, Lantern, and Relicanth. Huntail and Gorbis are very similar. Both remain pure water, both have Swift Swim, but Huntail leans slightly physical, while Gorbis leans very special. Both are also very slow and really need the rain to succeed. Huntail does benefit slightly from the existence of moves like Waterfall, but it does land in a bit of an unfortunate spot. In Gen 3, they knew it being fully in on physical wouldn't be very good since water moves weren't physical, so it's a little closer to mixed, which forces it to compete on the back foot with a huge group of other swift swimmers that do what it wants to better, especially given he's competing with his specially focused sister who has more conventional water stuff to do, Surf, Ice Beam, Psychic. It's pretty standard water fare, but it does fairly well in rains for teams focused on that, although if you're not building a rain team, neither of these are all that impressive. Farfetch'd pops up in swarms here, and poor little guy has nothing going on. Normal flying is one of the most abundant types in the game, and competing with Staraptor is rough. Keen Eye and Inner Focus are both pretty generic bird abilities, and niche, and whatever they were cooking with its stats didn't work. Its best stat is 65 in attack. It's kind of a shame too. For how generic and boring the ultimate Shitmon looks on the surface, it actually gets some really cool moves for its type. Swords Dance, Poison Jab, and the ever invaluable Full Swipe, Fury Cutter, Knockoff. If it had stats, it might actually be a niche but cool little Pokemon, but as it is, it's bottom of the barrel in a type that has so many better options, including, like, the first one you can catch in the game. Nidorina and Nidorino also show up here via Radar with soft exclusivity between versions. The ladies appear 20% of the time in Diamond, and the boys show up 2% of the time, and vice versa for Pearl. Their base forms, Nidoran female and Nidoran male respectively, evolve into their evolved forms, Nidorina and Nidorino, at 16, then into their respective adult forms, Nidoqueen and Nidoking, by Moonstone. The first 2 stages being pure poison with Poison Point and Rivalry, while their final forms each gain ground. Notably, Nidoran female can also be bred to get Nidoran male, although the opposite wouldn't be true until the next generation. The Nidos are very similar. Queen is a touch bulkier, King is a touch more offensive, but both with an awesome type that gives them neat stuff to do, even if their weakness spreads are kinda brutal, although they have good defensive typing in some areas as well. Both also have the unique benefit of being Gen 1 Kaijus, an odd little quirk of the early era of Pokemon that grants these guys crazy coverage. Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Surf, Focus Blast, Rock Slide. In some ways, they outpace the Gen 1 Psychics and Normals in coverage, which gives them solid flexibility. Nidoqueen plays things a little bit slower. It's a good hazard setter, rocks, toxic spikes, and after that it can kinda just Earthquake or Poison Jab or play with some coverage. Nidoking itself uses its decent bulk and stats to play a bit more straightforwardly. You can kinda just pick 4 moves that fill whatever gaps you have in your team. Mega Hoenn is a great one that only Nidoking gets, which lets it crack the otherwise kind of annoying Dark type, but it has so many tools that it's always a great role player on a team. Route 220 offers Chinchou, Water Electric, which becomes Lantern at 27. Illuminate is useless, but Volt Absorb gives the little guys a hilarious extra immunity. Water Electric is a really cool type. Water shunts off the grounds that scare Electric, and with that gone, Electric can run pretty wild, and it helps that Lantern is fairly bulky, at least on the special end, although the ability to retaliate is a little bit underwhelming. Still, its stabs are both great, and with the typical ice coverage, it can be a neat, if kinda difficult to use Pokemon, although it does have to compete with a lot of other waters. Meanwhile, in Celestic Town, Little Pond has both Corphish and its evolution Crawdaunt, which it becomes at 30. Corphish starts pure water but gains dark when evolving, and Crawdaunt is an absolute menace, although just shy of its peak power. Shell Armor and Hyper Cutter are both nice abilities, but its hidden ability next gen really saves it. Water Dark is just 2 crazy stabs, and at 120 attack, Crawdaunt uses them both very well, especially since it gets rare access to Crab Hammer on top of Waterfall, plus moves like Crunch and Night Slash, Knockoff, Cross Scissor, Swords Dance, even Dragon Dance for some reason, which is insane. There are dragons that don't have access to Dragon Dance. Crawdaunt does have some very obvious exploitable flaws. It's only defensive physically and slower than hell, but with some proper setup, it can absolutely decimate anything. Its attack stat is crazy, as is its type. As a route with 2 distinct halves, 210 is absolutely loaded with cool stuff. Starting down south, Tauros and Miltank come as a soft exclusive pair via radar, semi-confirming their weird relationship. Tauros is more common in Diamond and Miltank in Pearl. Tauros is a pure normal, the former king of the game, and has Intimidate, pretty fucking good, and as of this gen has gained Anger Point, a janky ability that maximizes attack if it's hit by a critical hit, and survives of course. When it goes off, it absolutely just wins the rest of the game, but it's basically impossible to guarantee out of some janky doubles tricks that don't exist yet, as far as I remember. Tauros is still good. It's fast, it hits hard, it has good coverage, but being a normal type is becoming less and less impressive. Hitting neutral on everything and having Earthquake and Iron Head for coverage is nice, but normal is such a hard type to make work. Certainly a good Pokemon, especially with Intimidating, allowing it chances against other hard-hitting Mons, but struggling to find a niche because it acts so broadly. Miltank is the exact opposite of Tauros, a big bulky wall, especially physically, that can keep itself healthy with Milk Drink, and its team with Heal Bell, and with the nice benefit of Thick Fat actually giving it a few resistances that normals usually lack. It also has Scrappy to hit ghosts, which isn't always relevant, but does keep it from being forced out against them when they do come up, which, you know, it's a nice ability. Miltank also happens to have good speed, which doesn't hurt and can curse itself up to become a threatening monster by playing a little slow. It's actually a really cool Pokemon that far surpasses what normal types can usually do. Emerald brings out Pineco, a pure bug type that evolves into Fortress at 31 and gains the Steel typing. Both have Sturdy, which unfortunately does nothing yet. Fortress is a bit odd to use in this game, but is pretty insane and competitive. Bug Steel is a terrifyingly good combo that's only weak to fire and resistant to so much, but outside of maybe exploding, it's almost entirely a setup Pokemon. Nearly unkillable on the physical end, and with every ability to make the game miserable. Spikes, Stealth Rocks, Toxic Spikes, and Rapid Spin to clean up opposing hazards. It's a fantastic Pokemon, and to be fair, hazards fold the game in half, but it's probably not a typical Pokemon you would use outside of the Battle Tower or competitive battles, as it does nothing to wild Pokemon, which is the majority of what you fight in the game. Seedot and Nuzleaf both appear with Ruby. Seedot is pure grass and gains dark when becoming Nuzleaf at 14, then becomes Shiftry by Leafstone, all 3 with Chlorophyll, which does make it impossibly fast in the sun. Shiftry has good attack, which gets some nice benefit out of the physical special split, but it still remains kinda awkward. It really needs the sun to succeed. When it has it on a dedicated team, it becomes rather nasty, with 2 good stabs and solid coverage. Swords Dance, you know? But it is frail, and the type is almost impressively bad defensively. Weak to almost every good offensive type at once. Up north, we start getting some fully exclusive post-game guys. First up, Diamond's Kecleon by Radar. Pure normal. Its bad gimmick hasn't gotten better. Color Change, its signature ability, changes it to whatever type the move it was hit by last was, which turns it into a choose-your-own-weakness disaster. That huge special defense doesn't amount to much when there are plenty of Pokemon that can exploitably tear Kecleon apart with its own bad gimmick, Ghosts especially, and all you get out of it is an okay attacker, not even spectacular. It even gets some cute coverage moves like Shadow Sneak, which is Ghost type quick attack, but it's just too much of a headache that gets torn apart by so many common Pokemon. Zangoose, which appears with Ruby, is more or less good Kecleon. Immunity, preventing it from being poisoned, is better than whatever color change is meant to do, and its attack is great, with decent speed to boot. A bit on the frail end though, kinda like Crawdaunt, it really needs a nice clear runway to succeed, and gets a lot of nice physical stuff to use, from Return to Cross Scissor to Night Slash to Shadow Claw to Close Combat. It's not some masterpiece Pokemon that does everything, it's probably usually worse than Tauros, but I think he's really cool despite that, and can be an absolute demon if given room to do so. Sapphire brings out its counterparts to Viper, Pure Poison with Shed Skin, which is an increasingly weird Pokemon. Its stats are all bad except for its good attack and, special attack, which is a touch wasted. I guess Sludge Bomb is a little better than Poison Jab, so maybe its attack is wasted. It gets some funny special coverage like Flamethrower and Dark Pulse, but it gets more on the physical end like Cross Scissor, Crunch, and Earthquake. It's not terrible or spectacular, just a bit awkward and hard to use. Last but not least, for your radar in Pearl only, is Bagon. Pure Dragon with Rockhead, which becomes Shelgon at 30 and Salamence at 50, while gaining Flying and switching its ability over to Intimidate. Salamence has 135 attack and 100 speed, plus Dragon Dance. There's no thought required at that point. 1, maybe 2 Dragon Dances and clicking Outrage and letting the game play itself is basically the best thing you could be doing at any point in this game. It also has great special attack and decent bulk, and Intimidate that takes that bulk even further. There's very little to say about Salamence that isn't obvious. It's so comically powerful that even most legendaries have to sweat around it. The fact that it's Pearl exclusive is devastating for us Diamond boys. Route 212 also has a north and south thing going on. The only Pokemon up north is Smeargle by Radar, up here normal with own tempo, and new this gen Technician. And none of that or its extraordinarily bad stats matters at all. Smeargle's signature move Sketch can copy any move in the game, which kinda just lets it do whatever it wants, and that lets it be toxic. Let's see. Typically you want something like Spore or Dark Void, depending if you're playing singles or double. Stealth Rocks, Spikes, Taunts, whatever really. It tends to do better in doubles, where its allies can protect it some, and Dark Void hits both sides of the screen, and it's a huge pain to actually get all the moves it needs, but it literally does anything and everything. It's like the perfect support Pokemon. In the swamp in the south, Fire Red makes Ekans appear, a simple little poison with Intimidate and Shed Skin that becomes Arbok at 22. All around kinda decent, but unimpressive. Its best trait is being a thing that has Intimidate. Glare is kinda cool too for spreading paralysis. As far as generic poisons go, it's not great or terrible. At least it gets the Elemental Fangs, but it is a little boring outside of that great ability. Somewhat similar, the Radar hides Grimer, which becomes Muck at 38. The level makes sense in Kanto, but it is quite the grind here. And both of these are pure poison. Sense reduces the odds of encounters in the overworld basically, it does nothing, and Sticky Hold prevents Muck from losing its held item, which is rare but nice when it comes up. Muck is a brick wall, extremely specially defensive, and decent at landing physical hits in return, mainly Gunk Shot and Explosion. Unfortunately, its moveset skews heavily physical, which limits its options, although it can always lean into Stall with Toxic, Curse, and Minimize. It's a very, very good Pokemon at slowing the game down, and while it isn't very exciting, it often works out pretty well. Sapphire makes Lotad and Lombre appear, both water grass, the former evolving in the latter at 16 and then into Ludicolo by Waterstone. Either way, Ludicolo is a rain Pokemon, Swift Swim boosting it up to pretty crazy speed and Rain Dance shoring up its decent bulk. And with 2 good stabs and decent special attack, it ends up being pretty fun. Rain isn't 100% necessary, but makes it a hell of a lot better, and from there it can surf an energy ball through a good amount of stuff. It also happens to absolutely demolish probably the best Pokemon in the game, Kyogre, which is really, really funny. I'm proud of the little goober. He's cute. On the same route, the Pokemon Mansion has become a new daily. Each day a new Pokemon is cycled in the Trophy Garden at random, and the previous one hangs out for an extra day until replaced by a third one. A number of older Pokemon can cycle in too. Clefairy, Chansey, Bonsly, and Mr. Mime are available here in both versions, which removes their exclusivity, but largely it's entirely new. Both Igglybuff and Jigglypuff appear, both normal, the former becoming the latter by Friendship, then Wigglytuff by Moonstone. Wigglytuff kinda just ends up being worse Clefable. It's also pure normal, it even gets Cute Charm, but instead of Magic Guard it gets nothing. While it has higher HP, it is categorically worse in every other stat beyond attack where it matches Clefable, and with more or less the same moves, just less ability to use them. It's low rent Clefable for people being silly in almost any scenario, which is a little unfortunate, but in game you can make it a passable impression of Clefable. Meowth is a simple normal type with pickup, and new this gen, Technician. Sure would be nice if it was around earlier for the pickup, and at 28 it becomes Persian, who loses pickup for Limber, although Technician is definitely the stronger one here. At least Persian is really fast, but nothing else quite holds up anymore. In-game, Payday can be a moderately nice way to generate money, and there may be a little usage out of Switcheroo, which swaps items with an opponent. However, you know what else is a fast normal type with Technician? Ambipom. And Ambipom has an attack stat and more moves that work with Technician and slightly more bulk, and it's still fast. It's a bit unfortunate. Eevee can show up. You can also get one as a gift in Hearthome in the post-game, but you'll eventually need 8 of them. Eevee itself is a normal type, and on top of Runaway, has gained Adaptability this gen, which boosts its stab from 1.5 to 2 times. It's a very good ability, although Eevee is obviously not fully evolved, and we are very late in the game. Eevee has 7 evolutions, 2 of them new, each a different type. Via Water Stone, Eevee becomes Vaporeon, which is a water type with Water Absorb, a nice little free immunity and potential heal, and it's both very specially bulky and hard-hitting on the special end. Vaporeon doesn't do a lot other waters don't, but it's a nonetheless solid option. It might not have the coverage or speed of Starmie, but it solidly survives pretty well as it does its thing incredibly solidly. The Thunderstone, which can be found in the underground, turns Eevee into Jolteon, an electric type with Volt Absorb, also a nice free immunity and healing opportunity, if a less common one. Jolteon is comically fast and has good special attack, plus pretty serviceable special defense, even though it's fairly frail. Other than that, Jolteon is a pretty standard electric. It clicks Thunder, and its big coverage is Shadow Ball, admittedly a pretty good one, and maybe clicks Thunder Wave. It's certainly not bad, it's actually quite good at what it does, but it's also just another electric. The Fire Stone, also primarily found underground, evolves Eevee into Flareon, the little fire type that couldn't. With Flash Fire, a free immunity, and a boost of fire moves after getting hits. It's pretty great if baited, but this game has no fire type attacks to absorb, so oopsie. Flareon has a huge physical attack, good special defense, and good special attack, and not much to do. Its best physical fire move is Fire Fang, and except for Bite and some normal moves, it isn't up to much more. Its special attacks are outclassed by several other fires. It's a Pokemon that should have loved the physical special split, but got almost nothing from it. Finally, things start to get real good. If leveled up with high friendship during the day, Eevee becomes Espeon, pure psychic with synchronized, great special attack, great speed, and good special defense. It might not be as fast or hit as hard as Alakazam, if only slightly, but it survives a bit better, and Morning Sun lets it heal itself, while also letting it boost up with Calm Mind to unleash Psychics and Shadow Balls. It'd be nice if it got some of the excellent coverage other Psychics benefit from, but it can't completely replace the rest of the Eevees, I guess, so it unfortunately just doesn't have too much coverage, although if you want something that just clicks Psychic and Calm Mind over and over again, it does it pretty well. Friendship at night results in Umbreon, pure dark with synchronized, and it's a pretty killer wall with great HP and defenses. Pursuit is pretty good for it, letting Umbreon do some light trapping. Curse makes it even harder to kill, and Wish, unfortunately an egg move, plus Protect just make it great at slowing down the game to its pace, especially with things like Hazards or Sandstorm, Toxic, Burn. It becomes a real pain to deal with. It might not be massively exciting for an in-game thing, but it's great at its job. That just leaves the new 2. Eevee can evolve into Leafeon when leveled up in the presence of the Moss Rock, in this case anywhere in Eterna Forest, and it's a pure grass with Leaf Guard which prevents status in the sun. Leafeon is a pure physical Pokemon with fantastic defense and good attack and speed, which gives it the unique opportunity to be a Leaf Blade spammer that can Sword Stance itself up and stay healthy with Synthesis, especially in Sun where it's not afraid of Toxic and heals extra. It is a touch lacking for additional moves besides Cross Scissor and Aerial Ace, but it does its simple thing very well, and is fairly unique because of it. When leveled near the Ice Rock, anywhere on Route 217, Eevee becomes the pure Ice Glaceon who has Snow Cloak, which boosts evasion and hail, an all-time banger ability that makes any ice kinda viable with Obama Snow. Glaceon is a defensive ice type. Snow Cloak actually helps a lot in that regard, but Ice's many weaknesses do become very apparent. At least it also has great special attack too. Glaceon does somewhat lack moves, like Blizzard or Ice Beam and Shadow Ball are basically it, but admittedly it's a star on Hail teams where its weaknesses can be dodged with some luck, and the extra chip damage most Pokemon take pushes it just over the edge. It is a bit niche for needing Hail so bad, but an excellent post-game option for Hail-focused teams. Porygon is a perpetual weirdo who just keeps gaining evolutions, perhaps because its primary gimmick is change. Porygon's normal type is intended to be swapped around with its signature moves Conversion and Conversion 2, its ability Trace copies an opponent's ability, and its new signature ability Download boosts its attack or special attack to exploit whichever defensive stat is lower on the opponent, although all of its stats are very Gen 1. When traded with the upgrade given by Professor Oak in Eterna, it becomes Porygon 2, who trades in being awful for being very bulky with a good special attack to match, letting it recover through huge damage while spamming its wide array of special coverage. Charge Beam is a great way to boost, Tri Attack is Stab and has a small chance to spread status, and it gets all the usual special TMs too. It's actually kinda good for a middle stage. Shame there's only one upgrade in this game. Annoying oversight. When traded with the dubious disc found on 225, Porygon 2 breaks and becomes Porygon Z, something completely different, which trades Trace for adaptability but also keeps Download, and has a frankly ludicrous special attack and just enough speed to go crazy with it. Interestingly, its base stats are only 20 above Porygon 2. Z isn't a full upgrade, it's more of a side grade, and a damn good one. The typical special coverage of Gen 1 normals has become a titanic asset, and while it is a bit frail, it's also probably the best Hyper Beam user in the game because adaptability boosts the power of its normal type moves, which is really funny, but it's also just a really solid guy at doing literally anything. May as well cram Plusle and Minun together again too. The pair of pure electrics have plus and minus respectively, functionally identical abilities that cause them to boost each other's special attack stats when both are out in a double battle, and the two are almost identical beyond that Plusle has slightly better offenses and Minun slightly better defenses. Even in doubles, where they do best and were intended to be, the pair are very basic electrics, serviceable speed and attacking stats, and they also get demolished by the extremely common Earthquake. In singles, they're nearly unusable, and with competition in Luxray, Jolteon, Raichu even, it's just rough out there for these little guys. Speaking of bad Pokemon, Castform, a normal type that changes forms with the weather, the fire type sunny form in sun, water type rainy form in rain, and ice type snowy form in hail via its ability Forecast. Well, meant to be generic weather or anti-weather, the problem is that most weather teams don't run multiple weathers, and with a horrific 70 in each stat, Castform is inarguably worse than any random weather support Pokemon you could toss onto a team. You could be running Glaceon on a hail team instead. It is kinda cool that it always gets Stab on Weather Ball and the associated applicable weather boosts in rain or sun, but it's just an immensely embarrassing experiment in weather Pokemon design that did not pan out. Speaking of dailies, the Great Marsh has just gone ahead and crammed a few new Pokemon into the daily rotation too. First up, Paris, which evolves into Parasect at 24. Buggrass has got to be in the top 5 worst types in the game, and Parasect's only tolerable stat is its attack. Effect Spore can be really funny when it procs. I mean, spreading status usually is, especially if something attacking it gets put to sleep, and Parasect is definitely eating hits, but I'm a big fan of Dry Skin. Making its fire weakness 8 times was just brilliant, although the water immunity is unironically pretty nice. Despite being bad, like obviously bad, Parasect is actually pretty good in wild battles. The combination of False Swipe and Spore, the only 100% accurate sleep move, plus the other powders for niche scenarios against Insomnia Pokemon makes it pretty invaluable in that role, and further to its credit, it has Cross Scissor now, which is kinda nice, but it really struggles against real opponents, especially at this point in the series. Execute is Grass Psychic and becomes Executor by Leaf Stone. On paper, the type looks real rough. Flying, double bug weakness, ghost, fire, ice, dark. It's a lot of really bad weaknesses, but it also has some strong positive matchups too, like fighting, ground, and water, plus its own types, and solid stabs. Executor just happens to be good. The physical defense side is great, the special attack even more so, and while slow, Chlorophyll makes it decently fast in Sun, but it's also slow enough to go crazy in Trick Room. It doesn't do anything too weird. Hypnosis, Psychic, Energy Ball, Curse is a cool move. It's a great wall with even better hitting potential, but it does have to be careful what it gets sent out against, especially since Bug is actually kind of a good type now. Kangaskhan is a pure normal physical attacker from Gen 1. Huge surprise. While Early Bird never helped it much, Scrappy, which is new this gen, is a nice little benefit to deal with the Gengars of the world. Kangaskhan is just generally solid. Solid defensively, solid speed-wise, solid attack. A sort of jack of all trades if you mentally block the existence of the special attack stat out of your mind. In the grand scheme of things, it's not much different than most normals, but it does get Outrage, which is pretty killer, as well as a surprising variety of other physical moves that are a little less common. Avalanche, Shadow Claw, and the obvious ones like Earthquake and the fighting moves. It's a very basic, but surprisingly solid choice. Yanma has finally become the little bug flying that could. When leveled up when knowing Ancient Power, level 33, it becomes Yanmega, the first good Pokemon of the worst type. Speed boost really helps though. Being able to protect a turn or two and outspeed almost anything in the game really makes most things good. Compound Eyes also boost the accuracy of its moves and makes held items more common on wild Pokemon, which is definitely nice for farming certain evolution items. Yanmega definitely has issues. It's notably frail, especially given its type, but it starts fast and keeps getting faster and has fantastic special attack. Bug Buzz is a killer move that cuts down darkened grass walls that can otherwise be a big pain to deal with. Ancient Power is pure cheese, but always funny when it works. Silver Wind too. Air Slash, Hypnosis for some reason. It's not like it's broken even with speed boost, but it's also a huge milestone for bugs to be really good for once. Something that would heavily carry into the next generation where bugs slowly began their path to being like a respectable type. Shroomish Pure Grass becomes Breloom and gains fighting at 23. Absolute little menace. It's just better Parasect with better stab, spore, and full swipe. It makes it an even better catcher and an even bigger threat. And while it can lean on effect spore some, its new ability Poison Heal gives it healing while poisoned, thank you Toxic Orb, and a functional immunity to status moves at the same time. Yeah, it is a bit frail, but its attack is ridiculous, its speed is serviceable, and great moves like Sky Uppercut and, a Spore. It's just a great little guy that's relatively simple to use and unique, and a fantastic catching aid. Although you do need to grind Shroomish to level 45 to get Spore, which is kind of a fucking pain. Gulpin, Hoenn's Grimer, is pure poison, becomes Swalot at 26, with Liquid Ooze and Sticky Hold. Kinda bulky, Swalot doesn't have a lot going on. The intention was pretty clearly to stockpile stuff, but realistically it's a toxic staller using Acid Armor, Amnesia, Curse, Rest, anything it can use to die less quickly. It's vaguely a worse Muck that is slightly more defensive physically, and Muck already was kinda pushing it with its gimmick. Moving on, Absol's a Swarm on 213, Pure Dark. It's improved massively for the existence of Night Slash as a physical move. It always had great attack, even if everything else was fairly mediocre. While Pressure never did much for it, Super Luck is fun because so many of Absol's moves have boosted crit ratios, Night Slash included, but also Slash, Psycho Cut, Shadow Claw, not to mention that its Sucker Punch is absolutely insane, and it gets Swords Dance just in case. It does fall to Pressure ironically, but it's really, really cool when it works, even if it is literally just clicking one of those 4 moves I listed. Swellow appears by Radar and can be bred to get Tailo, which evolves into it at 22, and while Swellow might not be Staraptor, it's a really solid normal flying in its own right, if very linear. Guts boosts his attack when holding a Toxic or Flame Orb, Facade does the same thing, giving it a ridiculous 140 base power, and Swellow's gigantic speed and passable attack turn it into a linear but fantastic attacker that burns bright but fast. Especially with Brave Bird, although U-turn also lets it get out of sticky situations, and it sure has the frailty to need it. It's funny and straightforward, even if very flawed, but you're not going to be doing anything too creative with it. It pretty much just does the one thing it looks like it would do. 214 is another dense one. Spoink is pure psychic and becomes Grumpig at 32. Thick Fat is a nice set of bonus resistances, and Own Tempo puts in work when it comes up. Grumpig is kind of the generic bulky psychic, real hard to crack specially, decent enough at spamming special moves, but largely kind of just existing. Neither awful or great. Leaf Green brings out Vulpix, which becomes Ninetales by Firestone. Both are fire types with the solid flash fire ability, although Ninetales is a bit betrayed by mediocre stats outside of its special defense and speed. It certainly can throw out Will-Wisps and okay enough Fire Blasts. It gets Nasty Plot, which can be huge with some work, although it does need a bit of a safe spot to actually use that move to power up. Energy Ball's pretty funny coverage. It does it all well enough, but so do all the other fire types that are locked in the post game too. Emerald brings out Gligar, which has a new evolution in Glysaur, which it becomes when leveled up at night with Razor Fang, which can be found near the Battle Tower, and Glysaur is insane. Both Hypercutter and Sandveil, boosting its evasion in Sandstorm, help some, but next generation it truly evolves into an unstoppable wall. Ground Flying is just a great type. Sure, it hates the existence of ice types, but it dodges spikes, it's neutral to stealth rocks, dodges ground and electric moves, and it's great defense, especially physically, and the attack and speed are good enough. All while rolling in great moves like Earthquake, U-turn, the Elemental Fangs, Poison Jab, Swords Dance, Knockoff, Stealth Rock, Stone Edge. There's almost nothing this little guy can't do, and it's not even at the peak of its power yet. The Radar splits up version exclusives, and boy is it a rough split. Houndoom is in Pearl, Dark Fire, and evolves from Houndour at 24, while also having Early Bird and the much better Flash Fire as abilities. Houndoom is just good. Rough weaknesses aside, it's a great stab combo, and Houndoom's good special attack and speed, just let it do its thing. Do you need much more than Nasty Plot, Dark Pulse, and Flamethrower? Not really. It's kinda just great at the few things it does, even if it is a little bit narrow. Meanwhile, Mightyena is in Diamond and evolves from Poochyena at 18. It might be the worst Pokemon to have Intimidate, and arguably would rather have Quick Feet if only to give it one standout stat. Even its attack stat is just decent. The existence of Sucker Punch helps some, but it also helps like 1,000 better dark types. It's just a real non-entity as far as Pokemon go, and better darks just continue to bury it further. Hopping over to 209, Snubble's available as a Swarm, a simple normal with Intimidate and Runaway, that swaps the latter for Quick Feet when it becomes Granbull at 23. Granbull's another physical attacker, a pretty hard-hitting one, but one that struggles in every other area. Even Quick Feet isn't quick enough to make it that fast, nor Intimidate able to let it survive a reasonable hit. Even so, it hits hard as hell with its stab and has a ton of coverage, of the expected varieties. It needs help putting itself in position to do its thing, but if given that, it does it mostly worse than Ursaring, to be honest. It's just a slightly worse Ursaring in every single facet. 208 has Dunsparce as a Swarm. Tiny little Dunsparce, why did they make you this way? Just the coolest design ever and just so useless. It's a pure normal type, Runaway is useless, but to be fair, Serene Grace is really funny. Just the double chance to activate any bonus effect on a move is fantastic. It can be really funny, but also funny as its desperately awful stats. What does Dunsparce actually do? I don't know, man. Like, if you're really lucky, you can just spam Ancient Power and boost it into a reasonable Pokemon. It'd probably need like 4 of them in a row to be good. It gets all the generic special coverage, so it can fish for a freeze with Ice Beam. There's much better normals than Serene Grace Pokemon, but at least Dunsparce is cute. The radar also reveals Tyrogue, a fighting-type baby with Guts and Steadfast, which evolves at level 20 into 3 Pokemon. Hitmonlee if its attack is higher than its defense, Hitmonchan for the opposite, and Hitmontop if the two stats are equal. Hitmonlee has Limber and, more importantly, Reckless, which boosts the power of moves that deal recoil or have the potential for crash damage, notably the already great high jump kick, and with 120 attack, very little survives should it hit. Shame it's just ever slightly too slow and very frail despite great special defense. Not to mention an array of more standard moves and coverage for fighting types that make it all around good, if in tough competition with a slew of other great fighting types. Hitmonchan is a bit more balanced and actually loves the physical special split, as it made the elemental punches that its ability Iron Fist boosts use its better attack stats. Unfortunately, more balance means Hitmonchan just has more avenues to shut it down through, and Keen Eye doesn't help a lot. Mach Punch is nice too, as a fighting quick attack that gets boosted by Iron Fist, but it kinda lands in an awkward spot of just not being good enough at anything. Hitmontop leans even more balanced, even slower, even softer hitting, but more capable of taking a few hits, although it does get a small edge thanks to 2 of the best abilities ever, Intimidate and Technician. Triple Kick looks a lot less silly with Technician, all while also using Rapid Spin to shoo off Stealth Rocks and big fighting moves like Close Combat to shoo off whatever tries to set Stealth Rocks. It can feel a bit underwhelming, but it does its thing respectably. Up on Mount Coronet, the Waterfall Room holds an interesting little thing to fish up, both Dratini and Dragonair. Dratini is pure Dragon and becomes Dragonair at 30, then Dragonite at 55, which also becomes half flying. The former two have Shed Skin, the latter has Inner Focus. As Gen 1 pseudo-legendary, Dragonite is baseline good, extremely bulky, extremely physically offensive, but a touch slow. It's a good Pokemon that can click Outrage, heal with Roost, use Extreme Speed to outspeed literally anything in the game, plus Dragon Dance to shore up its speed and make its offense even better. It can also lean on its decent special attack in a pinch. Dragonite is an absolute monster. Not as immediately threatening as the other pseudo-legendary dragons, it has to compete with Salamence and Garchomp who are just overtuned like crazy. But it's certainly a powerhouse in its own right and has a little bit more survivability than the other two, and it also happens to not be version exclusive like Salamence is. Along the exteriors of Coronet, Loudred appears via radar. I think this is the first time a middle stage has ever been the only member of its line to be found in the wild in the series. Loudred is normal and evolves from Whismur at 20 and into Exploud at 40, and the group is very heavily tied into the sound subtype, learning a good portion of the existing ones in the game so far, while also being immune to all of them by nature of its ability Soundproof. Explode feels like it was designed as an experiment. Both its attacking stats and its HP are good, but it's so frail and slow that it immediately becomes questionable, which is a shame. Had it had any defenses or speed, it'd be pretty decent, I think. Hyper Voice is the premier special normal type move, and it gets a pretty insane amount of the TMs in the game to do almost anything it wants with, and since it has mixed stats, it could really just play into anything if it wasn't so vulnerable to any resistance. If anyone really needs a Mega, it's probably Explode. Route 205 near Floroma is surprisingly busy. The comfy little river there hides Shelder, Pure Water, who becomes Cloyster via Waterstone and gains the Ice type. Speaking of gaining, in Gen 3, Cloyster only had Shell Armor, respectable insurance, but has also gained Skill Link, which makes all multi-hit moves hit the maximum amount of times. This is really, really good for Cloyster. Icicle Spear immediately becomes a 50 BP move pre-stab and pre-weakness that also breaks Focus Sash. It could be better, say if it had 25 base power per hit, but give it a gen, we'll get there. Cloyster also has ridiculous defense, the 4th highest in the game, which pretty immediately gives it at least some viability if imperfect. Cloyster is missing one key part of its moveset that would turn it into a god, but this gen, it's a really solid team lead between its ability to set spikes, toxic spikes, and survive most physical hits, then go boom. It's a very interesting linchpin to start a battle off with, but it's all up from here for it, and it's obviously a little awkward for an in-game team, since it doesn't actually have a lot of impact unless the battle actually goes on the full distance of 6-on-6. The Poke Radar has two different targets here. In both games, the southern part of the route has Hoppip, but Diamond also has it and its evolution Skiploom up north. Hoppip becomes Skiploom at 18, then Jumpluff at 27, and the whole line is Grass Flying, a somewhat unfortunate type if only for the ice thing, but also the rock thing. Jumpluff's only good stat is its speed, although it is a touch bulkier than it looks. Honestly, Chlorophyll's kinda just overkill, and its new ability Leaf Guard isn't enough to make it reasonably defensive. Given everything, Jumpluff just ends up being a fast and kinda underwhelming support member. It gets the powders, so it can potentially spread sleep and paralysis. Leech Seed is nice, but it applies no real pressure, and doesn't do much beyond letting better Pokemon do things after it's died. Fire Red brings out Elekid, which evolves into Electabuzz, which itself has a new evolution, Electivire, which it evolves into when traded with the Electorizer, which itself can be found by farming it off of Elekid. It's all a cycle. All three are electric, and the first two have static, but Electivire gets a signature ability, Motor Drive, which is Volt Absorb but it boosts speed instead of healing. Honestly, it's a pretty cool reason to bait electric moves. Interestingly, Electabuzz was a pretty standard electric type, a decently fast special attacker, but Electivire decides to go somewhere entirely different, making it a deadly, moderately bulky, but still decently fast, if a little slower, physical attacker. It is the world's best Thunder Punch user, and if that sounds kind of underwhelming, it's because it kinda is. Especially since a lot of the fighting moves it really wants are only available through breeding, and it's a trait evolution, which is a pain. Electivire isn't bad, it's inconvenient, a little awkward, and standing just a little behind a mess of crazy Pokemon this generation is thrown out much earlier and easier to obtain. Up north, Pearl can find Slowpoke by Radar, a water psychic with Oblivious and Own Tempo that has two different evolutions, Slowbro at 37 and Slowking when traded with King's Rock, which can be farmed off of Poliwhirl or found via pickup. Slowbro and Slowking are almost identical, same abilities, almost the same moves, and identical stats, save Slowbro leaning physically defensive while Slowking is specially defensive. Which one is better really comes down to which one better absorbs the moves your team is scared of. Both are mostly equally capable of dealing damage with two good stabs and deep coverage. They get Flamethrower for some reason, plus their bulkiness makes them prime setters for screens and spreaders of Thunder Wave. And either can boost with Curse or Calm Mind. Slowking even gets Nasty Plot, which is really funny, while topping off with Slack Off. They're both amazing little walls that can serve as Swiss Army knives that plug any number of holes in a team. I mean, you could technically run both, but I probably wouldn't. Staying in the same area, Valley Windworks has Electrike by Swarm, which becomes Manectric in 26, Pure Electric with Static and Lightning Rod, which redirects electric moves to it and absorbs them so it doesn't take any damage. It's more or less a standard electric. Good special attack, good speed, a bit frail. It does the thing. Thunder and has Flamethrower just in case. Simple and reliable, if unimpressive. Outside of Fuego Ironworks, we get more electrics. One of my favorite Pokemon of all time, the Electric Steel Magnemites, which becomes Magneton at 30, and Magnezone when leveled up in an electric field, that being anywhere inside of or on top of Mount Coronet. You kinda just gotta know that. I don't think there's anything in the game that really hints at that. Sturdy is still useless in this era, but Magnet Pull is actually a really cool one. For one, it prevents steals from switching out against Magnezone, which makes it Skarmory's worst nightmare, as well as many other defensive steals, although it doesn't come up much in-game. For another, it forces encounters with steel types 50% of the time on routes where they're available, which makes finding some rare Pokemon like Steelix and Skarmory a hell of a lot easier, which is pretty slick. Magnezone is a lot slower than Magneton, which is a bit unfortunate, but other than that, it's kinda just a banger. Its immense special attack makes it a pretty premier guy at pressing the Thunder button and Flash Cannon, and it's pretty bulky while also swimming in a titanic 12 resists. Granted, Earthquake absolutely decimates it, but still, it's just a killer final form for one of my absolute favorite Pokemon. Also here, only in Diamond, is Aeron, another steel, but also half rock, which becomes Lairon at 32 and Aggron at 42 with Sturdy and Rockhead, which it actually makes solid use of with Stab Head Smash. And Aggron looks like it should be at least kinda good. 180 defense is comical and its attack is really solid, but it is slow, and its special defense is a very obvious issue. Add in a brutal 4 times fighting and ground weakness, not to mention water, plus fighting is getting great special moves like Focus Blast, and you have a recipe for a Pokemon that is so close to being really cool but gets torn apart so easily. On the upside, as a Kaijumon, it does get all the crazy coverage stuff, so that's pretty fun. I don't know why I went in this order when I was drafting the outline, but next up I put 203 for some reason. Cubone is a swarm here and becomes Marowak at 28 and has Rockhead and Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod is a really funny bit of tech for it, but Marowak is painfully Gen 1. Pretty rough for a ground type, which is normally kinda good enough. It's at least decently defensive, but it's not hitting hard enough for its speed to be so low. As for cool stuff, its signature Bone Meringue hits twice so it breaks Focus Sash, and can Swords Dance with some luck and work to hit hard. Fortunately, it also has a signature item, Bone Club, which doubles its attack too. It's a weird gimmick, but it does objectively give it a fantastic amount of attack, if it still really struggles with its speed, and it locks it out of utility items that would let it survive better. It's neat, it's fun, but it's propped up heavily by its weird item, and without it, it's just not even worth considering. Both Ralts and Curly appear via radar, Ralts becoming Curly at 20, then Gardevoir at 30, but also having a new evolution. Male Curlia can become Gallade via the new Dawnstone, one of which can be found in Coronet, one of which is on 225, and more of which can be found via pickup. The original line is pure Psychic, with Gardevoir kind of being the stereotypical Psychic. It has Synchronize and Trace, it has great special attacks, it's relatively fast. It's Alakazam, but a bit bulkier and a bit slower, which is certainly not a bad thing to be at all, letting it lean a bit more into some support type moves like Screen and Hypnosis. On the other hand, Gallade gains the fighting type and gets Steadfast, which boosts its speed when it flinches, nice but a bit unpredictable. Psychic Fighting is a weird type. It really is just largely neutral, and Gallade itself is identical in stats to Gardevoir, but with a huge physical attack instead of special, and he's actually just kinda sick. Between Psycho Cut, Close Combat, Night Slash, Leaf Blade, which is really cool coverage, and Swords Dance, plus whatever it wants from the physical TM side, plus a whole ton of the support stuff that it picked up from its pre-evolutions, Gallade ends up being a wildly versatile fighting type that doesn't just do Close Combat and Rock Slide, but is capable of kinda doing everything and anything. It's just really fucking cool. Up on 204, we got Bugs. Caterpie comes out via Fire Red, which is backwards for some reason. It was more common in Leaf Green, but whatever. And is Pure Bug with Shield Dust, which blocks the additional effects of attacks, then becomes Metapod at 7, where it swaps for Shed Skin, and finally Butterfree at 10, where it becomes part Flying and swaps again for Compound Eyes. It's a very good thief for item farming. Butterfree is otherwise real bad. Awful type, awful stats all around. Its specials are almost there, but not quite. Somehow even kinda slow. It's the quintessential early route bug and significantly worse than even Beautifly, let alone Mothim. It's not all terrible. I mean, it gets all of the powders. Sleep Powder's pretty good, and it hits with it a whole lot thanks to Compound Eyes, and, Bug Buzz is a really strong move, so I guess you could do slightly worse in this game, but not by a lot. On a very similar note, Weedle can be found with Leaf Green and is Bug Poison all the way through, starting near identical to Caterpie, becoming Kakuna at 7 and Beedrill at 10, although Beedrill has the much less impressive Swarm. The typing is definitely better, still very flawed, not great either, but a little better, and its stats are equally piddly, but physically offensive. There's always something better to do than Beedrill, Drapion, for example, but it does get some cool moves like Toxic Spikes, Poison Jam, Cross Scissor, but even then it has a whole lot of competition on both sides of its typing and really does not hold up. Via Radar is Sunkern. Holy, 30 in all stats, what were they doing? Sunkern evolves via Sunstone into Sunflora and is pure grass, rocking both Chlorophyll, with a base speed of 30, this does literally nothing, and Solar Power, a substantially more interesting ability it gained this gen that boosts its special attack by 1.5 times in Sun, but also drains some health each turn. Sunflora may be comically slow and frail and kinda just bad, but its Solar Beams in Sun with Solar Power are stupid strong and come out in one turn. Sunflora is the world's greatest and most flawed one-trick pony in Sun. It does one simple thing very, very well, assuming it somehow avoids taking a hit, and literally nothing else. It's a spectacularly weird and underpowered Pokemon that almost works on certain teams. Alongside Lake Verity, Surskit appears as a Swarm, rocking the really cool Bug Water typing and Swift Swim. Then at 22 it becomes Masquerain and becomes Bug Flying. Why? Just give it Levitate. Why? At least it gets Intimidate, I guess. Becoming of its type, it's bad. It's almost another Butterfree, not a compliment. It is cute that it gets a few water moves from its predecessor, Water Pulse, Ice Beam. I could see it as a fun option and the ability is a nice crutch, but like so many bugs before it, it's just so tough to make it work. For some reason, I then outlined going up to Route 217, sure. What? Sure. The snow is full of cool stuff. Get it? Ha 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 ha. Swinub appears as a Swarm up here and is Ice Ground. It has Oblivious, but also gains Snow Cloak, a very stupid ability. At 33, it becomes Piloswine and becomes Mamoswine when leveled up with Ancient Power. Weirdly, it doesn't actually learn this move by leveling further. Instead, it gets added to Piloswine's relearnable moves, which forces you to use Pastoria's move relearner to evolve it. Very strange. Gotta hand it to Mamoswine though. It has a lot of bad weaknesses and almost no resists, but that stab combo is fucking insane. Especially with its insane attack stats, and its bulk is just good enough. It's a shame that Physical Ice is a tad underdeveloped this gen, mostly relying on Ice Shard, Ice-type Quick Attack, or maybe Ice Fang, but the ground end is obviously easy, plus it gets the good rock stuff as most grounds do. It's a flawed Pokemon, easier to take down than it looks like it should be, but it also has a very solid chance of messing up anything that it has a chance to actually hit. Snorunt is pure ice and becomes Glalie at 42, and has gotten a gendered Dawnstone evolution like Curlia. Females only can become Frostlass. On top of Inner Focus, Glalie now has Ice Body, which heals it passively in Hail, although Glalie feels unfinished. Being an ice type is hard. Having 80 in every stat doesn't help. It's okay everywhere, great nowhere. Glalie kinda just does stuff. It uses ice moves pretty well, but not as well as other ice types. It can explode, gets spikes by breeding. It's so astoundingly average, but also the ice type's defensive issues kinda push it down to the lower end of average. Frostlass is something entirely different. Snowcloak is a great benefit for it, as it's an ice ghost glass cannon, trading away its defense for very good speed. Its attacking stats aren't crazy or anything, but the stab combo, potentially one of the best in the game. Even just Shadow Ball and Ice Beam solidly answer just about everything, and it can leverage its relative frailness with Destiny Bond as it goes out thanks to its great speed. It's a bit of a risky Pokemon, but a very, very fun one with a killer type and extra good on a Hail team. Delibird appears as a Swarm on 216. It's a true Gen 2 Pokemon. Vital Spirit is cute flavor because, you know, Santa doesn't sleep, he stays up all night delivering presents. And I think Hustle was probably chosen for the same flavor reason. It's certainly not a useful ability for it. Ice Flying is a somewhat unfortunate type. It's actually pretty cool, but mostly just ruined by Stealth Rocks. That all said, Delibird is a comically Gen 2 Pokemon. Its standout stat is a mediocre 75 in speed, and it only gets worse from there. Not to mention, the only move it learns by level up is the normal type move Present, a move that rolls a die to determine its power, but also has a 20% chance to just heal the targets. Amazing flavor, comically awful move. Delibird is worse than most ice types at doing the ice stuff, and less versatile, and worse than most flyings at doing the flying stuff. Its charm is entirely in being a cute and silly design, and sometimes that's okay. But in this case, it's probably slightly less than okay. In fact, I'd say it's outright bad. On Route 215, Drowsy Swarms. Pure Psychic, which becomes Hypno at 25. Insomnia is very flavorful, but a bit niche, and Forewarn is mostly useless. But Hypno is a fairly usable, if unimpressive, Pokemon. Its type and great special defense allow it to soak up a nice bit of damage while playing support with Hypnosis or Light Screen. And it also has Nasty Plot to shove its mediocre special attack into terrifying range given a few turns, even if it lacks the usual crazy coverage of Psychics. The most unfortunate part is that it has to do this while standing in the shadow of a million billion other great Psychics like Alakazam, Gardevoir, the Lake Guardians, Cresselia. It's a sort of hipster choice in place of one of the giants like these. The Swarm for 206 is Nose Pass, pure rock, but when leveled in Coronet next door, it becomes Probopass and gains Steel. Oops, Aggron moment. Probopass is a confusing Pokemon. It has the same abilities as Magnezone, Sturdy and Magnet Pull, but is nothing but defenses. It doesn't even have very good HP, while also suffering from Aggron's very exploitable typing. In some ways its moveset is better than Magnezone's. It gets the electric and steel moves, but also like Power Gem and Earth Power, but uses them so much worse, which means it's usually a semi-awkward way to get rocks out and spam Thunder Wave. It's just a weird and underwhelming, not to mention kinda ugly little thing. The radar can also find Boltoy here, ground psychic with levitate, and its great defense and type are a little bit undercut by everything else. Too many good weaknesses, too little attack. Calm Mind can probably shove up its special attack enough to be somewhat usable, and Earth Power and Psychic are both good moves. Plus it can do the Stealth Rock's rapid spin thing, but it's a lot more work than a number of Pokemon that do everything it does better. I think Eternaforest is meant to mainly be a reference to the forests of the past, as far as it goes here. Metapod and Kakuna both appear here, as do some classic Hoenn early routers. Slackoth is the Swarm here, a normal type, with the signature ability Truant, which makes it skip every other turn. At 18 it becomes Vigoroth and switches to Vital Spirit, then at 36 it becomes Slackoth and switches back to Truant. Truly we are doomed to never escape our true natures. Slacking is comically over the top. 6th best HP in the game, 3rd best attack, great defense, good speed. Its 670 base stat total puts it in line with like box art legendaries, and Truant is so awful that it usually doesn't matter. Its most notable set is just leaning into the gimmick. Giga Impact has a recharge turn anyway, so there's no real downside to just pressing Giga Impact every other turn. And to be fair, its insane attack usually means that Giga Impact is an insta-kill on anything that's not a ghost. It can also have Earthquake just in case it bumps into like a steel or a rock. But Slacking is also comically easy to play around. It instantly loses to Protect, like there's nothing you can do, you've just lost 100% of the time, as it will never be able to land a hit. And it's even worse playing into stuff with Protect and a boosting move where they can boost on each of your passive turns, and as soon as they're done boosting fully, you just die. Not to mention Toxic absolutely shreds it, Ghosts can't do anything to those. Reasonable bulky rocks and steel slow it down enough to do some huge damage in it. It's so devoutly all in on its one gimmick that even a lot of the AI opponents are more than capable of playing around it on accident. I can't deny how incredibly epic it is when it works, but it really, pretty much its only use case is like exactly using an ability swapping move like roleplay to move its shit ass ability off of it and just turn it into a regular Pokemon. Nincada appears via radar and has the really cool bug ground typing and compound eyes. To this day, the only Pokemon that shares the type is Wormadam. Surely we can aim higher with this cool ass typing, right? Anyway, Nincada evolves into 2 different Pokemon simultaneously. Ninjask at 20, and assuming you have a spare Pokeball and an empty slot in your party, Shedinja. Ninjask is a bug flying with speed boost, one of the best abilities ever, and 160 speed. Only outsped by Speed Form Deoxys and beats most Pokemon by at least double. Plus its attack stat ain't awful. As an actual Pokemon to use, it's a little rough. It's unbelievably frail and the type is obviously bad. Even getting 1 Swords Dance in is very hard, but it does have Cross Scissor, which is nice. However, its real use is being the most devious baton passer ever devised. A few turns of alternating Protect and Swords Dance lets a baton pass a ridiculous wall of boosts onto anything, and that usually ends the battle pretty quick. At least if you pass to a good physical attacker. It's a bit niche in game for its entirely support playstyle, but it sure as hell's good at it when it pulls it off. Speaking of niche, Shedinja has the amazing Bug Ghost type, amazing offensively anyway, not very good defensively, and a maximum of 1 HP. Wonder Guard prevents it from taking damage from non-super effective attacks, which effectively gives it an immunity to every type except for Flying, Rock, Ghost, Fire, and Dark. Directly anyway. Shedinja's biggest problem isn't even its lackluster stats, given it has a hypothetical infinite setup time. It could boost however it wants to get something valuable done, and it has great moves like Cross Scissors, Shadow Claw, Swords Dance, but it's also vulnerable to non-attack damage, and boy does the existence of Stealth Rock, Spikes, Toxic Spikes, Sandstorm setting Pokemon, Hail setting Pokemon, a Bomb of Snow, Toxic, Will-O-Wisp make its life just fucking terrible. Even against monotype teams, it's not unusual to see Shedinja get answered with something or another. This game also has several Hail routes and a Sound route, so Shedinja can't participate in those routes at all. That all said, there's trainers in the game, including in the Battle Tower, who objectively cannot damage Shedinja, at which point, you win. There's nothing they can do. It's just over. It's a Pokemon of supreme highs and lows. Finally, something really unique. On the second floor of the old chateau is an old TV. Interacting with it at night reveals Rotom, which is generally a really weird encounter. Why is Rotom post-game only? Why does it play the legendary battle music? Why is this little fixed encounter so obscure and locked to the post-game for a Pokemon that is certainly not as impressive as this pomp and circumstance implies? That's not even to say Rotom is bad. Its speed and special attack are both good, and Electric Ghost is a fantastic type, especially with Levitate fixing the ground weakness, leaving it with just the Ghost and Dark weaknesses. And its stab combo is extraordinarily lethal, easily hitting almost any Pokemon well just between its main moves, while also having Thunder Wave and Will-O-Wisp be annoying. It really doesn't even need a ton to do beyond that, although we'll be seeing a lot more Rotom later on. Route 207 has Phanpy as a swarm, Pure Ground with pickup. It becomes Donphan at 25 and trades down to the pre-buff Sturdy as it does. Donphan has two really good qualities, attack and defense, and a lot of rough qualities, but just by nature of its type is kinda useful. If sorta underwhelming compared to a number of newer grounds. This is the Garchomp era, this is the Hippowdon era. To its credit, it does get some pretty neat tricks, Rapid Spin and Stealth Rocks mostly, Thunder and Fire Fang. It's on the more niche end for ground types, but it's still a ground type, which kind of by default makes you somewhat usable. In Pearl, the radar also finds Stantler, Gen 2's most normal type. Intimidate is perhaps its only truly positive quality, although Frisk, which reveals opponents' held items, is useful for farming items at times. Stantler is kind of just okay at everything. An okay type, okay stats, slightly above okay attack. It gets Hypnosis, that's pretty cool, and all the usual special coverage, but it's like the 80th best Pokemon at every single thing it can do. Diamond also finds Larvitar here. Despite being a latecomer, it's, maybe worth the grind. Larvitar in its first evolution Pupitar, which it becomes at 30 are rock ground and have guts and shed skin respectively. They're actually fairly good for unevolved Pokemon. Then at 55 it becomes Tyranitar, drops ground for dark, and swaps abilities to Sandstream, which summons permanent Sandstorm for the duration of the battle. That alone is basically good enough. Starting this gen, Sand also boosts the special defense of all rock types by 50%, so Tyranitar is even bulkier just by coming out, while everything else is taking chip, and Steel, Ground, and Rock are broad enough types to make a full team viable. Of course, Hippowdon also has most of these positive qualities, except the special defense boost, but Tyranitar is also a pseudo-legendary. Its only remotely bad stat is its speed, its attack is fantastic, its stabs are fantastic, the weakness spread is a bit alarming, but it's bulky enough to handle anything beyond Focus Blast, and it has Kaijumon coverage, as if it needed it between Pursuit, which it's a legendary user of, Crunch, Earthquake, Dragon Dance, and Stone Edge. At this point, it's simply one of the best Pokemon ever made, rivaled almost exclusively by its Pearl counterpart Salamence, a bunch of box art legendaries, and Garchomp. It is immaculate and one of the coolest Pokemon ever. Route 202 has Zigzagoon via Swarm, which becomes Linoon at 20, both pure normal with pickup and Gluttony. Gluttony is especially intriguing, as it causes Linoon to eat berries at 50% health instead of 25%, which makes Belly Drum very silly. It's a gimmick, but given its only workable stat is speed, it needs it. Certain berries that boost stats when they're eaten just become a free extra boost on top of the full attack boost that Belly Drum gives, and with its already good speed, it can kinda just run away with a battle. Linoon is otherwise bad, which puts it in an interesting position. In a scenario where you can set it up, it turns itself into an unstoppable sweeper, but in any other position, it's nearly instantly destroyed by even average threats. The radar finds Sentret, which becomes Furret at 15, Gen 2's early route rodents, normal with Runaway and Keen-Eye. Famously one of the cutest Pokemon ever. Just look at it. Furret is also infamously awful, just kinda baffling. When you're making Linoon look good, there's just nothing going on at all. It does what every normal type can do down to the coverage, but extremely badly. Fire Red brings out Growlithe, which becomes Arcanine by Firestone, both fire type and with 2 great abilities, Flash Fire and Intimidate. Arcanine is kind of one of those weird Gen 1 anomalies. For very little discernible reason outside of it being classified as the legendary Pokemon, it has 555 base stat total with good stats all around, especially when it comes to its attacking stats and speed. The addition of Flare Blitz has allowed it to do more with its slightly better physical attack, and it also has extreme speed, which is a generally great move, although it can also succeed Mix too, especially with Intimidate giving it a little extra longevity. It might not have the same power level as the min-max monsters of Diamond and Pearl, but it's a great all-arounder for its simple game plan. Route 201 has Doduo as a swarm and is yet another normal flying that evolves into Dodrio at 31 and has some really mediocre abilities, Early Bird and Runaway. While Dodrio is solid with good attack and speed, it's a Gen 1 Pokemon at heart. Everything else is really rough. The really common typing is its Sore Point. Swallow hits harder but it's more work. Staraptor is just generally better and way less work. It's not like it completely sucks, it's serviceable. It gets Acupressure, which is very funny. But also, Starly was available on this same route 4 minutes into the game, and now we're like 80 hours in. Apparently, I forgot 211. Swablu is available by radar and starts as a typical normal flying before becoming the dragon flying Altaria at 35. The first dragon to not have any kind of special status, legend, pseudo, trade evolution I guess, and has natural cure, a nice compliment to its general bulkiness, especially with roosts, although its attacking stats are a little bit low. Had Altaria shown up before the post game, it'd probably be a pretty strong consideration, if you ignore Garchomp. Dragon Dance just smooths over its low points, while its natural bulk gives it the opportunity to set it up. It's obviously not Salamence or Dragonite, but being a slightly worse Dragonite is still pretty damn good. It's just a shame you gain access to it alongside Dragonite at the same time. Last but not least, Wayward Cave is one of the surprisingly few caves to use the new encounter methods, with Sandshrew available when Emerald is in the second slot, made even weirder by Sandslash's availability later, which Sandshrew becomes at 22. Outside of having the very stupid sand availability, Sandslash is probably just the worst ground type now. It has very good defense at least, and good attack, but so does Donphan and Hippowdon, and you get the idea. Sandveil can do some heavy lifting with a little bit of good luck, but the Gen 1-ness of Sandslash's design is caught up with it heavily. Awesome design, it's a shame that it's borderline unusable. That finally wraps up the new stuff on old routes, but we do have one last pit stop before the entirely new stuff. After getting the national decks, the past gen fossils all appear in the underground as soft exclusives. Getting the rare ones for your version is a tedious mess, but they are there. The Helix fossil revives into Ammonite, which becomes Amistar at 40, Rock Water and defensive as hell. Shell Armor is a nice benefit on that end, but Swift Swim also pushes it to a respectable speed that allows it to punish a bit easier with its good special and great stabs. Special rock moves may be limited, but even Ancient Power is a nice little buff that occasionally gives a funny Omni boost. The typing does have a few weak spots. Grass especially is a problem and fairly common, but honestly, Amistar is really cool. It's a Stealth Rocks and Spike setter that can dump out nice damage with some neat special moves, water stuff, ice stuff. It's unfortunately post-game only, so it can't really be a primary water as you need one for navigation, but he's surprisingly good. Its Gen 1 cousin Kabuto shares the type and abilities, well, Battle Armor has a different name, but it's functionally identical to Shell Armor besides the flavor, and evolves at 40 into Kabutops. But Kabutops has gone in the complete opposite direction. A decently fast physical attacker that becomes near impossible to outspeed in rain, and which now has great physical water moves like Aqua Jet and Waterfall, on top of better rock moves like Stone Edge, not to mention some fighting moves, Cross Scissor, and Swords Dance. It's not even necessarily rain reliant, its great stabs and attack make it a huge threat even outside of rain, but it's a monstrous asset on a rain team in the battle tower. Aerodactyl revives from the old Amber and is rock flying, a little bit different from his cousins. Pressure is interesting, but Rockhead is kinda niche as Aerodactyl doesn't yet have Head Smash. Give it a few generations and it's gonna be fucking crazy. Arrow is still going strong, it's insanely fast and has good attack, and while the type has its weaknesses, Arrow is a strong stealth rocker and general hitter. Nothing fancy, but Rock Stab is pretty much always good, and it's an earthquaking flyer that can roost off its troubles. It's just really cool. Jumping ahead to the Gen 3 guys, Anorith is a rock bug, revives from the claw fossil, and becomes Armaldo at 40. Both have battle armor. Armaldo's stabs are both really cool. Stone Edge and Cross Scissor on that attack stat, and with Swords Dance, and it's decently defensive. One of the sad things is that despite getting some water coverage, Water Pulse and Gun, it doesn't get Waterfall, but we can't all be Nidoking, I guess. It doesn't live up to its kinda template or, predecessor Kabutops, but it is generally pretty strong and has a really cool stab combination. Lily revives from the root fossil and evolves at 40 into Cradily, rock grass with suction cups to keep it from being forced out. Cradily is certainly unique. Neutral to most type, it's defensive, but not quite defensive enough and sorta needs to force itself there with Curse, which it can't get until Heart Gold and Soul Silver anyway. That said, with Ingrain, Toxic, and Rocks, it can kinda just serve as a wall, if not a very great one like Blissey. It's just not all there yet to a degree that truly lets it succeed, but it does do its thing, like, halfway decently, if you need a defensive Pokemon really desperately. We're finally free, one last stop and it's off to Russia. Up in Snowpoint is the Snowpoint Temple, a short ice dungeon that pulls in one of my favorite puzzle elements, icy floor panels arranged as a tiny little maze. There isn't a ton to say about these that I haven't before, but they are pleasantly vast and tricky. At the bottom rests a sleeping Pokemon, Regigigas. Unfortunately, it requires all 3 of Gen 3's Regis to awaken. They're in Platinum, kinda, but transfer only in Diamond and Pearl. I don't really understand the Gigas lore, what he's doing in Sinnoh, but he is pretty sick. Pure Normal sure looks good when you have 160 attack, great defenses and HP, and good speed. A signature move, Crush Grip, that deals more damage to opponents with higher percentages of their health remaining. Superpower, the elemental punches, Stone Edge, anything it wants. And of course none of it matters because of Slow Start, which halves its attack and speed to miserable levels for 5 entire turns after being set out. There are some doubles shenanigans like Gastro Acid and Skill Swap that can unleash its full power, but in solo battles, Regigigas' best shot is spamming Protect and praying it doesn't get too worn out on the long road to becoming usable, and that's assuming no Roar or Whirlwind or stat drops or anything else that forces it out and ruins its day. Toxic would be really bad. There's so much effort that has to go into actually utilizing Regigigas that its eventual good qualities never seem worth it in the face of, Pokemon who don't need to stall from 5 turns to become better than like a Kangaskhan. In doubles specifically, it becomes an absolute monster, like just one of the best physical attackers ever made. From Snowpoint, we can also take the long boat ride to Poke-Russian territory that is somewhat contested by Japanese interests, not my area of expertise, the Battle Zone. And we get started off in its primary city, the fight area. The towns here are pretty quaint. Even the fight area is a dock and some shipping containers, although you can rematch Barry here on weekends. And it connects to the Battle Tower, which is a fairly standard post-game facility with no major gimmicks or twists. It also happens to be run by Palmer, who later runs the tower in the Battle Frontier in Platinum and Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and Palmer is Barry's father, which is interesting, although not actually that relevant. And also some guy here gives you the Super Rod. The real fun is in exploring the rest of the island. Just north of the fight area is 225, a rather elaborate maze of bridges that leads into the more mountainous areas of the region. It's just large enough to require some thought to navigate, while also offering tons of new things to find, almost all new. Rattata is the prototypical normal rodent and becomes Raticate at 20, with Runaway and Guts. At least it can utilize Flame Orb, I guess. Raticate is fast, and with Guts it hits pretty well, but it is comically frail at this point in the series, and fighting types are better than ever. With Sword Stance you could maybe sneak a good hit or two in, but there are just so many better normal options at this point that it's hard to justify Raticate, especially at the end game like this. Speaking of quintessential, Spearow is normal flying with Keen Eye and becomes Fearow at 20. It's a moderately worse Dodrio, there's not much more to say. Most of the same moves, but missing a few, slightly worse stats, and this late in the game, there's no way you're picking this over Dodrio or Staraptor. Baynetta's around and evolves from Shuppet at 37. Don't know why Shuppet isn't in the wild, but whatever. Baynetta's pure ghost with Insomnia and Frisk and remains undercooked. Its great attack is undermined entirely by having nothing else going on. Physical ghosts are really cool, but this dude is just clicking Shadow Claw and hoping for the best. Outside of some Trick Room shenanigans, it's worse at the tricky stuff than its cousin Dusk Noir. It's a worse sweeper than, Gengar, but what isn't? Being Ghost makes it kinda usable, but there are way better options, especially considering this didn't get an evolution like its close brother Dusclops did. Poliwag and Poliwhirl, pure water, can be found by surfing or fishing in the ponds around the area. Poliwag becomes Poliwhirl at 25 and has a split evolution from there. Poliwrath by Waterstone and Politoed by trade with King's Rock, all with Water Absorb and Damp, which prevents opponents from using explosion type moves. Poliwrath stocks are way up. It gaining fighting used to just make it Psychic bait, but the stab combo is just so sick. It legitimately deals with everything between Focus Blast and the standard water moves, although Poliwrath is a bit underpowered defensively, even if the bulk is pretty good. It's a perfectly fine Pokemon, not the best water Pokemon, not the worst, but fairly unique. On the other hand, Politoed really is just the generic water at this point, one of the toughest spots to be. It's also fairly bulky, but it's head-to-head with so many great waters directly like Milotic and Polion and many more that it doesn't stand out quite yet. One more generation. We're so close. We also have the alternate encounter methods way up here, with Makuhita as a swarm, pure fighting, which becomes Hariyama at 24. While slightly held back by low speed and defenses, its massive HP and attack and the existence of good fighting moves make Hariyama surprisingly solid. Thick Fat helps it a lot defensively, and Gut punches up that already great attack even further. It obviously has flaws, its speed is very exploitable, and it's competing hard with more standard and versatile fighting types, but it's also pretty great at playing the slow revenge killer role. The Pokeradar pulls up both Mankey and Primeape, also pure fighting, the former evolving into the latter at 28 with Vital Spirit and Anger Point. Primeape is also pretty standard for fighting types, fairly fast, fairly hard hitting, very frail. It's not unusual for its type in any way, it's actually pretty decent, but so are a dozen other fighting types that you get way sooner and that usually have slightly better stats. The survival area is a town that kinda just acts as a checkpoint. A collection of buildings, one belonging to Buck, we'll meet him soon, but I like the one guy that lives on the ledge up here overlooking the town like he's some kind of king. 226 is fun. The western half is a series of rock climb slopes arranged in a little maze, entirely unique to this little area, although the grass here is mostly the same as 225. The eastern half is a water route, but someone's house is on a tiny island in the center. You can trade a Finneon for a Magikarp here and get soft locked if you don't have another surfer or a flyer. Awesome design. Diamond and Pearl each get an exclusive water ice type seal of their own. Diamond gets Seal and Dugong, the former evolving at 34. It's moderately defensive and helped a bit by Thick Fat and Hydration, which cures its status condition in Rain, although its attacking stats are very underwhelming for such a cool type. It's just a worse version of Lapras and Pearl's exclusive. It's not unusably bad, but it's certainly underwhelming. On the other hand, Pearl gets Feel and Celio, the former evolving at 32, and the latter further evolving into Walrein at 44. It also has Thick Fat, but instead plays into Hail with Ice Body, which is kind of better since it also deals chip to the opposing Pokemon. Walrein is just Dugong but good, bulkier, fatter, and with better special attack. It's not up to anything too wacky, it spams water and ice moves, but it does it really well, and manages to take a surprising amount of damage as it does, especially given it's an ice type. As for fishing, both Horsey and Seadra can be fished up here, the former becoming the latter at 32, both water type. Horsey gets Swift Swim and Sniper, Seadra trades Swift Swim out for Poison Point, then Seadra further evolves into Kingdra when traded with the Dragon Scale, farmable off of Horsey, Seadra, Dratini, and Dragonair, and gains the Dragon type, also reverting to Horsey's original abilities. Weird choice. Kingdra has the same type as Palkia. It's a really good type. And while it's not Palkia, its attacks and defenses are really good, and its speed is pretty respectable. Plus, it only has one weakness. In Rain, it's also fast as hell. It can Dragon Dance. It has some great special moves like Dragon Pulse and Draco Meteor. It's an absolute nightmare in Rain, but it's really solid without it. And it's a great little discount Palkia in general, even if it is trade locked. I mean, if you're playing Diamonds, this is like 60% of a Palkia. It's pretty good. Continuing on with the water overload, Relicanth is a water rock with Swift Swim and Rockhead. Those head smashes are enticing, but fixing its bad speed in Rain is pretty nice too. Relicanth's physical defense is great and its attack is good, but it really suffers on the special end and has some really bad weaknesses, like grass. On either set, Head Smash is really good, but the existence of Waterfall is also a nice little buff for it. The big problem is it just doesn't do much else. There's an awful lot of waters and Relicanth just really can't stack up to the best of them. Krabby is the swarm here and becomes Kingler at 28. It's both pure water with Hyper Cutter and Shell Armor, and Kingler is interesting. Its massive attack and defense are all it has going for it, but physical water is always good, especially with its semi-signature Crab Hammer as a stab choice. It has all the same flaws as Relicanth and lacks Head Smash, but it does have one important difference. It hits a lot harder and has Swords Dance. Now mind you need to do some hard work to get it into a position to allow it to do its thing, but with some work it can turn into a sweep. It's far from perfect, but it is really cool even if it is just like a moderately worse Crawdaunt and other physical waters are much easier like Gyarados. Route 227 is the lead up to Stark Mountain, a little valley connected with rock paths and with a comfy lake in the middle. I really like the verticality and cliffiness of the area as you reach the peak. It's also just very dense with stuff. One of the most annoying is wheezing, pure poison with levitate, which evolves from coughing at 35, and boy does it love exploding and piling on the damage. And it's a tough nut to one-shot, crazy bulky physically and only weak to psychic. Like Electrode, wheezing is an exploder, but it takes that further with Destiny Bond, Toxic, Will-O-Wisp, and has decent enough attack to be a threat with, well, it actually doesn't get any physical poison moves, so I guess Sludge Bomb kinda works. It also just happens to tank a lot of damage, which is sometimes enough. It's a slow burn and not very exciting to use, but objectively good at what it does. Both Rhyhorn and Rhydon appear here, which are linked by evolution at 42, and both are the kind of difficult ground rock type with Lightning Rod and Rockhead, which is pretty fun. The duo also have a new evolution, Rhyperior. What were they smoking with this orange armor thing? He looks dumber than hell. Anyway, it's another trade evolution but with Protector, which can be found on Route 228 adjacent to here, and it trades out Rockhead for Solid Rock, which reduces the power of super effective hits against it by 25%. This is a really, really good ability, but unfortunately is kinda undermined by the 4x grass and water weakness. Despite its horrendous flaws in the special end and its bad speed, its HP and physical side are immense. You need to be careful sending it into any kind of special move, even like fire types, but it absolutely decimates with Rock Slide and Earthquake, and some not insignificant coverage like Mega Horn, Poison Jab, and Hammer Arm. Not to mention its very silly signature move, Rock Wrecker. It's a physical rock type Hyper Beam. Dude doesn't even need to boost, you can just press it and they die. Its flaws are apparent. I mean, it dies to Water Gun and Absorb, it's slower than hell. It probably dies to a Rogue Ember, but when given some room, it's almost legendary tier in its hitting power. Like, you really need to set it up and clear a path for it, but once you do, it's gonna sweep whatever's left. Skarmory is Steel Flying with the mostly useless Kenai and Sturdy ability, and it's a top tier utility Pokemon. Armed with Titanic physical defense, 9 resist, 2 immunities, and only 2 weaknesses to fire and electric. Skarmory doesn't even need to attack. Stealth Rocks, Spikes, Roost, and Whirlwind. That's all you need, baby. You can just keep healing up with Roosts, set Stealth Rocks, set Spikes, and then press Whirlwind and chip anything to death. It's really funny. Its ability to wall off near any physical hits, heal itself, and harass everything passively just makes it really great. It can also do the typical Brave Bird stuff decently. You know, it gets Steel Wing as well, but it doesn't even really need that. It can passively wear down an entire team on its own. It's great and unique and cooler than hell. Numel is a fire ground type, fairly simple with Oblivious and simple, generally good ability. At 33 it becomes Camerupt where it trades simple for Solid Rock, a good ability but the water weakness is tough. Kinda bulky, very slow, Camerupt has good attacking stats and a nice stab combo, although it is a bit unfortunate that it's a mixed attacker as the physical special split could have made it killer in either direction. That said, being mixed and able to answer different things with Earthquake and Lava Plume is nice, although it has stiff competition in grounds on this route alone. Spinda is here as a swarm, a pretty clear reference to where it lived in Hoenn, and every Spinda is unique, or at least 4-ish million of them thanks to its random spot generation on its face, but all of them are really, really bad. A pure normal type with Tangled Feet and Own Tempo, Spinda has 60 in each stat to give him the funny 360 total. Even in the best situations, that's absolutely pitiful. Not even Wish and Sucker Punch save it, it's just really bad. I don't know what they were expecting it to do. Leaf Green brings out Magby, which evolves into Magmar at 30, and then again into the brand new Magmortar when traded with the Magmarizer, which can be farmed off of Magbees. All 3 of which are fires with Flame Body. Unlike its close counterpart Electivire, Magmortar doesn't change much from Magmar, it just gets better at it. Magmortar is a great special attacker with plenty of bulk, especially on the special side, and with a hell of a set of moves, not just Fire Blast and Solar Beam, but Thunderbolt, Psychic, Focus Blast, and a good enough physical attack to use some other stuff. It's a damn shame it doesn't get Nasty Plot, cause holy hell, it would be so good with it. And Fire is a pretty tough space too, despite the limited options, you know, Infernape and all, but it's good at what it does. Finally, Torkoal appears through the radar, Pure Fire with a signature ability White Smoke, which prevents all stat reductions. Honestly fantastic, and its defense stat is magnificent, even if everything else kinda suffers. It earnestly falls into more of a weird support area for its bad other stats, a kinda funny stealth rock and rapid spin type guy that can flamethrower in a pinch. It's a niche role player, not terrible, but a few generations out from its surprising rise as a superstar. That's the last big set of new Pokemon, I promise. Let's finally get to the last dungeon, Stark Mountain. On your first pass, you travel with Buck and his clay doll, which is actually a bit of a hindrance since there's so much rock climbing here for bonus goodies. Stark is a few strength puzzles and then just one gigantic room. So big that the game has to zoom out the camera to make it navigable, which is really funny. It's a large set of peaks and valleys that hide double battles, items, and rock climb shortcuts. It's a bit disorienting and a little bit simple, but it's fun to explore in its entirety, even if it does wear on you real fast. Your first walk through the area with Buck is a journey to find its deepest points. But Buck moves a lava rock, which his grandfather asks you to put back when you return to the survival area for a second visit. As for regular Pokemon, the only new ones are Slugma and its evolution Magcargo. Starting Pure Fire, Slugma becomes Magcargo at 37 and gains Rock, and has the generic Fire type Magma Armor and Flame Body abilities. Fire Rock is certainly a type. The double ground and water weakness are really brutal, but the stabs are hypothetically nice. However, as a Gen 2 Pokemon, Magcargo was born to suffer. The defense stat is good, but absolutely nothing else is. It's Torkoal without Rapid Spin and with way more weaknesses. Ancient Power can be pretty funny though. Magcargo's just an unfortunate Pokemon. Not very good in Gen 2 and languishing in the power creep of Gen 4. On your second pass, when you return the Magma Stone, you get to fight Heatran, the last legendary not tied to events, and an extraordinarily nasty little frog. Also oddly, the first legendary that can be either male or female, which implies a certain level of commonness that indicates the species is prevalent enough to have been studied for sexual dimorphism. I'm not sure what to make of that as far as it goes. Like, is Heatran just the most common legendary? Are these things everywhere? I don't know. Fire Steel is a great type, and Flash Fire is a great extra immunity and boost. Outside of its horrid ground weakness, Heatran is just really good. Immense special attacks, fantastic defenses, and a ridiculous moveset. Its signature move Magma Storm is Super Fire Spin, dealing way more initial damage, as much as Fire Blast, but also as accurate. But it also has Earth Power, Flash Cannon, Dark Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Stealth Rock, Explosion, why not? It's an immensely powerful all-rounder that only fears Earthquake, and can otherwise do whatever it wants at all times. It's really good. It was a superstar for a long time, capable of just taking on way too many hits and being way too powerful for its own good. Also, it happens to be really cool looking. Route 228 is the kinda out of place desert route. I guess I can't say I know enough to call it out of place, but I can say it's a pretty fun route. Besides the persistent sandstorm anyway. The route is a series of small bumps and valleys, all of which are traversed with little mud ramps on bike. There's also an upper path that connects the route with little bike bridges that are slower to navigate, more winding, and require going up a few tricky ramps, but dodge most of the grass on the route and the trainers. On one of these ledges, you can meet Cyrus's grandfather in Platinum for some interesting insight into him, and I also quite like the little oasis area in the route's center. Although if I can nitpick a little, it'd be nice if there was a slightly more unique tree asset here. The standard grasslands tree looks a little awkward, just sitting next to this oasis in the middle of the desert. Time to wrap up the deserty Pokemon. Both Diglett and Dugtrio appear as frustrating little barriers to efficient grinding. 227 has the best experience grinding in the wild, and passing through 228 is the fastest way there. Both are pure ground, and Diglett becomes Dugtrio at 26, and on their face they kinda look just okay. Pure ground, great speed, mediocre attack, and horribly frail. But both Sandveil, which is always in effect here, and Arena Trap, which prevents all non-flying or levitating Pokemon from switching out against it, make it an encounter that's great at knocking out your grind lead. While Dugtrio has a lot of pretty bad matchups. When it finds one it's great against, its ability to keep them from fleeing lets it brutalize them with Earthquake, Stone Edge, and Night Slash while they're powerless to back out. It's situationally fantastic, but only works out in those narrow situations. Cacnea is pure grass but has Sandveil, which also happens to come with an immunity to Sandstorm's chip damage, and becomes Cacturne at 32 while gaining the Dark type. On a sand team, it obviously has a pretty cool place as a counter to poison ground or rocks looking to hijack the weather, or the generally problematic water type. Unfortunately, Cacturne is probably a bit undercooked. Its attacking stats are good, great even, but the slow frail grass dark with 6 weaknesses isn't exactly turning a sweeping Empoleon around without a lot of Sandveil luck. It does have a few nice things going on though. Leech Seed is slow and easily played around, but offers a little healing as opponents get chipped. Sucker Punch is good. Spikes. It can generally be useful, but it's more of a sand team role player that helps fight off some of the playstyle's weaknesses than a solid standalone Pokemon on its own. The local swarm is Beldum, which becomes Metang at 20 and Metagross at 45. The second of Hoenn's pseudo-legendaries, Metagross is a tank in design and gameplay. Steel Psychic is a great type, most steel combos are, but you know. And Clear Body also prevents stat drops, which is very powerful. Metagross's great physical stats and all-around good stats everywhere else have just become better with time. No longer forced to be mixed as it can use Zen Headbutt, boosting its attack with Meteor Mash, it has Pursuit. It's an all-around fantastic Pokemon that requires very specific answers and can fit well onto basically any team. I mean, as a pseudo-legendary, it's just ungodly powerful with its 600 base stat total, and while it's not as immediately threatening as like Salamence and Garchomp can be, it can be a real fucking menace. The radar brings out Trapinch, Pure Ground with Hyper Cutter and Arena Trap, which is all mostly irrelevant. At 35 it becomes Vibrava, gains Dragon, and swaps entirely to Levitate as its only ability, then becomes Flygon at 45. The Ground Dragon type is fantastic, just look at Garchomp. However, Flygon isn't Garchomp, unfortunately, it's not even close. While its attack and speed are good and everything else is decent, all of Garchomp's stats are higher, in some cases much higher, and Flygon is missing one notable tool, Dragon Dance. Why? I don't know. I literally cannot imagine. Gamefreak just hates Flygon. It's not like Flygon is bad, it's actually still really, really good. Any dragon type, especially with a great secondary type, is, but it can click Outrage and Earthquake really successfully, it can Roost to heal, you know, Garchomp can't do that. It's just a shame that it exists in the shadow of this gen's big bad Pokemon. Route 229 is a tiny grassy route, mostly untamed with long grass across most of it. In Diamond and Pearl it's nothing special, but I like the addition of palm trees and Platinum to spice it up a little bit. The version exclusive bugs finally show up here. Diamond gets Scyther, a bug flying type that becomes Scizor when traded with Metal Coats. Byron gives you one if you stop at his shack on Iron Island, and both have Swarm and the incredible Technician ability, and also share the same base stat total. Scyther itself is fairly usable. The typing is bad obviously, but the great attack and speed alongside Sword Stance and some cool Technician moves like Aerial Ace means it can do decent work. However, Scizor is why we're really here. The incredible bug steel typing and its one weakness to fire, fantastic attack stat, great defenses. Who needs speed? Plus even better moves on top of that. It doesn't have Bullet Punch until Platinum, which is a steel type quick attack and absolutely insane with Technician, but it does have Metal Claw, Bug Bite in Platinum. You know, outside of fire, it's pretty much a perfect Pokemon, extremely protected from most situations and great at dealing damage. Pearl gets Pinsir. Poor Pinsir. Pure Bug with Hyper Cutter and Mold Breaker, which ignores the effects abilities on moves. Shedin just absolutely cooked. Pinsir's actually having a pretty nice come up this gen. It always had great physical stats, but only had janky, weird non-stab moves. Having Sword Stance and Cross Scissor together is a really nice change of pace for the little guy. Plus it gets close combat, Earthquake, Stone Edge. Pinsir has its problems, average speed, frail on the special side, hates Stealth Rocks. It's a solid Pokemon in ways, but not nearly the unilateral force that Scizor is. Ledian is the final stage of Lediba, which evolves from at 18 and is a bug flying type with Swarm and Early Bird. It's a strong contender for one of the worst Pokemon of all time. On the upside, its special defense is great and its speed is fine, and every other stat is 55 or below. Subspinda, 35 attack. It gets Screens and Mach Punch. Roost. Don't know if it could ever roost since it dies to a breeze and has the worst type combo in the game, but it has it. Really, what they intended Ledian to do is kinda beyond me. Its counterpart Ariados also appears here, evolving from Spinarak at 22, and both are bug poison. The early route bug life is hard. Swarm and Insomnia are... I mean... At least Swarm can leverage its good attack stat and let it cross scissor a little better, but it's generally pretty unimpressive. Not like Ledian tier, it has Shadow Sneak, that's cool, as is Poison Jab, but man, we just saw Scizor and Pinsir on the same route, Ariados is not good enough. Volbeat and Illumis are a gendered pair like the Nidorans, able to breed into each other. At least Illumis can breed into Volbeat, next gen the same will be true the other way around, but whatever. They're very similar to each other. Both are pure bug, although they deviate somewhat heavily from there. Volbeat has Illuminate and Swarm, could be better, and its stats lean towards Mix Attacker. Honestly, none of its stats are good, but it does get Tail Glow, an almost signature move that boosts its special attack by 3 stages, which is absolutely insane. Assuming a lot of work to protect it, it does get crazy pretty fast, and has really good coverage for a bug beyond Bug Buzz, electric moves, Shadow Ball. It's typically a bad Pokemon, but a special attacking bug that can boost itself to crazy heights is nothing to fully discount. Illumis leads slightly defensive and has Oblivious and Tinted Lens, and it's pretty clearly meant to be double support for Volbeat, with moves like Helping Hand, Encore, Screens. It's not a great supporter, Clefable does all that and more, but it is a cute little gimmick for doubles. It's a shame that doubles is buried completely in the main game, and it's probably not good enough for the Battle Tower doubles. Pidgey is the Swarm here, the original normal flying, which becomes Pidgeotto at 18 and Pidgeot at 36, and they sure are the standard bird alright. Keen Eye, Tangled Feet, and Pidgeot is unfortunately very Gen 1. Even okay stats across the board, no specialization outside of decent speed, nothing unique or interesting to its name, and competing in a very crowded type combination with stuff that does everything it wants to way better. Venonat and Venomoth appear by radar, with Venonat evolving at 31, and their Bug Poison with Compound Eyes and Tinted Lens, which doubles the power of not very effective moves. It's a nice little ability, but not massively impactful. Venomoth ain't bad, it ain't great either. It has good special attack and speed, and between Bug Buzz, Sludge Bomb, and Psychic, it's a tolerably fine special attacker. Not impressive, but bulky enough to take a hit. It's reasonably too late to add something this just fine to a team. 229 connects to the resort area. Like many towns in this area, there's not a lot to see. I like the manicured look and the little ponds, but the main sight to see is the Ribbon Syndicate, which has a nice little pool out front. Getting in is a reward for doing a lot of contests and offers some ribbons for sale, plus a spot to boost friendship 5 times a day, which is convenient if you've been playing the contests. It's a comfy little building, fancy and gaudy, but I've never made it past the entryway if I'm being honest. Dig the pool though, looks very nice. Platinum also adds the villa, a small little modern home with its own very nice little pool for some reason. The old owner is implied to be Hoenn Steven Stone, who just gives it to you when you first show up, and it acts as a sort of demo for like a home building thing. You can decorate the house and important NPCs stop in. It almost feels like this was meant to be built on somehow, like the next gen would have some sort of home building mechanic, you know? But it never comes back up, so I don't know what they were intending to do. Maybe it was just like something silly someone came up with for funsies. The final route in the game is 230. It's a water route with a big rocky island in the middle. It's serviceable enough, but it's a water route. 2 more Pokemon to go. Corsola appears via Swarm, just waddling around in the grass, I guess. Corsola is a water rock with Hustle and Natural Cure, and boy do we got a Gen 2 Pokemon in our hands. Serviceable defenses, dreadful everything else. It's a shame too, because Corsola has lots of great stuff. Recover is a killer tool for a defensive Pokemon that can also drop rocks and Toxic, but it's so undercooked that it can't pull it off. It's a shame really. Togepi appears via radar and is a simple pure normal baby that becomes Togetic by friendship and Togekiss via Shiny Stone, with the latter 2 gaining the flying type. I love Togekiss. Hustle does very little, but Serene Grace is such a fun ability, and Togekiss is great at abusing it. Its huge special attack, great coverage, and nice bulk give it lots of opportunities to boost with Ancient Power, while roosting to keep topped off, and a Fish for Ice Beam freezes, and when it works, it's absolutely golden. It also gets Nasty Plot to really lay into that playstyle. It's just a really fun Pokemon to use that has so many silly movesets that you can make, whether that's trying to cheese stuff out with like headbutt flinches or going for the paralysis cheese with Thunderbolt, and it's great. I love it. We did it. We made it. Let's hit the events and get to the manga. First up, there's Manaphy. Weird on so many levels. After beating Pokemon Ranger, which is a DS spin-off, once per cartridge you're given a special egg, which you can then use a second DS to transfer into a Gen 4 game. Manaphy is pure water and has hydration. Like Mew and Serebii and Jirachi before it, it has a very good 100 in every stat, which makes it flexible, despite very obviously not being made to be flexible. Tailglow is a very good hint in which direction Manaphy is meant to go, and its signature move Heart Swap, which swaps all its stat changes with the target, is a great resource for debuffing Pokemon, intimidate users, and for some silly doubles utility with Tailglow, which lets it pass on huge boosts to its partners. Beyond that, Manaphy is just a very, very good water type. Not as explosive as some like Kyogre, and it likes the rain a lot. Recovering from sleep instantly after resting is very good for it, but it's nonetheless good at what it does. Manaphy is also the only breedable legendary that's ever existed. When bred with Ditto, it creates Phione. It's sorta implied that Manaphy is like an alpha Phione, but they also kinda serve as consolation prizes for your friends who don't own Ranger. Phione is Manaphy but worse. Same type, same ability, same stats, but 80 in each instead of 100, and without Tailglow or Heart Swap. Phione isn't bad, but it's kinda just another water. Competition is really tough in the type, and it's never gonna stand out, but if you did use a Phione, you wouldn't be like outright disappointed. The member card unlocks a locked door to an old inn in Canalave, assuming you got it from the event and encountered Cresselia anyway. And sleeping in the bed there causes you to fall into a deep sleep like the Sailor's Son, where you awaken on New Moon Island, a shady little forest with a crater in the middle. Darkrai is Cresselia's counterpart, at one point meant to roam around like it, although that got cut, and Darkrai is a really tough battle, beyond the fact that it's level 40 when you encounter it, so it is a little underpowered for this late in the game. Pure Dark, it's the Nightmare Pokemon. It loves putting you to sleep, and after doing so, its Bad Dreams ability chips you for 1/8 of your HP per turn. I would argue that it's a bad gimmick, like, it never should have existed. It turns battles into non-interactive dice rolls where you pray you wake up fast and that when you do you kill Darkrai really fast. But Darkrai is also just generally really good. Its special attack and speed are great, even if it's relatively frail for a mythical, like very relatively. And really, it can just press Dark Pulse and menace anything and outspeed them and play around with them, but what it really wants to do is use its special move. When catching it, it uses Hypnosis, but it does have a signature move, Dark Void. 80% accurate sleep move, already fantastic. And it hits both Pokemon in doubles. It's Smeargle's favorite move ever, and all-around killer. Not satisfied with just that and Dark Pulse, it also has amazing coverage of the typical TM varieties, plus Nasty Plot. It is an absolute nightmare, pun intended, that easily can decimate huge percentages of the game on its own. If you have Oak's Letter, the weird white rock in the northern end of 224 asks you to write the name of someone important to you. I chose Connor, of course. And the Sea Break path opens up. Shaman comes and greets you before dead sprinting off. That motherfucker beats you back in 5 seconds even if you're on a bike. Sea Break is a very long straight line with flowers on it. It takes like 2 minutes to cross at full speed. It's kind of like the ladder in Metal Gear Solid 3. And it ends in Flower Paradise, a big green lumpy hill covered in flowers. It's cute. I like the unique wall texture that has the little flower print on it. Very adorable. Shaman is another Mew-type mythical, grass with natural cure and 100 in each stat. Shaman is inherently pretty good, but fairly limited for a mythical. It gets an awesome signature move, Seed Flare, which deals huge damage and has a 40% chance to drop an opponent's special defense by 2 stages, and it gets a lot of great support type stuff. Aromatherapy's Grass Heal Bell, Synthesis's Healing. It's absolutely a good Pokemon that can help its team well, but it's not some like crazy Darkrai type destroyer of teams. That finally brings us to God. The Azure Fluid opens up the Hall of Origin on top of Spear Pillar, an ethereal see-through staircase that takes you to God's avatar. Arceus created the world, probably, objectively, birthed 3 sons, 3 guardians, and now hangs out as a horse, an extension of itself. Arceus probably isn't actually a horse, it seems to be its avatar based on what we see in Legends Arceus, but it is very interesting that like a Christian type god just exists in this game and is real, and he presents himself as a horse, and also he made 3 giant dragons that could destroy the universe in like 1 second. The church ladies in Hearthome are gonna flip when they see that I caught this motherfucker. Arceus is a tough but typical fight. Refresh and recover spam, but is also insanely versatile. Normally normal type, Arceus has 17 additional forms, 1 for each type, which its ability multi-type changes it into while holding the relevant plate, which are scattered all over Sinnoh, and also offer a 20% boost to moves of that type as a nice little bonus. This also changes its insane signature move Judgment, a 100% accurate 100 base power move, into the same type to always get Stab. With 120 in each stat, insane by any metric, and 720 base stat total, Arceus is to this day the strongest Pokemon ever before form-changing gimmicks, and will likely remain so. It also learns a good majority of all TMs, tutor moves, every HM, gets Swords Dance, Extreme Speed Recover, Nasty Plot, and its only real flaw is always being some flavor of Monotype. It was the first Pokemon that could ever be pure flying. That's pretty cool. It can play physically, it can play specially, it can be a wall. It does everything and it's fucking insane. Obviously, some types are better than others. Dragon, Steel, Ghost, the usual suspects tend to be more common, but its absurd coverage makes it undeniably one of the craziest Pokemon ever created, just completely capable of covering all of its weaknesses with its huge coverage spread, and capable of destroying almost anything in one hit, even if it's not like min-max to the extreme that other Pokemon are. Like Dialga has way higher special attack, but Arceus is good at everything It's the ultimate, like, jack of all trades. The Gen 4 games also uniquely have a secret 18th type. Curse was still the question mark type at this time before being retconned into being Ghost, and Arceus was given a form for that type, largely as a form of crash prevention should someone force it to be that type. It's more of just an interesting fun fact. Like, you could technically hack Arceus to be question mark type, but nothing comes of it, and I think it still might crash the game if you use Judgment, I don't remember. As for my teams, I actually forgot to write them down, so this is going to be a little bit off the cuff, unplanned. In Diamond, I chose Infernape as my starter. Infernape is obviously just a fucking fantastic Pokemon. I really leaned into the whole generic Sinnoh thing. I picked Luxray. Luxray's an Intimidator. That was its primary thing, but the electric type is just very solid, and it's an all-around pretty good Pokemon. B-Barrel I wanted to use for a little more than just its ability to carry all the HMs, and I tried to. The unfortunate part is that you have to use so many HMs in this game that it inevitably gets kind of loaded up with like having Surf and Waterfall and Strength, but I still found it fairly decent, and I used Curse on it to kind of boost it up just a little bit. It certainly wasn't some sort of all-star that carried my team, but it was a useful tool for navigation and a very useful Pokemon in battle from time to time. Staraptor, a very obvious pick, like fantastic. I had 2 Intimidators. Staraptor's just crazy powerful. There's no like greater thought to it. It was just the big strong bird that presses the fighting move. I had the West Sea version of Gastrodon. I picked this one up early. It was actually my Surfer. B-Barrel didn't have Surf, it had something else. I should have written this down. Gastrodon, very bulky. It was a nice little wall, a good pivot for me if I ever had to switch into something without taking too much damage. And its good type generally meant that it was just a nice wall for basically anything while being able to hit pretty decently. Also, you have to have something that presses Earthquake on your team. And lastly, I took a version exclusive with Skuntank, who proved to actually be pretty good. I think Night Slash carried me pretty inordinately just because I got really lucky with crits at key times, but it's a type that's hard to crack, and it's a decently fun Pokemon to use in general. As far as Pearl goes, I picked Empoleon as my starter. Obviously, it's just an incredibly good Pokemon and one of the starters, so I had to pick one of them. I got a shiny Ghastly very early on in the game in the old Chateau, and I decided to use shiny Gengar. Even though I've used Gengar previously, I know I have, I've done it before, but it's also Gengar, right? It's like one of the greatest special attackers that's ever been created and just generally crazy. You can't blame me too much. I wanted to see the shiny animation. I actually did the tree grind very early on in the game, like all of it. I had a Munchlax before Gym 3 or something, like very, very early. I didn't take Munchlax, but I did take Heracross along with me. It's just an ungodly good physical attacker, which my team really needed since I was leaning very heavily special with Empoleon and Gengar. I picked up Drapion in the Safari Zone, one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Got to do the acupressure thing a little bit and do crunch and poison jab stuff. I certainly didn't make it like as optimal as the funny meme sets, but it did work really well for me. Roserade's just another great special attacker that covers some of Empoleon's blind spots. I know that Gengar also pretty much did with its ability to do everything, but I had fun with Roserade. And for a little bit of something more unique for my flyer, I took Drifblim. Drifblim also sort of a special attacker, so it was very special attack heavy this time around. It did prove to be fairly good. I mean, the unfortunate part is that it had to have Fly and Defog on it, which kind of fucked up its moveset, but I did find it generally was a pretty good addition to the team. I also got a really ridiculous amount of shinies in Pearl, which was not the case in Diamond. Once I was in the post game, I was trying to chain for Stantler on 207 and got a shiny Geodude, which I evolved into a Golem, although I didn't end up using it. And I also got a Skarmory on 227 in the post game grind, and I mean, shiny Skarmory, just so fucking cool, right? Like, awesome colors. I didn't get a single shiny in Diamond. I don't know how I managed that. And we'll talk about the Platinum team in a little bit. Back to Special. The Diamond and Pearl arc is hard carried by its cast. I love all three of our leads. Diamond and Pearl, who is Barry, are a Manzai act. It's a form of duo stand-up comedy that's really popular in Japan, but doesn't really exist anywhere else, where one member of the duo acts as a straight man, while the dunce gives silly pun answers to his questions or statements and gets smacked. Sort of like a Laurel and Hardy, Three Stooges type act. And they're a delightful pair of goofballs who have a classic mix-up and end up becoming Platinum's bodyguards. after their reward for a Manzai competition gets switched when they bump into Professor Hoenn, and their real bodyguards are sent off to their bike trip that they won. It's a very funny little gag. Platia herself is a rich heiress whose family works as researchers under Hoenn, but despite that, she's well-studied and eager to explore the world and experience it properly. And despite not being the bodyguard she expected, Dia and Pearl's goofy attitudes and earnest helpfulness help her grow as a person and as a hero. The storyline is really Plat's. The boys get a lot of hero moments of their own, but she's the character who challenges the gyms and the one with the major arc. Going from sheltered and needing the boys to give her hints and protect her to the one leading the team and training with the big guys. The trio also just has a lot of fun interactions with each other and the rest of the cast. Dia and Pearl's comedy routine is a big hit across Sinnoh. Plat tries her best to pretend she doesn't find it funny to main decorum at first, which drives Pearl crazy especially, but many of the leaders and other friends they make accept Manzai as payment for their help, which keeps the relatively dark story pretty light and fun. One of the oddities of the games getting more and more story as they've gone on is that the story bends over backwards to follow the story progression of the game, sometimes in pretty contrived ways. Why does the gang meet and befriend Fantina and then not fight her? Well, Plat's real bodyguards are chasing them down and are mistaken for attackers. Honestly though, the bodyguards are just as great as Dia and Pearl. They're absolute goofballs who are also incredible battlers, and when they get sent to the Distortion World, they hand off the reins of protecting Plat to the boys. It's a fantastic little scene. As always, the art is great and the battles are fun. I think Yamamoto has finally fully moved into his own style here, moving beyond Mato's rounder look and making the series truly his own, while still having a sort of playfulness, especially when it comes to Diamond, who's given an almost rounded, kinda schlubby look to play into his role as the fool. A look he keeps even as he steps into being a hero and standing up for himself more and more as the story goes on, making his own decisions beyond what Pearl or Plat wants for him, even if he's still very happy to follow his best friend most of the time. The action has also stepped back a bit from Emerald, where I felt things had become a bit too entrenched in game mechanics and therefore mechanical. Battles play around with the environment much more than they had in Emerald, and solutions are more creative. And there's a less general gamification to it, something shown very well in the ladies' battle against Jupiter. It's not all perfect. I think the biggest issue is probably Cyrus. His cold and calculating nature is a bit lost here. He doesn't seem as mechanical or arrogant, but more overtly manic and evil. He has interesting reflections of the protagonists and their corresponding late guardians, Pearl's willpower, Plat's wisdom, and Diamond's emotions, seeing each of them as incomplete for lacking the other two traits without realizing that they fill in those voids for each other. But he does kind of come off like another Maxie or Archie. He's more overtly cruel. He tries to kill the trio several times over before Coronet, and he's rather confrontational, which I don't think suits him very well, nor is as interesting as the man of pure logic, even if twisted, that the game has. His commanders are also a bit on the weekend. Mars is the only one that feels like a major character, especially for her odd personality early on, where she shows some humanity through getting along well with Diamond, despite the attempt to murder him. But the others just don't have a lot to do, and the three of them beating our heroes and then getting a big battle with the gym leaders is a tad anticlimactic, since they never get like a real cathartic revenge moment on them. Or not even like revenge, I guess it's more like a sort of a comeback. I guess the grand conclusion is that Diamond and Pearl is good, primarily for its heart. The main cast is so absurdly lovable that they've quickly become my favorites. As cool as Red, Gold, Crystal, and Sapphire are, they're not nearly as dynamic or interesting as the main trio here, which allows the manga to play the story close to the chest. And I'm very excited to see what our cast gets up to in Platinum. I had a lot of fun reading this one. I think it's very good, even though it's not nearly as complex or gimmicky as the prior chapters were. And I do wish there was a little bit more action, but for the most part, it's another fantastic entry in the series. Pokémon Diamond and Pearl Adventure, which is not the localized version of Special, very confusing name aside, is really weird. Written and drawn by Shigekatsu Ihara, who also did a few other manga like the Lucario and the Mystery of Mew adaptation. The story is like the crackhead version of Special's adaptation. From the outset, making Diamond, called Harada here, a wild child who was dumped in the woods by Professor Hoenn, and which has turned him into a superhuman capable of talking to Pokemon, paints this adventure as weirdly similar to Dragon Ball. Pearl or Mitsumi acts as a Bulma, a knowledgeable babysitter who drags our little Goku around as he learns about the world, makes friends, and has wacky fish out of water misunderstandings about the modern world. Even Cyrus is turned into a Piccolo-type villain, hell-bent on his world-dominating plan, but secretly coming to befriend and respect Harada for making him feel emotion during battles. You know, they have fun together. And at the end of the Diamond and Pearl portion of the story, he even teams up with the heroes for all of like 2 pages. Perhaps the strangest element is the Dragon Ball-esque humor. One of the major characters of this series is a nameless galactic grunt with an increasingly large dumpy each chapter. He's more important than all 3 admins combined, any of the leaders except maybe Byron. Hell, half of the leaders have their battles skimmed over in a 1-page montage. Even the Lucas equivalent, who is a somewhat major character but comes and goes from the story at random. The butt guy appears at least once a volume, and the primary gag is that he gets hit on the ass or bitten, usually by Harada himself, or burned or whatever. This certainly isn't special. Since the story more or less follows the game, there's not a lot to say on it beyond that Barry is a pervert who always harasses Mitsumi, but in like a dorky way like Brock. And Mitsumi is revealed to have once been a galactic admin, which amounts to one really cool battle in the late part of the story and not a lot else. The art is kinda hit and miss. It also feels very Dragon Ball, but a little less consistent for the human characters. Cyrus especially looks like he has 3 foreheads taped together and a shrunken face, but everyone just looks kinda weird. However, I must say the action is pretty good. I think the Pokemon battles have a lot of creativity in the vein of Special's Red and Blue arcs especially, like even more so than Special Diamond and Pearl do, with a focus on being dynamic, using the environment, and showing what battles feel like rather than the exact mechanical equivalents. They do veer a little into bullshit territory at times, like, oh, Piplup dug up an underground lake and made a tsunami that made all the Magikarp kill Rhyperior or whatever, but that alongside Diamond's willingness to act in battles, down to like boxing and Electivire, makes the whole thing pretty fun in an over-the-top, stupid Dragon Ball-y way. I'm somewhat mixed on Diamond and Pearl Adventure. It's really odd and stupid. I don't know if it really feels like Pokemon so much as it does like an abstract Dragon Ball fan fiction, but admittedly, that's a pretty fun thing to be in this story. I guess we'll loop around to its continuation in the Platinum section. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl is a short one-shot from Comic Land. It's basically word-for-word copies of the game's script from the start to the rival battle near Jubilife, and really just kind of zooms through it. The art is okay, a bit average, as is the action. I'm unfortunately not really sure what more to add on it. It's a perfectly serviceable advertisement for the game that is not interesting or spectacular by any means. Speaking of one-shots, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Regigigas Major Capture Operation is pretty much an action short, showcasing Diamond's battle with Regigigas. I'm not a huge fan of how the human characters look, but I can't lie. The battle, especially the big impact moments, are really cool, and Regigigas and Infernape are both really cool Pokemon, so that helps. That's about it. It's just a nice little action one-shot. I didn't hate it, didn't love it. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl 4-Coma Theater is a short set of 4-panel comics centering on Turtwig, Piplup, and Chimchar, as well as Riolu and Lucario, who do short gags. It sure is that. It's not particularly funny. Actually, I'd say it's like worse than the average 4-Coma by a pretty significant amount, but I did read it. As for stuff I couldn't find, Pokemon 4-Coma Encyclopedia Diamond and Pearl appears to be 1-part Pokedex, but with accompanying gags, if the cover is anything to go off of. I don't know if I would have liked it, the art style's a little weird. And Pokemon Diamond and Pearl 4-Coma Comic Compilation appears to be more of the same. I think we can just move on. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl versions are big clunky messes. The fact of the matter is that in light of Platinum and the Gen 2 remakes, they're barely worth playing. They're painfully sluggish, largely ugly, and the Synodex is shockingly undercooked. Somehow no playtester or dev noticed that there was one non-starter fire type and gave Flint a Lopunny. Not to mention that almost all the new evolutions, despite being heavily advertised and pushed, second only to Lucario really, are locked to the post-game. Which is a shame for team building, which is some of the most restrictive in the series if you don't go extremely far out of your way, and even then it's pretty limited. This is also more or less where my complaints end. Sinnoh is a great region. I love its grounded nature and focus on a new aspect of the series, the lore. Outside of Johto's legendary trio and the Elix Shrine, the games haven't really cared much about telling lore stories like that. Something Sinnoh has just dived completely into. While clumsy at times, I mean, half the lore in the game exists entirely within the library and Canalave and nowhere else. I find that making the legendaries and Arceus so central to the game's plot, world, and even the region's design to be a fascinating way of getting you to care about the main plot. The fact that Coronet is so central to like all of the lore and religion of the region and is also the literal center point of the map awesome. The main plot itself isn't much more put together than that of Ruby and Sapphire. I mean, it's the same basic outline, but I find it works a lot better, primarily for Cyrus being so relatively unique and interesting. In part, he brings a believability to the role by being so detached and odd, and in part, his plan is more over the top and dramatic, but also less silly than the Aqua and Magma guys. Despite some graphical hiccups, I also just like Sinnoh, in part for the grounded nature of it. Outside of Sunny Shore's, solar panel bridge, most of Sinnoh is relatively mundane, comfy, and the way it weaves in and out of its central set piece, Cornet, down to making it the focal point of the finale is fantastic. Plus I love that there's some nice proper snowy areas which we hadn't really seen in the series before. I also like a good portion of the new additions to the decks. From 3 fantastic starters, Torterra especially, a suite of incredible legendaries, Cresselia, Heatran, Dialga, and Palkia, Giratina, not to mention those mythicals like Man, Darkrai, Arceus, and far be it of me to ignore the fantastic normal Pokemon, Rotom, Vespiquen, Staraptor, and a variety of cool new evolutions like Porygon Z, Dusknoir, Frostlass, and Magnezone. The game is also ambitiously definitive, choosing to only disinclude older starters and legendaries, plus, the 3 oddities, which makes this game insanely dense. Perhaps too much so if you're making a definitive video about it and completing the decks 3 times over. I'm so sorry for the delays, I know this took fucking forever, I tried my best. But also, it's a game that begs you to keep coming back to find nearly the entire Pokedex to the point that this game was made between its dailies and side gimmicks. Diamond and Pearl feel like a celebration of Pokemon to this point. Next gen would be a large change of pace, and Pokemon would never again have a generation as definitive as Gen 4, which included every non-mythical Pokemon ever between these 2 games, their sister game, and the Gen 2 remakes. Part of the reason it's so easy to shower these obviously flawed and blatantly unfinished games with praise, though, is that they would come back to show their true potential just 2 years later. Two years after Diamond and Pearl in 2009, Pokemon Platinum version would be released for the DS. Platinum is arguably the largest overhaul for a third version to date. Yellow does have quite a few changes, but it doesn't really serve to fundamentally fix issues with Red and Blue, just add a few more events and slap a gimmicky starter on top. Plus most gym leaders are made vaguely worse, I guess. Crystal adds like maybe 20 minutes of events, and Emerald only really changes the story towards its tail end and adds a few post-game areas. Platinum is a foundational rework, hammering out issues that Diamond and Pearl had as it goes. It has a revised Pokedex, it has the concept of moving faster than not at all, it has new areas and a whole bunch of changes to the story. It's a night and day difference from the Diamond and Pearl in the rough that its precursors were. Platinum's most notable change is a complete overhaul of the Sinnoh decks, which honestly fixes just about every problem with the game. Just over 50 Pokemon have been added pre-national decks, which massively expands the team building opportunities, while also making several Pokemon that were previously late game a little more accessible. You wanted fire types? Flareon, Houndoom, and Magmortar are all available before beating the game. And yes, they revamped a lot of the opponent's teams, most notably Flint's. Notably, most of these additions are Pokemon that gain new evolutions, like Gligar, Togepi, my beloved Magnemite, and with their evolution items moved to more convenient locations as applicable. But there are some that are just there because they're cool too. Absol, Rotom, Swablu. It feels great to have so many options, especially early on where the generic Sinnoh team is almost entirely broken apart by a suite of fresh new evolutions. Beyond that, the game, runs at a good speed. HP bars decrease at a rate that could not be described as sluggish. The text input and movement buffering seem to be fixed, or at least mostly fixed. The surf speed has been increased to the run speed, and everything just feels so distinctly better in every way that the game just becomes an undeniably better experience for it. That really covers the new gameplay stuff. There's no new gimmick for encounters. In fact, Swarms and Radar and even Dual Slot have had several of their Pokemon moved out of the gimmicks, which reduces a tiny bit of the post-game tedium that these games definitely had. On the version exclusion end, I must say Platinum has some heartbreaks. One very unique element is that instead of Cranidos or Shieldon being version exclusive, they're now tied to your trainer ID. If you have odd numbers, you get Shieldon. If you have even numbers, you get Cranidos. Maybe it's the other way around, but something like that. So you functionally get one or the other fossil and have to trade for the other, so it's kind of a version exclusion, but it's a little weird, but it does work well enough. The loss of both the Murkrow and Mischievous lines is harsh, cutting two really cool Pokemon that you would otherwise get at a great time, especially since Platinum has earlier Dawnstones. I would have loved to use Mismagius really early on, but I guess I'm just not going to get that opportunity for a while. Chopinch's line is a decent loss. Flygon is undeniably really cool, but as a late game Pokemon with Garchomp available without strength in this game, it does feel like an option most people would very rarely pick up, so I guess it's, kind of not too bad. While I love both Huntail and Gorbis, I think the loss of Clamperl is also fine. The fact that they're trait evolutions makes them distinctly annoying to use, and if you want to at that point, you're already trading, so... Lastly, both the Glameow and Stunky lines are absent. I do think, again, that's a kinda shame to lose these two, as both are fairly solid, but I do love committing to the bit of cutting you off of two of Galactic's main Pokemon, and Platinum has lots of benefits besides that. Several Pokemon outright forgotten in Diamond and Pearl, both box legendaries, a few new forms for old Pokemon, for the first time ever in the series, and new forms in third versions would go on to be a huge tradition going forward, and both halves of most Diamond and Pearl exclusive lines like Larvitar and Bagon and Electabuzz and Magmar. Platinum is essentially definitive, so it's hard to complain too much even if my beloved Honchcrow's absent. Platinum also does some pretty hefty work to fix some of Diamond and Pearl's presentational issues. While the grass is still often the kinda pukey fuck grass, the trees have, across the region, been toned down to cooler colors, the caves have been shifted to a darker brown that looks really nice, and some, like Coronet, have become outright gray, and even the water has a slightly cooler tone, which makes the game nicer to look at in general, even if the style hasn't been nailed down as solidly as Heart Gold and Soul Silver would the next year. Platinum also pushes the game's timeline a bit, setting the game in winter and skipping the Lake of Rage thing, but a lot of nice wintry touches sprinkle throughout the game. Lucas and Don both get incredible winter outfits that look even better than their original outfits, and small patches of snow are sprinkled here and there throughout Sinnoh, especially early on, which gives the game a nice little atmosphere change that it's never really had before. The other games feel very summery, all of them, including Diamond and Pearl, but this one has that kind of chilly atmosphere that makes it feel a bit more serious and a bit more, I don't want to say adult, but a bit more mature, I guess. Beyond these minor touch-ups, most major areas in the game have had at least a little bit of redesigning done. Instead of being a building with some gigantic spikes on its side, Galactus Eterna building is now topped with a giant UFO, which is very silly, and its top floor has weird machinery and starry wallpaper. They also redesigned the inside to be more of a puzzle where there's different sets of staircases that lead to battles at dead ends with some extra items to find. Sunny Shores abandoned its kind of ugly orange motif to make way for darker blues and grays, which look very comfortable, while also taking out the standard houses for the turreted stone buildings that match the local market there. And the battle zone especially seen a lot of rework to feature darker palettes and brighter contrasts. Sort of a halfway point with Heart Gold and Soul Silver, where they changed all the wall and sand textures to like this black sandy color, and they added some palm trees here and there, including one at the little oasis. It looks really nice. It's sort of a halfway point with Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Definitely not as good as that game, but very noticeable in the fight areas like red clay walking paths and stuff. Plus the addition of the modern looking villa in the resort area. Platinum is a bit of a band-aid on a bullet wound for presentation. A lot of the bad bones of Diamond and Pearl, largely the color stuff, just have slight tweaks and added details. They probably didn't have time to go back and fix everything, but I think for the most part it's hard to deny that it's a move in the right direction, and seeing what they did with Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it's definitely a first step to that. As for what's new, stuff kinda comes and goes. The red Gyarados setup for the plot is gone, but I still choose to believe it takes place alongside Gen 2. I see no reason it couldn't. The first big deviation beyond a few neat Pokemon is Rotom, who can now be obtained immediately on going through Eterna, and the Galactic Hideout in Eterna offers new forms via a secret passageway on the first floor, if you have the event-only secret key. Not sure what was with the stinginess of making this an event thing, but it can be cheated in. Rotom was given 5 new forms. In the next gen, they would be retconned to be electric, plus the type of their special move, but here they're all still Electric Ghost and have identical movesets beyond their one special move. All these forms also get a shared stat boost, primarily to their defenses, which substantially raises their bulk, especially when they get their new types later, and a nice little special attack boost, but at the cost of a tiny bit of speed. As for the specifics of the forms, possessing the oven turns Rotom into its heat form, which knows overheat, a fire-type Draco Meteor with great power that drops its special attack by 2 stages, which is a fantastic deterrent for types Rotom normally struggles with, grass and steel, although it does need to switch in and out in order to rejuvenate itself. The washing machine turns into Rotom Wash, which gives it Hydro Pump, and therefore strong but inaccurate answer to grounds that have a decent walling ability against it, even if Levitate protects it from their attacks. The Refrigerator makes it Rotom Frost, which has Blizzard and is good for the same reason, plus gives it an out to grass types. The Fan makes it into Rotom Fan, which has Air Slash, the weakest of the moves, but also the most reliable, and a decent bit of coverage. And the Lawnmower makes it into Rotom Mow, which has Leaf Storm, the grass type overheat, which gives it many of the benefits of Wash without the accuracy downside, but with the downside of having to fix its own stats later. All of these very solid forms get better next gen, but are fun upgrades to a really cool Pokemon that add a bit of versatility, whether sticking with one form or switching as you need something else. Taking Rotom and giving yourself the key early lets you create a real jack of all trades kind of guy, since you can just fly back and change its form at any time. Moving forward, several of the gyms have seen redesigns. Eterna's gym is no longer hide and seek, but a beat everyone type gym with some flair in the form of a giant flower clock on the ground with hands that lead you back and forth across it. Hearthhome's gym is now the third. It loses that anticipation factor, but it does have a great new design where you use flashlights to reveal hidden runes on the ground that match the doors in the rear to progress, all while attempting to dodge the flashlights of other trainers wandering around, if you don't want the experience anyway. And the Veilstone gym has changed the moving walls out for a fairly fun one where you push punching bags along rails to knock over tires. I do find it a little easier than the past puzzle, and there is a little soft lock here, a soft lock, where if you fight trainers in a certain order you can be blocked from progressing forward and need to exit out of the gym to reset them. It's a silly little oversight. I think it's a fine and fairly cool looking gym, even if it's not as unique as the previous version. The rest of the gyms all remain the same, but we do finally get our notable exclusions in the Great Marsh. First, Tangle Up Here Grass, which was for some reason excluded despite having new evolution, Tangrowth, which it becomes while knowing Ancient Power, level 33, and it has the very original Chlorophyll and Leaf Guard abilities. Tangrowth isn't very unique as a grass wall, but it does its thing very well. Its physical defense is insane and its HP is great, but it also has good attacks, which lets it play a nice mixed wall, capable of burning its special attack on Leaf Storm, threatening with Power Whip, Earthquake. It can also do the usual flavors of Grass Stall. Synthesis is great in Sun, which it already wants for its abilities, and the Sun makes it reasonably fast or gives it a status immunity on top of that, plus it can make decent work of Leech Seed since it's so bulky. It'd be nice if it had a status to spread beyond Stun Spore, but Stun Spore's not a bad move or anything. The other one is Tropius, grass flying with chlorophyll and solar power. They really love coloring outside the lines with grass abilities. Tropius is just a bit unfortunate. A grass type weak to stealth rocks and that has a 4 times weakness, loses a lot of its bulk instantly. Its speed jumps to passable in sun, or its special attack does, but the latter also cuts into the bulk that's its really only saving grace. It lacks the survivability of Tangrowth, it needs sun even more than it, and even Roost doesn't do enough to keep it together. It's just unfortunately not very good as a whole. As a bit of an aside, several trainers have some team changes to incorporate new Platinum Dex Pokemon. Obviously, Flint is the biggest change, but Aaron gets Scizor and Yanmega, Bertha has Glysaur and Rhyperior, Cynthia has a Togekiss, which is really cool, Volkner drops the really funny Octillery, and a slew of other minor changes. Also, Looker is a minor character here, first appearance. He's an international police agent who goes on to be a recurring character. He kinda just gives you some extra hints on progress and acts silly. You know how it is. Back on track, the final huge change before some of the post-game additions is the big finale. Cyrus summons both Dialga and Palkia, and Giratina's fucking pissed. Giratina pulls everyone into the Distortion World, a new dungeon that very obviously serves as a test for new tech that would see light implementation in the Gen 2 remakes but would be all over in Gen 5. It's not much of a dungeon, there's no encounters, no battles, you're walking around a cool looking linear path. The paths that are visible disappear in front of you, while new paths appear out of nowhere. Sometimes you're walking on the walls, which has some really cool perspective stuff. Sometimes you're surfing up a horizontal waterfall, which has this dynamic camera movement that's really cool. The dynamic camera stuff and perspective stuff in general is just a huge jump presentationally from the usual, but the only real puzzle in the dungeon is a small strength one, and even that's just putting the rock where the Lake Guardians guide you to. It's not that exciting to go through it, it's kind of lumbering, but it does have a unique look and some interesting little technology improvements that would be huge for the style of the next generation. Of course, after beating Cyrus, you get to go against Giratina's new form, the Origin form, a form that it has within the Distortion World or while holding the Grizius Orb, which also incidentally boosts its Dragon and Ghost moves by 20%. Origin Dialga is the exact opposite of its altered form, trading pressure for Levitate and leaning aggressive, swapping its attack and defense stats to lean heavily into its fantastic stab combo, and bolstered greatly by the Grizius Orb too. It also has a secret benefit, one shared with Arceus. The Grizius Orb can't be knocked off or stolen because it's tied to the form change, which adds some extra resilience to an already great type that has the extra resilience provided by being a Levitator. It's the same great Giratina, but even better. Standing strong alongside its brothers is a fantastic mixed attacker. If you defeat Giratina, he'll show back up in Turnback. Otherwise, that's where the Grizius Orb is located, and once caught or defeated, Cyrus decides to stay behind the Distortion World for some reason. Odd guy, that one. Both Dialga and Palkia can also be caught after finding the Adamant and Lustrous Orbs hidden in Coronet, which is another nice benefit of this version. Galactic has a few additional storylines in the post-game. Charon is a new member introduced early on. He's an older scientist who appears here and there throughout the game, and takes over for Cyrus in the post-game, seemingly just to add some context to the Heatron thing. Stark Mountain's exterior gets a snazzy redesign, and Charon is the one who pulls the Magma Stone instead of Buck, and Looker arrests him after you capture Heatron. It's a fine enough bit of extended story, although I mostly just like the new lava pit exterior to the area. It's very nice and moody with the black rock and everything. Looks really cool. I don't really have anywhere better to shove this, so Shaman also gets a new form in Platinum. Showing a woman in Floroma Town your Shaman nets you a Cresselia flower, which when used on Shaman during the day, turns it from its pure grass land form into its grass flying sky form. Sky form has some of the weirdest quirks of any form change gimmick. Shaman only remains this way until nighttime comes. It will instantly become land form mid-battle if frozen, and also reverts when boxed, left in the daycare, or pretty much anything else you could want to do with it. I'm not even quite sure what happens to its move if it reverts due to freezing, as the two do have slightly different movesets. On the upside, Shaman Sky is fantastic. Sorry, Tropius. At 127 speed, almost nothing contests it, and it rocks a fantastic special attack, although its defenses are just okay. Perhaps most notably is that it has Serene Grace. Seed Flare, rocketing up to an 80% chance to drop special defense to 2 stages is absolutely insanity. Zen Headbutt has that nasty 40% flinch chance, and Air Slash has a 60% chance for the same. It does suffer a bit from the narrow moveset of its landform, but it's honestly so good at what it does that there's nothing to worry about. Like, it looks really unassuming, just design-wise, but holy hell, it can be an absolute powerhouse. That just leaves a few little additions. After getting the National Dex, visiting Pal Park to meet Oak, and visiting him in Eterna, the legendary birds of Kanto become roamers. Yeah, 3 more roamers, the most of any game in the series, and the most any game in the series will ever have. Zapdos has now become the optimal Master Ball target, but geez, what a pain. All 3 birds are half flying with pressure, and they're all pretty good, but suffering a bit from the existence of Stealth Rocks when it comes up, the first and third especially. Articuno is goodish. Being ice flying is pretty rough, it has some nasty weaknesses, and its defenses are very solid, especially on the special end, and respectable special attack on this type combination lets it be at the very least a decent ice guy. Blizzard, Roost, maybe Tailwind to help its team some, U-turn. It does the thing it needs to do decently well, even if we have more interesting ice types now that don't insta-lose to Stealth Rock. Zapdos is the most obviously great. Electric Flying is an absolute banger type, only weak to Ice and Rock, and Zapdos has great special attack and speed. It works well on its own, but is a nice addition to Rain for its crazy powerful thunders too. It's a real shame Hurricane doesn't exist yet. Drill Peck is a great move for flying types that only it gets among its trio, and Heat Wave is nice coverage, deals with ice types. It's just a really solid Pokemon all around. Moltres falls somewhere in between. It's a little slower than Zapdos, but just as hard hitting, and the Fire Flying type can be a bit rough, you know, the rock stuff and all, but especially in the sun between Fire Blast or Flamethrower and Solar Beam, it does the fire thing extremely respectably. It's maybe not the most interesting fire type to ever exist, but it's a really solid one that loves the benefits suns give to its otherwise kind of limited strategy. That leaves one final set of events. Having an event Regigigas in your party allows you to visit 3 caves spread throughout the world to obtain the other Regis, which in turn let you get Regigigas, who in this game is encountered at level 1, which is really weird, makes it hard to weaken to catch it without false swipe. All 3 Regis play defensive and have clear body to support that strategy, a really solid ability. Regirock, the rock one, appears in the Rock Peak ruins in Route 228's desert area and has insane physical defense, although Rock obviously has a good number of weaknesses and its special defense is just good. Beyond that, it has good attack. Regirock is a touch limited, all the Regis are. Its best play is Stealth Rocking, boosting with Curse, and pressing Stone Edge, but its lack of recovery means it's reliant on Rest for some janky recovery. Beyond that, it gets Earthquake and Hammer Arm, Explosion. Against physical heavy teams, it becomes a huge workhorse, but one that's very easy to play around for obvious reasons. Regice, the ice one, can be found in the Iceberg ruins on the northern end of Coronet, right next to 217. This is the special defender and attacker, the classic slow defensive ice type. It's definitely the one in the toughest position. It gets less benefit from Curse, it's less able to explode, it's weak to close combat. On the upside, it gets some cool coverage, you know, Ancient Power, Flash Cannon, Thunder, Thunder Wave. It definitely can put in some work against specially focused teams and types, but it's equally exploitable, and this is a gen with several solid ice types to compete against. Registeel, the steel one, is found in the Iron Ruins on Iron Islands, the far side right by the exit of course, and is the balanced one. Very good, even defenses both ways, but a bit weaker on the attacking ends. On the upside, the great typing lets it do funny support stuff. Stealth Rock mostly, Iron Head or Flash Cannon equally as well. You can make really funny Toxic or PP stall sets with Rest thanks to Clear Body, which lets you just boost it up with like Defense, Curl, and Amnesia to make it near unkillable, and I guess it can also explode. It's not immensely exciting, but it plays a role I suppose, and has the strongest type of the trio, which is a nice benefit. And that's kind of all the new stuff in Platinum, so let's get on to my team thing, which I also didn't write for this part because I'm stupid as hell. I had Torterra for my starter. I mean, very obvious what that did. It pressed Earthquake and Razor Leaf. It did it well. I also decided, fuck it, let's take Garchomp, it'll be funny. And it was. Garchomp is absurdly broken. Like, anytime I was in any sort of danger, Garchomp would just come out and clean up. Although, my team definitely had an Ice-type weakness problem. Candace was probably the hardest part of the game for me. I decided to be cheeky. I took Rotom and turned it into its Rotom Wash form. Even though it's not electric water yet, which would be absolutely insane. It did still put in respectable work. I mean, it's a really solid electric ghost that has good stab on both of those, and had Hydro Pump just in case I needed it, which did come up a surprising amount, even though Torterra and Garchomp dealt with the kind of stuff that Hydro Pump deals with perfectly fine. I had Chatot as my flyer, obviously just a silly little hipster pick. I mean, I called it that myself earlier. I took Ambipom. I did get a little unlucky in that my Apom was pickup instead of Technician, although honestly I did get a lot of use out of pickup. It generated a lot of money for me, and I thought it was pretty fun. And I picked Vespiquen as my cheeky pick. Vespiquen actually put in a lot more work than I was expecting. Obviously it's not a perfect Pokemon, it's in fact quite bad, but Attack Order is a really good move and deals with a lot of things that my team otherwise struggled with, specifically grass types. The big problem is obviously that 4 out of my 6 Pokemon are weak to ice, which is not great team building on my part, but I was able to manage. I thought this was a really fun team, especially. There was no major synergies or anything that were really cool, just a bunch of really solid guys. Also, I got a shiny Unknown Z and Salacion runes on my first pass. I really tried. I thought of every way that I could possibly use it, and it was not possible. It had some dick ass hidden power like psychic or normal or something, I don't remember, but it was not happening. Let's loop back around to Special's Platinum chapter. Maybe the third versions and remakes are kind of just hard to write stories around. Platinum isn't bad, but it is short and has a lot to cover, cramming in the Diamond and Pearl epilogue, the Cyrus and Bodyguards rescue mission, the Distortion World, the 200 legendaries and mythicals of Sinnoh, all of them, the Battle Frontier, Looker, the Elite Four, the Charon storyline, and the stat trainers. It's a bit of an overwhelming clusterfuck, and with our trio separated, it misses a lot of Diamond and Pearl's charm. Much of the arc, the first half especially, follows Platinum in the Frontier, who for some kind of contrived reason can't leverage her saving the entire world into speaking to the Frontier brains about the Distortion World, and needs to battle her way through the facilities. I get it, this is an intro to the new facilities, they wanted to explain the gimmicks and show them off, but it feels like filler in a 3-volume manga, basically an advertisement for the battle facilities. Platinum fortunately gets Looker to play off of. He's not Diamond or Pearl, but his wacky gadgets and antics are a fun contrast to the more serious Platinum. He does get some nice moments of offering her advice despite being a goofball, so that kinda salvages it, but it's certainly not the same dynamic. On the other end, the boys start showing up in the middle of the arc, where they're catching Rotom, whose weird status is kind of a legendary according to exclusively Diamond and Pearl, and no other area allowed them to show off its new form-changing gimmick. And once Diamond befriends it, Giratina just pops out on Charon's command and starts smashing up Eterna. From that point, the whole thing is just chaotic action. Charon is using Giratina and Heatron to rough up the heroes, and Darkrai a little later. The Elite Four jump in to help. Palmer has Cresselia, Darkrai shows up under Charon's control. Cyrus is located and helps Diamond free Dialga and Palkia to actually take on Giratina after turning over a new leaf. And honestly, the 3-way fight between them is pretty cool. Shaman is zipping about, Regigigas is still around, there's a Manaphy egg in the mix somewhere. It's a lot of action moving parts. Granted, it's all really cool. I mean, like, the Distortion World stuff especially, it's a really fun setting that allows for some crazy visuals, and every single legendary and mythical in this game is really cool or cute. And it's all action. It's all really cool, but it is also all action. There's not a lot else here, even when the main trio reunites. I think largely the Platinum chapter is okay, but it's definitively an epilogue fight scene as opposed to a new and interesting story. And you might as well, like, if you're doing what I did, you might as well just read it as the end of Diamond and Pearl instead of waiting for Platinum. As for Diamond and Pearl Adventures Platinum Arc, it's more the same. Charon hunts Heatron and goes on to hunt Giratina. Largely, the arc has the epilogue issue. Everyone's arc is over and it's almost all action, although in the schizophrenic way that this manga goes about it. To alleviate the issue some, Koya is introduced. He's a new edgelord rival for Harada, an OC Donut Steel who works under Looker and fears Pokemon getting hurt so badly that he looks down on Harada's fun-loving nature. I don't know if he really works with the main cast, but he does get an arc as he slowly befriends Harada, and it leads to some cool tag team battle action. The action is still really strong. The Buck guy comes back as an ally. We meet Harada's dad. It honestly works a bit better as a direct continuation than Special's Platinum arc, which is trying to cram everything in. Even if it still has its usual faults, it's at the very least a little more focused. It's not a standalone read really, but as an ending to the prior arc, it's about as good as the prior. Anyway, Pokemon Platinum 4 comic compilation, I can't find it, so, you know. And at long last, we've come to the end. Pokemon Platinum is essentially definitive, barring a few painful exclusions, Honchkrow mostly. It does everything Emerald did and more. The quality of life stuff alone is huge. The fact that an RPG feels as bad to play as Diamond and Pearl can is kind of insane, if manageable. But Platinum just wipes away all the slowness, finally adds the last few Pokemon that had been missed, and some bonuses, and even adds cool new forms for a few Pokemon, something that would become a third version mainstay following this game. Little bits and pieces of Diamond and Pearl still linger in the colors, despite their best efforts, but even just rotating the season to winter adds a charm no matter how small. The other games feel summery, bright, like a kid exploring on summer break, while winter here adds that tinge of seriousness to it. The Distortion world may be a touch dry, but the technology they were working on was clearly pretty ambitious, at least for Gamefreak, and would be pivotal in the next major entry of the series, and it gets all the great stuff Diamond and Pearl had, from the music to Cyrus to the low-key and grounded world, and a battle frontier full of new gimmicks and ideas, even if they would be copy-pasted into the Gen 2 remakes. If you're only going to play one of Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it's gotta be this one. It's the workhorse building on top of the slightly shaky foundations of its prior versions. I love Sinnoh, I love Gen 4, so much that I'm going to talk about it again real soon. I'll see you in the remakes.